Section 24 of John Inglesant, A Romance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. John Inglesant, A Romance by Joseph Henry Shorthouse. Chapter 15, Part 2. After 2 or 3 days, Eustace told his brother one morning that he was ready to go into the West. But before starting, he said he wished Johnny to accompany him to a famous astrologer in Lambeth Marsh, to whom already he had shown the horoscope, and who had appointed a meeting that night to give his answer, and who had also promised to consult a crystal as an additional means of obtaining information of the future. Accordingly, late in the afternoon, they took a wherry at the Temple Stairs, and were ferried over to Lambeth Marsh, a wide extent of level ground between Southwark and the Bishop's Palace, on which only a few straggling houses had been built. The evening was dark and foggy, and a cold wind swept across the marsh, making them wrap their short cloaks closely about them. It was almost impossible to see more than a yard or two before them, and they would probably have found great difficulty in finding the wizard's house, had not a boy with a lantern met them a few paces from the river, who inquired if they were seeking the astrologer. This was the wizard's own boy, whom, with considerable worldly prudence at any rate, he had dispatched to find his clients and bring them to his house. The boy brought them into a long, low room, with very little furniture in it, a small table at the upper end, with a large chair behind it, and 3 or 4 high-backed chairs placed along the wall. On the floor, in the middle of the room, was a large double circle, but there were no figures or signs of any kind about it. On the table was a long, thin rod, a lamp which hung from the roof over the table, a cast faint light about the room, and a brazier of lighted coals stood in the chimney. The astrologer soon entered the room with the horoscope Eustace had left with him in his hand. He was a fine-looking man, with a serious and lofty expression of face, dressed in a black gown, with the square cup of a divine, and a fur hood, or tippet. He bowed courteously to the gentleman, who saluted him with great respect. His manner was coldest to John Inglesant, whom he probably regarded with suspicion as an amateur. He, however, acknowledged that Inglesant's criticisms on the horoscope were correct, but pointed out to him that in his own reading of it many of the aspects were very adverse. John Inglesant knew this, though he had chosen to conceal it from his brother. The astrologer then informed them that he had drawn out a scheme of the heavens himself at a moment when first consulted by Eustace, and that, in quite different ways, and by very different aspects, much the same result had been arrived at. As, however, he went on to say, the whole question is to some extent vitiated by the suspicion of foul play, and it will be impossible for any of us to free our minds entirely from these suspicions. I do not advise any farther inquiry, but I suppose that you should consult a consecrated beryl or crystal, a mode of inquiry far more high and certain than astrology. So much so, indeed, that I will seriously confess to you that I use the latter, but as the countenance and blind. But this search in the crystal is by the help of the blessed spirits, and is only open to the pure from sin, and to men of piety, humility, and charity. As he said those words, he produced from the folds of his gown a large crystal or polished stone, set in a circle of gold, supported by a silver stand. Round the circle was engraved the names of angels. He placed this upon the table, and continued, We must pray to God that he will vouchsafe us some insight into this precious stone, for it is a solemn and serious matter upon which we are second only to that of communication with the angelical creatures themselves, which, indeed, is vouchsafed to some, but only to those of the greatest piety, to which we may not aspire. Therefore let us kneel down and humbly pray to God. They all knelt, and the adept, commencing with the prayer book collect for the festival of St. Michael, recited several other prayers, all for extreme and spotless purity of life. He then rose, the two others continuing on their knees, and struck a small bell, upon which the boy, whom they had before seen, entered the room by a concealed door in the wainscot. He was a pretty boy, with a fair and clean skin, and was dressed in a surplice similar to those worn by choristers. He took up a position by the crystal, and waited his master's orders. I have said, continued the adept, that these visions can be seen only by the pure, and by those who, by long and intense looking into the spiritual world, have at last penetrated somewhat into its gloom. I have found these mostly to be plain and simple people of an earnest faith, country people, grave diggers, and those employed to shroud the dead, and who are accustomed to think much upon objects connected with death. This boy is the child of the sexton of Lambeth Church, who is himself a godly man. Let us pray to God. Upon this he knelt down again, and remained for some time engaged in silent prayer. He then rose and directed the boy to look into the crystal, saying, "One of these gentlemen desires news of his wife." The boy looked intently into the crystal for some moments, and then said, speaking in a measured and low voice, "I see a great room, in which there is a bed with rich hangings. Pendant from the ceiling is a silver lamp. A tall, dark man, with long hair, and a dagger in his belt, is bending over the bed, with a cup in his hand." "It is my wife's room," said Eustace in a whisper, "and it is no doubt the Italian. He is tall and dark." The boy continued to look for some time into the crystal, but said nothing. Then he turned to his master and said, "I can see nothing. Some one more near to this gentleman must look. This other gentleman," he said suddenly, and turning to John Inglesant, "if he looks, we'll be able to see." The astrologer started. "Ah," he said, "why do you say that, boy?" "I can tell who will be aught in the crystal, and who will not," replied the boy. "This gentleman will see." The astrologer seemed surprised and skeptical, but he made a sign to Inglesant to rise from his knees and to take his place by the crystal. He did so, and looked steadily into it for some seconds. Then he shook his head. "I can see nothing," he said. "Nothing?" said the boy. "Can you see nothing?" "No, I see clouds and mist." "You have been engaged," said the boy, "in something that was not good, something that was not true, and it has dimmed the crystal sight. Look steadily, and if it is as I think, that your motive was not false, you will see more." Inglesant looked again, and in a moment or two gave a start, saying, "The mist is breaking. I see a large room, with a chimney of carved stone, and a high window at the end. In the window, and on the carved stone, is the same coat many times repeated. 3 running greyhounds proper, on a field vert." "I know the room," said Eustace. "It is the inn parlour at Minstern, not 6 miles from Yulton. It was the manor of the Vintnings before the wars, but is now an inn. That was their coat." "Do you see aught else?" said the adept. Inglesant gave a long look. Then he stepped back and gazed at the astrologer, and from him to his brother, with a faltering and ashy look. "I see a man's figure lie before the hearth, and the hearthstone is stained, as if with blood. Eustace, it is either you or I." "Look again," said the adept eagerly. "Look again." "I will look no more," said Inglesant fiercely. "This is the work of a fiend, to lure men to madness or despair." As he spoke, a blast of wind, sudden and strong, swept through the room. The lamp burnt dim, and the fire in the brazier went out. A deathly coldness filled the apartment, and the floor and the wall seemed to heave and shake. A loud whisper, a muffled cry, seemed to fill the air, and a terrible awe struck at the hearts of the young men. Seizing the rod from the table, the adept assumed a commanding attitude, and waved it to and fro in the air. Gradually the wind ceased, the dread coldness abated, and the fire burned again of its own accord. The adept gazed at Inglesant with a stern and set look. "You are of a strange spirit, young sir," he said, "pure and hard enough to see things which holy men have desired in vain to see, and yet so wild and rebellious as to anger the blessed spirits with your self-will and perverse thoughts. You will suffer fatal loss, both here and hereafter, if you learn not to give up your own will and your own fancies before the heavenly will and call." Inglesant stared at the man in silence. His words seemed to him to mean far more than perhaps he himself knew. They seemed to come into his mind, softened with anxiety for his brother, and shaken by these terrible events with the light of a revelation. Surely this was the true secret of his wasted life. However strange might be the place and action which revealed it to him. Whatever he might think afterwards of this night, it might easily stand to him as an allegory of his own spirit, set down before him in a figure. Doubtless he was perverse and headstrong under the pressure of the divine hand. Doubtless he had followed his own notions rather than the voice of the inward monitor he professed to hear. Henceforth, surely, he would give himself up more entirely to the heavenly voice. Eustace appeared to have seen enough of the future, and to be anxious to go. He left a purse of gold upon the wizard's table, and hurried his brother to take his leave. Outside the air was perfectly still. A thick, motionless fog hung over the marsh and the river. Not a breath of wind stirred. "That was a strange wind that swept by you as you refused to look," said Eustace to his brother. "Do you really think the spirits were near, and were incensed?" Inglesant did not reply. He was thinking of another spirit than that the wizard had evoked. They made their way through the fog to Lambeth, and took boat again to the temple stairs. End of chapter 15. Read by Elijah Fisher. Section 25 of John Inglesant, A Romance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. John Inglesant, A Romance, by Joseph Henry Shorthouse. Chapter 16. The next morning, when the brothers awoke and spoke to each other of the events of the night, Eustace did not seem to have been much impressed by them. He ridiculed the astrologer, and made light of the visions in the crystal. He, however, acknowledged to his brother that it might be better to avoid the inn parlour at Minturn, and said they might reach Yulton by another route. "There is a road," he said, "after you leave Cerne Abbas, which turns off 5 or 6 miles before you come to Minturn. It is not much farther, but it is not so good a road, and not much frequented. It will be quite good enough for us, however, and will not delay us above an hour. But I own I feel ashamed of taking it." John Inglesant, however, encouraged him to do so, and towards middle day they left London on the Windsor road. Inglesant noticed, as they started, that his brother's favourite servant was absent, and asked his brother where he was. He replied that he had sent him forward early in the morning to inform his wife of their coming. "I would not have let them know of your intentions," said Johnny. Eustace shrugged his shoulders with a peculiar gesture, saying in French, "It is not convenient for me to come into my family unannounced. I do not know what I might find going forward." Johnny thought that his brother had bought his fortune rather clear, but he said nothing more upon the subject. They slept that night at Windsor, and hoped to have reached Andover the next day, but their servants' horses, and those with the mails, were not equal to be so long a distance, and they slept at Basingstoke, not being able to get farther. The weather was pleasant for the season, and to Inglesant especially, and so long confined with stone walls, the journey was very agreeable. It reminded him of his ride up to London with the Jesuit long ago when a boy, when everything was new and delightful to him, and the future open and promising. The way had then been enlivened, and every interest doubled by the conversation of his friend, who had known how to extract interests and amusement from the most trivial incidents. But it was not less made pleasant now by the society of his brother. A great change seemed to be coming over Eustace. He was affectionate and serious. He spoke much of past years, of their grandfather, and of the old life at Westcare, of his early court life before Johnny came to London, and of the day when he came down to Whitacre with his father and the Jesuit, and saw his brother again. He asked Johnny much about his own life, and listened attentively to all Inglesant thought proper to tell him of his religious inquiries. He asked about the Ferrars, and told Inglesant some of the things he had been said at court about him and them. A sense of danger, even though it made little impression upon him, seemed to have called forth kindly feelings which had been latent before, or perhaps some foreboding sense hung over him, and, by a gracious providence, fitted and tuned his mind for an approaching fate. Inglesant felt his heart drawn towards him with an intensity which he had never felt before. The whole world seemed for the time to be centered in this brother, and he looked forward to life associated with him. They slept at Andover, and the next day made a shorter journey to Salisbury, where they slept again. The stately cathedral was closed and melancholy-looking, and knowing no one in the town, they passed the long evening alone in the inn. The next morning, early, they set out. They halted at Cernabas about 1 o'clock, and dined. Eustace made some inquiries about the road he had mentioned to his brother, but seemed more and more unwilling to take it, and it required all Inglesant's persuasion to keep him to his promise. The people at the inn seemed surprised that anyone should think of taking it, and made out that the delay would be very great, and the chance of missing the way altogether not a little. At this, however, Eustace laughed, saying that he knew the country very well. Indeed, his desire to show the truth of this assertion rather assisted his brother's purpose, and they left Cernabas with the intention of taking the unusual route. The country was thickly wooded, many parts of the ancient forest remaining, and here and there rather hilly. In descending one of these hills, John Inglesant's horse cast a shoe, just as they reached the point where the two roads diverged, the right hand, one of which they were to take. As it was impossible for them to proceed with the horse as it was, Johnny proposed sending it back with one of the servants to Cernabas, and taking the man's horse instead, who could easily follow them. As they were about to put in practice the scheme, however, one of the men said there was a forge about a mile beyond, and the road before them, where it would be easy to get the shoe put on. Eustace immediately approved of this plan, and Johnny was obliged, at last, reluctantly, to yield. It seemed to him as though the impending fate came nearer and nearer at every step. The man proved himself to be an uncertain guide as to distance, and it was fully 2 miles before they reached the forge. When they reached it, they found that a gentleman's coach, large and unwieldy, had broken some portion of its complicated machinery, and was taxing all the efforts of the smith and his assistants to repair it. The gentleman dismounted, and accosted the 2 ladies who had alighted from the coach, and whom Eustace remembered to have met before at Dorchester. The coach was soon mended, and the ladies drove off. But by this time Eustace had grown impatient, and, saying carelessly to his brother, "You will follow immediately," he mounted and turned his horse's head, still along the main road, his men mounting also. "You are not going on that way," said Johnny. "You said we should turn back to the other road." "Oh, we cannot turn back now," said his brother. "We have come farther than I expected. We will not stop at Minturn," he added significantly. And so saying, he rode away after the carriage, followed by his men. Inglesant looked after him anxiously, a heavy foreboding filling his mind. He saw his brother mount the little hill before the forge, between the bare branches of the trees on either side of the road. Then a slight turn of the way concealed him, but for a moment or two more he could see glimpses of the figures as the leaves, boughs, permitted them. When he could see even these no longer, he went back into the forge. It was some 10 minutes before the horse was ready, and then Inglesant himself mounted, and rode off quickly after his brother. He had felt all the day, and during the one preceding it, a weariness and dullness of sense, the result, no doubt, of fatigue acting upon his only partially recovered health, and on a frame shattered by what he had gone through. As he rode on, his brain became more and more confused, so that for some moments together he was almost unconscious, and only by an effort regained his sense of passing events. The woods seemed to pass by him as in a dream, the thick winter air to hang about him like the heavy drapery of a pall. Whether he was sleeping or waking he could scarcely tell. What added to his distress was an abiding sense of crisis and danger to his brother, which required him, at that moment, above all others, to exert a strength and a persistence of which he felt himself becoming more and more incapable. He was continually making violent efforts to retain his recollection of what was passing and of what it behoved him to do, efforts which each time became more and more painful, and of the futility of which he became more and more despairingly conscious. Words cannot describe the torture of such a condition as this. At last he overtook some of his brother's servants with the led horses, whom he scarcely recognized, so far were his senses obscured. Their master was ridden on before with 2 servants, they told him. He would have to ride hard to overtake them. He seemed eager, they said, to be at home. Inglesant could scarcely sit his horse, much less exert to overtake his brother, who was well mounted, and an impetuous rider. Nevertheless, he gave his horse the spur, and the animal, also a good roadster, soon left the servants far behind. The confusion of mind which he suffered increased more and more as he rode along, and the events of his past life came up before his eyes as clearly and palpably as the objects through which he was riding, so that he could not distinguish the real from the imaginary, the present from the past, which added extremely to his distress. He stood again amid the confusion and carnage of Naseby Field. Once more he saw the throng of heads, and heard that terrible cry that had welcomed him to the scaffold. Again he looked into the fatal crystal, and strange visions and ghostly shapes of death and corruption came out from it, and walked to and fro along the hedgerows and across the road before him, making terrible the familiar English fields. A tolling of the passing bell rang continuously in his ear, and horses' footfalls sounded strange and funeral to his deceased sense. He knew nothing of the road, nor of what happened as he rode along, nor what people he passed. But he missed the direct turning, and reached Minturn at last by another lane, which led him some distance round. The servants, with the led horses, were there before him, standing before the inn door, and other strange servants in his brother's liveries, and several horses stood about. The old manor that was now an inn stood close to the church, at the opening of the village, with a little green before it and a wall, in the center of which was a pair of gates flanked with pillars. The iron gates were closed, but the wall had been thrown down for some yards on either side, thus giving ample access to the house within. It was a handsome house, with a large high window over the porch, in the upper panes of which Inglesant could see coats of arms. Amid the tracery of the iron gates, running greyhounds were interlaced. John Inglesant saw all this as in a dream, and he saw besides creatures that were not real, walking among the living men, haggard figures in long robes, and others beneath the grave shrouds, ghostly phantoms of his disordered brain. He made a desperate effort for the 100th time to clear his sense of these terrible distracting sights, of his death of the brain that disabled all his faculties, and for the 100th time in vain. It appeared to him, whether it was a vision or a reality, he did not know, that one of his brother's servants came to his horse's side, and told him something of a gentleman of his lady's, a foreign physician, having met his master purposely, and that they were with it together. Inglesant dismounted mechanically, and entered the hotel, telling the servant to come with him. He had some dim feeling of dragging his brother away from a great danger, and a desire of gathering about him, if he could but distinguish them, such as would assist him and were of human flesh and blood. Inside the porch, and in the narrow hall beyond, the place swarmed with these distracting visions, walking to and fro. The staircase at the farther end was crowded with them going up and down. He saw, as he thought, his brother, attended by a dark, handsome man in the gown of a physician, come down the stairs to meet him. But when they came nearer, they dissolved themselves and vanished into air. The host came to meet him, saying that his brother and the foreign gentleman was upstairs in the parlor. He had thought they were having some words a while ago, but they were quiet now. The whole house, Inglesant thought, was deadly quiet, though seemingly to him so full of life. To what terrible deed were all these strange witnesses and assistants summoned? He told the host to follow him as he told the man before, and he did so, supposing he meant to order something. They went up the 2 flights of oak stairs and entered the room over the hall and porch. It was a large and narrow room, and was seemingly empty. Opposite them, in the high window, and on the great carved chimney to the right, running greyhounds chorused each other, as it seemed to Inglesant, round the room. A long table hid the hearth as they came in. With a fatal certainty, as if mechanically, Inglesant walked round it towards the fire, the others with him. There they stopped, sudden and still. On the white hearthstone, his hair and clothes steeped in blood, lay Eustace Inglesant, the Italian stiletto in his heart. End of section 25. Read by Elijah Fisher.
Section 26 of John Inglesant, A Romance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. John Inglesant, A Romance, by Joseph Henry Shorthouse. Chapter 17. The sight of his brother's corpse seemed to steady Inglesant's nerves and clear his brain. He turned to the host and said, "What way can the murderer have escaped?" The host shook his head. He was incapable of speech or even thought. The 3 men stood looking at each other without a word. Then Inglesant knelt down by the body and raised the head. There was no doubt that life was extinct. Indeed, the body must have been nearly drained of blood. The fine line of steel had done its work fully and with no loss of time. Inglesant rose from the ground. His sight, his recollection, his senses were speedily failing him. Nothing kept him conscious but the terrible shock acting with galvanic effect upon his frame. The back of the premises was searched, and mounted messengers were sent to the neighboring towns and to the crossroads, and notice sent to the nearest justice of the peace. The country rose in great numbers and came pouring in to Minturn before the early evening set in. The body was deposited on the long table in the parlor where the deed was committed, and more than one justice examined the room that afternoon. Inglesant saw that the guard was set and proper care taken, and then he mounted to ride to Oulton. He was not fit to ride, but to stay in the house all night was impossible. To lie down, equally so. In the night air he rode to Oulton, through the long wild chase, by the pools of water, from which the flocks of birds rose startled as he passed, and by the herds of deer. The ride settled his nerves. and when he reached the house he was still master of himself. The news had preceded him. Lady Cardiff was said to be in a paroxysm of grief, but as no one had seen her for days except her immediate servants, Inglesant did not attempt to obtain an interview with her. He was received by Dr. Moore and the superior servants and sat down to supper. Not a word was spoken during that sombre meal except by the doctor, who pressed Inglesant to eat and drink, and offered to introduce him to Van Helmont, who was not present. The doctor said grace after supper, but when he had done, one of the female servants, a Quakeress, stood up and spoke some words recommending patience and a feeling after God, if perchance he might be found to be present, and a help in such a terrible need. The singularity of this proceeding roused Inglesant from the lethargy in which he was, and the words seemed to strike upon his heart with a familiar and not uncongenial sense. The mystical doctrine which he had studied was not unlike much that he would hear from Quaker lips. He went to his room after supper, intending to rise early next morning, but before daybreak he was delirious and in a high fever, and Van Helmont was sent for to his room, and bled him freely, and administered cordials and narcotic draughts. The skilful treatment caused him to sleep quietly for many hours, and when he awoke, though prostrate with weakness, he was free from fever, and his brain was calm and clear. From inquiries which he made, it appeared that the Italian had been making preparations for leaving for several days, probably doubting the success of his attempt to win over Eustace to tolerate his continued stay at Oulton. Inglesant was told that it was supposed that he had not intended to murder his brother, but that Eustace had probably threatened him, and that in the heat of contention the blow was struck. The Italian had destroyed all his papers and everything that could give any clue to his conduct or history, but he had left a very bad reputation behind him, independently of his last murderous act, and his influence with Lady Cardiff was attributed to witchcraft. The funeral of Eustace Inglesant took place a few days after at the church on the borders of the Chase. Snow had fallen in the meanwhile, and the train of black mourners passed over the waste of white that covered the park. A multitude of people filled the churchyard and crowded round the outside of the hall. Lady Cardiff, by lavish almsgiving and other vagaries, had always attracted a number of vagrant and masterless people to Oulton, and there were always some encampments of such people in the Chase. She particularly favoured mountebanks and quacks of all kinds, and numbers of them were present at the funeral. Some few of the country gentry attended, but Eustace being almost unknown in the country, and his wife by no means popular, many who otherwise would have been present were not so. The Puritan authorities of the neighbourhood suspected Lady Cardiff's establishments as a haunt of recusants. Dr. Moore was a known royalist. Eustace had been only restrained from active exertion on the same side by his love of pleasure and his wife's prudence, and the Puritans regarded the Quakers with no favour. The herd of idle and vicious people, as the authorities considered them, who frequented Oulton, was an abomination in their eyes, and understanding that a number of them would be at the funeral, 2 or 3 Puritan magistrates with armed servants and constables assembled to keep order, as they said, but as it proved to provoke a riot. To make matters worse, Dr. Moore began to read the prayer book service, which was forbidden by law. The justices interposed. The mob of mountebanks and players and idle people sided with the church party, which had always given them a friendly toleration, and commenced an assault upon the constables and justices' servants, driving them from the graveside with a storm of snowballs. The funeral was completed with great haste, and the mourning party returned to the house, whither the mob also resorted, and were regaled with provisions of all kinds during the afternoon, being with difficulty induced to disperse at night. Inglesant took no part in this ride, being indeed still too weak and ill to exert himself at all. He expected to be arrested and sent back to London, but the authorities did not take much notice of the riot, contenting themselves with dispersing the people and seeing that most of them left the neighbourhood, which they were induced to do by being set in the village stocks and otherwise imprisoned and intimidated. Lady Cardiff had sent messages to Inglesant every day, expressing her interest in him, and she now sent Van Helmont to him with the information that a large sum of money, which he had signed to his brother, would now be his. This sum, which amounted to several £1,000s, she was ready to pay over to Inglesant whenever he might desire it. She hoped he would remain at Oulton till his health was more established, but she hinted that she thought it was for his own interest that neither his stay there nor indeed in England should be unnecessarily prolonged. Meanwhile she recommended him to Dr. More and to the Quakers. The teaching which he would derive from both sources, she assured him, would be much to his benefit. Inglesant returned a courteous message expressive of his obligation for her extraordinary generosity, and assuring her that he should endeavour to benefit by whatever her inmates might communicate to him. He informed her that he intended, as soon as his strength was sufficiently established, to go to Paris, where the only friend he had left was, and that any sum of money she was so generous as to afford him might be transmitted to the merchants there. He had some thoughts, he said, of going to Gidding, but had learnt that soon after the execution of the king the house had been attacked by a mob of soldiers and others, and that the family, who had timely warning of their intention, had left the neighbourhood and were dispersed. He concluded by hoping that before he left he might be allowed to thank his benefactress in person. Some weeks passed over at Oulton with great tranquillity, and Inglesant regained his strength and calmness of mind. There was a large and valuable library in the house, and the society of Dr. More was pleasant to Inglesant, though in many ways they were far from congenial. Indeed, there was more in Van Helmont's character and taste that suited his tone of mind. During these weeks, however, Inglesant began to adapt himself to a course of religious life from which he never altogether departed, and which, after some doubts and many attempts on the part of others to divert him from it, he followed to the end of his life. He was no doubt strengthened at the beginning of this course by the conversation of Dr. More, and also of the Quakers. These latter, whom Inglesant had been led to regard with aversion, he found harmless and sober people, whose blameless lives and the elevated mysticism of their conversation commended them to him. The transient calm of this existence was, however, broken by one absorbing idea, the desire of being revenged upon his brother's murderer, of tracking the Italian's path and bringing him to some terrible justice. It was this that induced him to seek the Jesuit, whom at one time he had been inclined to shun. No one, he considered, would have it in his power, from the innumerable agents in every country with whom he had connection, to assist him in his search so much as the Jesuit, and he believed that he had deserved as much at his master's hand. But it was not natural that, at any rate at once, he should suppose that such a motive as this would be any hindrance to him in a religious life, and for a long time he was unconscious of any such idea. It would be as well here to endeavour to understand something of the peculiar form which Christianity had assumed in Inglesant's mind, a form which was not peculiar to himself, but which he possessed in common with most in that day whose training had been more or less similar to his own. It was similar in many respects to that which prevails in the present day in most Roman Catholic countries, and may be described as Christianity without the Bible. It is doubtful whether, except perhaps once or twice in college chapel, he had ever read a chapter of the Bible himself in his life. Certainly he never possessed a Bible himself. Of its contents, excepting those portions which are read in church and those contained in the prayer book, he was profoundly ignorant. It was not included in the course of studies set him by the Jesuit. Of the Protestant doctrines of justification by faith and by the blood of Christ, and of the Calvinistic ones of predestination and assurance, he was only acquainted in a vague and general way, as he might have heard mention of them in idle talk, mostly in contempt and dislike. It is true that Laudian school in the church in which he had been brought up held doctrines which in outward terms might seem to bear some affinity with some, if not all, of these, but they were in reality very different. The Laudian school held indeed that the sacrifice of Christ's blood had removed the guilt of sin, and that by that, and that only, was salvation secured to men. But they held that this had been accomplished on the cross once for all, independently of anything that man could or do or leave undone. The very slightest recognition on the part of man of this divine sacrifice, the very least submission to the church ordinances, combined with freedom from outward sin, was sufficient to secure salvation to the baptized, and indeed the church regarded with leniency and hope even the wild and reprobate. It is true that the Laudian press teemed with holy work, setting the highest of pure standards before its readers and exhorting to the following of a holy life. But this life was looked upon rather as a spiritual luxury and privilege to which high and refined natures might well endeavor to attain, rather than as absolutely necessary to salvation. With this view, the Church regarded human error with tolerance, and amusements and enjoyments with approbation, and as deserving the highest sanctions of religion. Inglesant's Christianity, therefore, was ignorant of doctrine and dogma of almost every kind, and concentrated itself altogether on what may be called the idea of Christ, that is, a lively conception of and attraction to the person of the Saviour. This idea, which comes to men in different ways, and which came to Inglesant for the first time in the sacrament at Gidding, being, I should suppose, a purely intellectual one, would no doubt be inefficient and transitory, were it not for the unique and mysterious power of attraction which it undoubtedly possesses. In the pursuit of this idea he received little assistance from Dr. Moore. The school to which the doctor belonged, the Christian Platonists, had no tendency to that exclusive worship of the person of Jesus, which in some religious schools has almost superseded the worship of God. This he had received from the Jesuits and the mystical books of Catholic devotion, which had had so great an influence over him. The Jesuits, with all their faults, held fast by the motive of their founder, and the worship of Jesus was by them carried to its fullest extent. Dr. Moore's theology was more that of a philosophical deism, into which the person and attributes of Christ entered as a part of an universal scheme in which the universe, mankind, and all-pervading Spirit of God, and the objects of thought and sense play distinct and conspicuous parts. One fine and warm day in the early spring, Inglesant and the doctor were walking in the garden at the side of the house, bordering on the Chase and Park. The wide expanse of grassy upland stretched before them. Overhead the arch of heaven, checkered by the white clouds, was full of life and light and motion. Across the water of the lakes the church bells rung for amusement by the village lads came to the ear, softened and yet enriched in tone. The spring air, fanned by a fresh breeze, refreshed the spirits and the sense. The doctor began, as upon a favourite theme, to speak of his great sense of the power and benefit of the fresh air. "I would always," he said, "be sub Dio, if it were possible. Is there anything more delicious to the touch than the soft, cool air, playing on our heated temples, recruiting and refrigerating the spirits and the blood? I could read, discourse, or think nowhere as well as in some arbour, where the cool air rustles through the moving leaves, and what a rapture of mind does such a scene as this always inspire within me! To a free and divine spirit, how lovely, how magnificent is this state for the soul of man to be in, when the life of God inactuating her, she travels through heaven and earth, and unites with, and after a sort feels herself the life and soul of this whole world, even as God. This indeed is to become deiform, not by imagination, but by union of life. God doth not ride me whither I know not, but discourseth with me as a friend, and speaks to me in such a dialect as I can understand fully, namely the outward world of his creatures, so that I am in fact in cola caeli in terra, an inhabitant of paradise and heaven upon earth, and I may soberly confess that sometimes walking abroad after my studies, I've been almost mad with pleasure, the effect of nature upon my soul having been inexpressibly ravishing, and beyond what I can convey to you." Inglesant said that such a state of mind was most blessed and much to be desired, but that few could hope to attain to it, and to many it would seem a fantastic enthusiasm. "No," said the doctor, "I'm not out of my wits, as some may fondly interpret me, in this divine freedom, but the love of God compelleth me, and though you yourself know the extent of fancy, when phantoms seem real external objects, yet here the principle of my opponents, the Quakers, who, it may be, are nearer to the purity of Christianity for the life and power of it than many others, is the most safe and reasonable to keep close to the light within a man." "You agree with the Quakers, then, in some points?" said Inglesant. "They have indeed many excellent points, and very nobly Christian, which I wish they would disencumber from such things as make them seem so uncouth and ridiculous. But the reason Our Lady has taken so to them as to change some of her servants for Quakers, and to design to change more, is that they prove lovers of quiet and retirement, and they fit the circumstances that she is in, that cannot endure any noise better than others, for the weight of her affliction lies so heavy upon her that it is incredible how very seldom she can endure any one in her chamber, and she finds them so still, quiet, and serious, that their company is very acceptable to her, and she is refreshed by the accounts of their trials and consolations, and their patience and support under great distress. Baron van Helmont frequents their meetings. What do you think of the Baron? I think he knows as little of himself truly and really as one who had never seen him in his life. Inglesant did not try to penetrate into this oracular response, but said, "Have you seen Mr. Fox, the famous Quaker?" "Yes, I saw him once," replied the doctor, "and in conversation with him I felt myself, as it were, turned into brass, so much did his spirit and perversity oppress mine. There are some men," the doctor went on after a pause, but Inglesant did not know of whom he was thinking, "that by a divine sort of fate are virtuous and good, and this to a very great and heroical degree, and come into the world rather for the good of others, and by a divine force, than through their own proper fault, or any immediate or necessary congruity of their natures. All which is agreeable to that opinion of Plato, that some descend hither to declare the being and nature of the gods, and for the greater health, purity, and perfection of this lower world. I would fain believe, Mr. Inglesant," he continued to the other's great surprise, "that you are one of those. Ever since I first saw you I have had some thought of this, and the more I see of you, the more I hope and believe that some such work as this is reserved for you. You have what is very happy for you, what I call an ethereal sort of body, to use the Pythagorean phrase, even in this life of mighty purity and plenty of the animal spirits which you may keep lucid by that conduct and piety by which you may govern yourself. And this makes it all the more incumbent on you to have a great care to keep in order this luciform vehicle of the soul, as the Platonists call it. For there is a sanctity of body which the sensually minded do not so much as dream of, and this divine body should be cultivated as well as the divine life, for by how much any person partakes more of righteousness and virtue, he hath also a greater measure of this divine body or celestial matter within himself. He throws off the baser affections of the earthly body, and replenishes his inner man with so much larger draughts of ethereal or celestial matter. And to incite you still more to this effort, you have only to consider that the oracle of God is not to be heard but in his holy temple, that is to say, in a good and holy man, thoroughly sanctified in spirit, soul, and body. End of section 26. Section 27 of John Inglesant, A Romance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. John Inglesant, A Romance by Joseph Henry Shorthouse. Chapter 18. Shortly after the conversation recorded in the previous chapter, Inglesant, who appeared completely restored to health, thanks to the Baron van Helmont and to rest of body, left Oulton, and without going to London, went to Rye, and sailed thence to France, where he arrived about the middle of May, 1651. He had taken a passage in a vessel, sailing to Dieppe, and from thence he posted to Paris, this route being thought much safer than the one through Calais, which was much infested by robbers. He found Paris full of the fugitive royalists in a state of distress and destitution, which was so great that on the Queen of England's going to Saint-Germain on one occasion, her creditors threatened to arrest her coach. The young King Charles was in Scotland, previous to his march into England, which terminated in the Battle of Worcester. Inglesant was well received by the royalists, to whom he made himself known on his arrival. The Glamorgan negotiations were by this time pretty well understood among the Royalists, and Inglesant's conduct fairly well appreciated. He had the reputation of being a useful and trustworthy agent, and as such was well received by the heads of the party. He presented himself at the Louvre, where the Queen was, who received him graciously and expressed a wish that he would remain in Paris, as she had been speaking not many days ago with Father St. Clair concerning him. Inglesant inquired where the Jesuit was, and was told at Saint Germain's with the French court, and that he would be in Paris again shortly. After leaving the Queen, Inglesant applied to the merchants with whom his money was to have been lodged, but found that by some misunderstanding a much smaller sum had arrived than he had expected. Such as it was, however, he was able from it to make advances to the Royalist gentlemen, many of whom of the highest rank were in absolute distress, and he even advanced a considerable sum indirectly to the Queen, and through the Duke of Ormond to the young Duke of Gloucester. It is not necessary to enter into any details with regard to the state of France or the French court at that time. The court had been obliged to leave Paris some time before, owing to the violence of the populace, and was at present much embarrassed from the same cause. It was therefore quite unable to afford any help to the distressed fugitives from England, had it wished to do so, and even the Queen, Henrietta, a daughter of France, could scarcely obtain assistance, and was reduced to the greatest pecuniary distress. The Duke of Ormond parted with his last jewel to procure money for the use of the Duke of Gloucester, whose guardian he was, and the inferior Royalists were reduced to still greater necessities. No sooner, therefore, was it known that Inglesant had means at his disposal than he became once more a person of the greatest consequence, and every one sought him out, or if not before acquainted with him, desired an introduction. He frequented the chapel of Sir Richard Browne, who had been ambassador from Charles I, and still retained his privileges, his chapel and his household being accredited from the young fugitive king to the French court. This was the only Anglican place of worship in Paris, or indeed at that time perhaps in the world. Ordinations were performed there, and it was frequented by the king and the two young princes, the Duke of York and the Duke of Gloucester, and by all the Royalist fugitives then in Paris. Inglesant was the more welcome, as many of the Royalist gentlemen who had any money at all refused to stay in Paris, where there were so many claims upon them, but went on to other countries, especially Italy. He found many of these gentlemen in a very excited state, owing to the efforts of the Queen Mother to discourage the English Church and to win over perverts to Romanism. The king and the duke, it is true, received the sacrament in the ambassador's chapel, partaking of it together before the other communicants, Lord Byron, Inglesant's old friend, and Lord Wilmot, holding a white cloth before the two princes, but the Queen Mother was making every effort to pervert the young Duke of Gloucester, and throwing all the weight of her influence and patronage on the side of the papists. Several of the maids of honour had been discharged shortly before Inglesant's arrival in Paris for refusing to conform to the Romish Mass. Dr. Cousin, the Dean of Peterborough, a profound ritualist, but at the same time devoted to the Anglican Church, had preached a sermon in the chapel comforting and supporting these ladies. Inglesant, being with the Queen at the Palais Royal one morning as she was going to her private mass, was commanded to accompany her, and upon his readily complying, the Queen afterwards spoke to him on the subject of religion, inquiring why he, who had so long been so closely connected with the Catholic Church, did not become one of its members. Inglesant pleaded that the Jesuit Father St. Clair had discouraged him from joining the Papists, as not convenient in the position in which he had been placed. The Queen said that the reasons which actuated the father did not any longer exist, but that she would wait till she could take his advice, in the meantime requesting Inglesant to attend the Romish services as much as possible, which he promised to do. As a matter of choice he preferred the English communion to the Mass, but he regarded both as means of sacramental grace, and endeavored at low Mass to bring his mind into the same devout stillness and condition of adoration as at a communion. It would appear that about this time he must have been formally received into the Romish Church, for he confessed and received the sacrament at low Mass, but no mention of the ceremony occurs, and it is possible that the priest received instructions respecting him, while there is clear proof that he attended the services at the ambassador's chapel, and once, at any rate, partook of the sacrament there. Here he met with Mr. Hobbes, who expressed himself pleased to see him, and entered into long discourses with him respecting the Glamorgan negotiations and the late king's policy generally, discourses which were very instructive to Inglesant, though he felt a greater repugnance to the man than when he formerly met him in London. The religious thoughts which had filled Inglesant's mind at Oulton were far from forgotten, and when he arrived in Paris his first feeling had been one of dissatisfaction at finding himself at once involved again in political intrigue, but his affection for the Jesuit, apart from his desire to discover the Italian by his means, made him desire to meet him, and he continued in Paris, waiting with this intention, when an event occurred which altogether diverted his thoughts. He spent his time in many ways, partly in acts of religion, partly in studies, frequenting several lectures, both in letters and in science, such as Mons, as Monsieur Fabuse's course of chemistry. He also frequented the tennis court in the Rue Vert-de-Lay, where the King of England and the princes and nobles both of that country and of France amused themselves. He had been at this latter place one morning, and something having happened to prevent the gentleman who had arranged to play the match from appearing, Inglesant, who was a good tennis player, had been requested to take his place against Monsieur Saumur, the great French player. There was a large and brilliant attendance to watch the play, and Inglesant exerted himself to the utmost, so much so that he earned the applause and thanks of the company for the brilliant match played before them. Having at last been beaten, which occurred probably when the great player considered he had afforded sufficient amusement to the spectators, Inglesant turned to leave the court, having resumed his dress and sword, when he was accosted by an English nobleman whom he very slightly knew, who, no doubt influenced by the applause and attention which Inglesant had excited, asked him to dine with him at a neighbouring place of entertainment. After dinner the gentleman told Inglesant that he was in the habit, together with many other English who wished to perfect their knowledge of French, of resorting to one or other of the convents of Paris to talk with the ancient sisters whose business it was to receive strangers, and had several such acquaintances with whom he might chat at the grates, for the nuns speak a quaint dialect, and have besides most commonly all the news that passes, which they are ready to discourse upon as long as you choose to listen, whereby you gain a greater knowledge of the most correct and refined manner of speaking of all manner of common and trifling events that you could otherwise gain. He said that he had received a parcel of English gloves and knives from England the day before, some of which he intended that afternoon taking to one of his devota, as they call a friend in a convent, he said, in Spain, and would take Inglesant with him if the latter wished to come. Inglesant willingly consented, and they went to a convent of the in the Rue des Terres-Fortes. They found the ancient nun, a little courtly old lady, as amusing and pleasant as they expected, and she was on her part apparently equally pleased with Lord Cheyney's presence and with Inglesant's courteous discourse in good French. She invited Inglesant to visit her again, but the next day he received a message which was brought by a servant of the convent, who had found his lodgings with some difficulty through Lord Cheyney, requesting him to come to the convent at once. It lay in a retired and rather remote part of the city, and but for his friend's introduction he would never have visited it. Thinking the message somewhat strange, he complied with the request, and in the afternoon found himself again in the convent parlour. The nun came immediately to the grate. "Ah, monsieur," she said, "I'm glad that you are come. You think it strange, doubtless, that I should send for you so soon, but I spoke of you last night to an inmate of this house, who is a compatriot of yours, and who, I'm sorry to say, is very ill. Nay, I fear at the point of death. And she told me she had known you very well, very well indeed, in times past, and she entreated me to send to you if I could find out your residence. I only knew of you through Milord Jane, but I sent to him." "What is this lady's name, madame?" said Inglesant, who even then did not guess who it was. "Ah, her name," said the nun, "her name is Colette, Mademoiselle Marie Colette." She had the door in the grate open for Inglesant, and took him through the house and past a court planted with trees to a small and quiet room overlooking the distant woodlands. There upon a little bed, her face white, her hands and form wasted to a shadow, only her wonderful eyes the same as ever, lay Mary Colette, her face lighting up and her weak hands trembling as he came in. On his knees by the bedside, his face buried in his hands, her white fingers playing over his hair, Inglesant could not speak, dare not even look up. The old nun looked on kindly for some few minutes and then left them. Mary was the first to speak, and as she spoke, Inglesant raised his head and fixed his eyes on hers, keeping down the torrent of grief that all but mastered him as he might. She spoke to him of her joy at seeing him, she so lonely and lost in a foreign land, separated from all her friends and family, not knowing indeed where they were, of the sufferings and hardship she had passed through since they had left Gidding, hardships which had caused the fever of which she lay dying as she spoke. She had come to Paris after parting from her uncle in Brittany, where they had suffered much deprivation with the Lady Blunt, and had been received into this convent, where she had meant to take the veil. But the fever grew upon her, and the physicians at last gave her no hope of recovery. There she had lain, day after day, tended by the kind nuns with every care, yet growing weaker and more weary, longing for some voice or face of her own country or of former days. Well, she had been well enough to listen. The nuns had told her all the little scraps of news relating to her own countrymen and to the Queen which had reached them, but Inglesant's arrival was not likely to be among these, and Mary had heard nothing of his being in Paris till the night before, when the kindly old nun, finding her a little better than usual, had thought to amuse her by speaking of the pleasant young Englishman who spoke French so well and whose half-foreign name she could easily remember, and who Lord Cheney had told her had been one of the most faithful servants of the poor murdered king. The start of the dying girl before her, her flushed face as she raised herself in bed and threw herself into her friend's arms, entreating her that this old friend, the dearest friend she had ever known, ah, dearer now than ever, might be sent for at once while she had life and strength to speak to him, showed the nun that this was yet again a reacting of that old story that never tires a woman's heart. The nuns were not strict, far from it, and even had Mary already taken the veil, the sisters would have thought little blame of her, even for remembering that once she dreamt of another bridegroom than the heavenly spouse. The nun had promised to send early in the morning to Lord Cheney, who no doubt knew the abode of his friend, and Mary, as she finished telling all this in her low and weak speech, lay still and quiet, looking upon her friend almost with as calm and peaceful a glance of her absorbing eyes as when she had looked at him in the garden parlour at Gidding years ago. He himself said little. It was not his words she wanted, could he have spoken them. That he was there by her, looking up in her face, holding her hand, was quite enough. At last she said, "And that mission to the Papist murderers, Johnny, you did not wish to bring them into England of your own accord, or only as a plot of the Jesuits? Surely you were but the servant of one whom you could not discover." "I had the king's own commission for all I did, for every word I said," said Inglesant eagerly, "a commission written by himself and signed in my presence, which he gave me himself. That was the paper the Lord Byron would not burn." "I knew it must be so, Johnny. My uncle told me it must be so. It seems to me you have served a hard master, though you do not complain. We heard about the scaffold at Charing Cross. Will you serve your heavenly master as well as you have served your king?" "I desire to serve him, am seeking to serve him even now, but I do not find the way. Tell me how I can serve him, Mary, and I swear to you I will do whatever you shall say." "He must teach you, Johnny, not I. I doubt not that you follow him now, will serve him hereafter much better than I could ever show you, could ever do myself. Whatever men may think of the path you have already chosen, no one can say you have not walked in it steadily to the end. Only walk in this way as steadily, Johnny. Only follow your heart as unflinchingly when it points you to him." "I will do nothing night and day while I live, Johnny, but pray to Jesus that he may lead you to himself." The old familiar glamour that shed such a holy radiance on the woods and fields of Gidding now to Inglesant's senses filled the little convent room. The light of heaven that entered the open window with the perfume of the hawthorn was lost in the diviner radiance that shone from this girl's face into the depths of his being and bathed the place where she was in light. His heart ceased to beat, and he lay, as in a trance, to behold the glory of God. End of section 27. Section 28 of John Inglesant, A Romance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. John Inglesant, A Romance, by Joseph Henry Shorthouse. Chapter 19. Inglesant was present at the funeral in the cemetery of the convent, and caused a white marble cross to be set over the grave. He remained in his lodgings several days, melancholy and alone. His whole nature was shaken to the foundation, and life was made more holy and solemn to him than ever before. The burden of worldly matters became intolerable, and the coil that had been about his life so long grew more oppressive, till it seemed to stifle his soul. He desired to listen to the divine voice, but the voice seemed silent, or to speak only the language of worldly plans and schemes. He desired to live a life of holiness, but the only life that seemed possible to him was one of business and intrigue. What was this life of holiness that men ought to lead? Could it be followed in the world, or must he retire to some monastic solitude to cultivate it? And was it certain that it would flourish even there? It seemed more and more impossible for him to find it. He was repulsed and turned back upon his worldly life at every attempt he made. He almost resolved to give up the Jesuit and to seek some more spiritual guide. He remembered Cressy, who had become a Romanist and a Benedictine monk of the monastery Douay, and was at that moment in Paris. When Inglesant had been last in Oxford, the secession of Hugh Paulin Cressy, as he had been named at the font in Wakefield Church, Serenus de Cressy, as he called himself in religion, had created a painful and disturbed impression. A fellow of Merton, the chaplain and friend of Lord Strafford, and afterwards of Lord Falkland, a quick and accurate disputant, a fine and persuasive preacher, a man of sweet and attractive nature, and of natural and acquired refinement, he was one of the leaders of the highest thought and culture of the university. When it was known, therefore, that this man, so admired and beloved, had seceded to popery, the interest and excitement were very great, and one of Archbishop Usher's friends writes to him in pathetic words of the loss of this bright ornament of the church, and of the danger to others which his example might cause. He was at present in Paris, where the conjuncture of religious affairs was very exciting. There was much in the discussions which were going on singularly fitted to Inglesant's state of mind, and in some degree conducive to it. The Jesuits, both in Rome and Paris, were occupied, as they had been for several years, in that great controversy with the followers of Jansenius, which a few years afterwards culminated in those discussions and that condemnation in the Sorbonne so graphically described by Pascal. We have only to do with it as it affected Inglesant, and it is therefore not necessary to inquire what were the real reasons which caused the Jesuits to oppose the Jansenists. The point at which the controversy had arrived when Inglesant was in Paris was one which touched closely upon the topics most interesting to his heart. This was the doctrine of sufficient grace. The Jesuits on this, as in all other matters, had taken that side which is undoubtedly most pleasing to the frailty of the human heart, an invariable policy to which they owed their supremacy over the popular mind. When the faithful came to the theologians to inquire what was the true state of human nature since its corruption, they received St. Augustine's answer, confirmed by St. Bernard and St. Thomas Aquinas, and finally adopted by the Jansenists, that human nature has no more sufficient grace than God is pleased to bestow upon it, and that fresh, efficacious grace must constantly be given by God, which grace God does not give to all, and without which no man can be saved. In opposition to this, the Jesuits about the time of the Reformation came forward with what was called a new doctrine, that sufficient grace is given to all men, as men but so far compliant with free will that this latter makes the former efficacious or inefficacious at its choice without any new supply from God. The Jansenists retorted that this doctrine rendered unnecessary the efficacious grace of Jesus Christ, but that this does not follow as plain, for this efficacious grace of God that is given to all men once for all may be owing to the sacrifice of Christ. To many natures this universal, gracious, beneficent doctrine of all-pervading grace, which includes all mankind, was much more pleasing than the doctrine of the necessity of special grace involving spiritual assumption in those who possess it, or say they do, and bitter uncertainty and depression in humble, self-doubting, and thoughtful minds. It resembled also the doctrines of the Laudian school in which Inglesant had been brought up. So attractive indeed was it that the Benedictines were compelled to profess it and to pretend to side with the Jesuits, while in reality hating their doctrine. When Inglesant remembered Cressy, and remembered also that he belonged to the Benedictines, the polished and learned cultivators of the useful arts, and was told that Cressy had chosen this order that he might have leisure and books to prosecute his studies and his writings, he conceived great hope that from him he should learn the happy mean he was in search of, between the worldliness of the Jesuits on the one hand, and the narrow repulsiveness of the mendicant orders and the Calvinists on the other. In this frame of mind he sought an interview with Cressy. The directions of the Jesuits and of the Laudian school seemed to Inglesant to have failed. To have associated himself with the Jansenists or Calvinists would have been distasteful to him and almost impossible. He sought in the Benedictine monk that compromise which the heart of man is perpetually seeking between the things of this world and the things of God. But though for the time the influence of the training of his life was somewhat shaken, it was far from removed, and an event occurred which even before he saw Cressy reforged the chains upon him to some extent. One Sunday evening, the day before he was to meet Cressy, walking along the Rue Saint-Martin from the boulevard where he had lodgings, he turned into the Jesuits' church just as the sermon had begun. The dim light found its way into the vast church from the stained windows. A lamp burning before some shrine shone partially on the preacher as he stood in the stone pulpit by a great pillar, in his white surplice and rich embroidered stole. He was a young man, thin and sad-looking, and spoke slowly, with long pauses and intervals, but with an intense eagerness and pathos that went to every heart. The first words that Inglesant heard as he reached the nearest unoccupied place were these: "Ah, if you adored a God crowned with roses and with pearls, it were a matter nothing strange but to prostrate yourselves daily before a crucifix charged with nails and thorns, you living in such excess and superfluity in the flesh, dissolved in softness. How can that be but cruel? Ah, think of that crucifix as you lie warm in silken curtains perfumed with eau de naf, as you sit at dainty feasts, as you ride forth in the sunshine and gallantry. He is cold and naked, he is alone. Behind him the sky is dreary and streaked with darkening clouds, for the night cometh, the night of God. His locks are wet with the driving rain, his hair is frozen with the sleet, his beauty is departed from him. All men have left him, all men and God also, and the holy angels hide their faces. He is crowned with thorns, but you with garlands. He wears nothing in his hands but piercing nails. You have rubies and diamonds on yours. Ah, will you tell me you can still be faithful, though in brave array? I give that answer which Tertullian gave. I fear this neck snared with wreaths and ropes of pearls and emeralds. I fear the sword of persecution can find no entrance there. No, hear you not the voice of the crucifix? Follow me. We are engaged to suffer by his sufferings as we look on him. Suffering is our vow and profession. Love which cannot suffer is unworthy of the name of love." The next day, at the appointed hour, he went to the Benedictine monastery in the Rue de Varennes, and sent in his name to Father de Crécy. He was shown not into the visitor's room, but into a private parlour, where Crécy came to him immediately. Dressed in the habit of his order, with a lofty and refined expression, he was a striking and attractive man, differing from the Jesuit in that, though both were equally persuasive, the latter united more power of controlling others than the appearance of Cressy implied. He had known Inglesant slightly at Oxford, and greeted him with great cordiality. "I'm not surprised that you are come to me, Mr. Inglesant," he said, with a most winning gesture and smile. "De Guevara, who was himself both a courtier and a recluse, says that the penance of religious men was sweeter than the pleasures of courtiers. Has your experience brought you to the same conclusion?" Inglesant thanked him for granting him an interview, and sitting down he told him shortly the story of his life, and his early partiality for the mystical theology, of his wishes and attempts, of his desire to follow the divine master, and of his failures and discouragements, his studies, his pagan sympathies, and how life and reality of every kind and inquiry, and the truth of history and philosophy, even while it sided with or supported religion, still seemed to hinder and oppose the heavenly walk. "I do not know, Mr. Inglesant," said de Crecy, "whether your case is easier or more difficult than that of those who usually come to me. I have many come to me, and they usually, one and all, come with the exact words of the blessed gospel on their lips. 'Sir, we would see Jesus.' And I look them in the face often, and wonder, and often find no words to speak. See Jesus, I often think, I do not doubt it. Who would not wish to see him, who is the fullness of all perfection that the heart and intellect ever conceived, in whom all creation has its centre, all the troubles and sorrows of life have their cure, all the longings of carnal men their fruition? But why come to me? Is he not walking to and fro on the earth continually in every act of charity and self-sacrifice that is done among men? Is he not offered daily on every altar, preached continually from every pulpit? Why come to me? Old men of 60 and 70 come to me with these very words, 'Sir, we would see Jesus.' If the course of 60 years, if the troubles and confusions of a long life, if he himself has not revealed this beatific vision to them, how can I? But with you it is very different. By your own story I know that you have seen Jesus, that you know him as you know your dearest friend. This makes our discourse at first much the easier, for I need waste no words upon a matter to enlarge upon which to you would be an insult to your heart. But it makes it more difficult afterwards when we come to ask how it is that, with this transcendental knowledge, you are still dissatisfied and find life so difficult a path to tread. I make no apology for speaking plainly. Such would be as much an insult to you as the other. You remind me of the rich oratories I have seen of some of our court ladies, where everything is beautiful and costly, but where a classic statue of Apollo stands by the side of a crucifix, a Venus with Our Lady, a Cupid near St. Michael, and a pair of beads hanging on Mercury's caduceus. You are like the young men who came to Jesus and whom Jesus loved, for you have great possessions. You have been taught all that men desire to know, and are accomplished in all that makes life delightful. You have the knowledge of the past, and know the reality of men's power and wisdom and beauty, which they possess of themselves and did possess in the old classic times. You have culled of the tree of knowledge, and know good and evil. Yea, the good that belongs to this world and is part of it, and the strength and wisdom and beauty of the children of this world, yea, and the evil and ignorance and folly of the children of light. Let us grant, I am willing to grant, that Plato has a purer spiritual instinct than St. Paul. I will grant that Lucretius has the wisdom of this world with him, ay, and its alluring tongue. Paul did not desire a spiritual insight, he wanted Jesus. You stand as a god, free to choose. On the one hand, you have the delights of reason and of intellect, the beauty of that wonderful creation which God made, yet did not keep, the charms of divine philosophy, and the enticements of the poet's art. On the other side, Jesus. You know him and have seen him. I need say no more of his perfections. I do not speak to you as I might speak to others of penalties and sufferings hereafter, in which probably you do not believe, nor do I speak to you as I might to others of evidences that our faith is true, of proofs that hereafter we shall walk with Christ and the saints in glory. I am willing to grant you that it may be that we are mistaken, that in the life to come we may find we have been deceived, nay, that Jesus himself is in a different station and position to what we preach. This is nothing to your purpose. To those who know him as you know him, and have seen him as you have, better Jesus, beaten and defeated, than all the universe besides, triumphing and crowned. I offer to you nothing but the alternative which every man sooner or later must place before himself. Shall he turn a deaf ear to the voice of reason, and lay himself open only to the light of faith, or shall he let human wisdom and human philosophy break up this light as through a glass, and please himself with the varied colors upon the path of life? Every man must choose. and having chosen, it is futile to lament and regret. He must abide by his choice and by the different fruit it brings. You wish this life's wisdom and to walk with Christ as well, and you are your own witness that it cannot be. The two cannot walk together, as you have found. To you especially this is the great test and trial that Christ expects of you to the very full. We of this religious order have given ourselves to learning, as you know, nay, in former years to that pagan learning which is so attractive to you, though of late years we devote ourselves to producing editions of the Fathers of the Church. But even this you must keep yourself from. To most men this study is no temptation, to you it is fatal. I put before you your life, with no false coloring, no tampering with the truth. Come with me to Douay. You shall enter our house according to the strictest rule. You shall engage in no study that is any delight or effort to the intellect, but you shall teach the smallest children in the schools, and visit the poorest people, and perform the duties of the household, and all for Christ. I promise you on the faith of a gentleman and a priest, I promise you, for I have no shade of doubt, that in this path you shall find the satisfaction of the heavenly walk. You shall walk with Jesus day by day, growing ever more and more like to him, and your path without the least fall or deviation shall lead more and more into the light until you come unto the perfect day. And on your deathbed, the deathbed of a saint, the vision of the smile of God shall sustain you, and Jesus himself shall meet you at the gates of eternal life. Every word that Cressy spoke went straight to Inglesant's conviction, and no single word jarred upon his taste. He implicitly believed that what the Benedictine offered him he should find. There was no doubt, could be no doubt, that it was by such choice as this that such men as Cressy gained for themselves a power in the heavenly warfare, and not only attained to the heavenly walk themselves, but moved the earth to its foundations and drew thousands into the ranks of Christ. He saw the choice before him fairly, as Cressy had said, and indeed it was not for the first time. Then his mind went back to his old master, and to that school where no such thing as this was required of him, and yet the heavenly light offered to him as freely as by this man. The sermon of the night before came into his mind again. Surely where such doctrine as that was preached, might he not find rest? It was true that his coming there and his confession closed his lips before Cressy, but might he not have been too hasty? Life was not yet over with him. Perchance he might yet find what he sought in some other way. He saw the path of perfect self-denial open before him, renunciation not of pleasure, nor even of the world, but of himself, of his intellect, of his very life, and distinctly of his free choice. He refused it. This only may be said for him. He was convinced that every word the Benedictine had said to him was true, that in the life he offered him he should follow and find the Lord. But he was not equally convinced that it was the will of Christ that he should accept this life and should follow and find him in this way and in no other. Had he been as clear as of this, as of the truth of Cressy's words, then indeed would his turning away have been a clear denial of Jesus Christ. But it was the voice of Cressy that spoke to him, and not the voice of Christ. It came to him with a conviction and a power all but irresistible, but it failed to carry with it the absolute conviction of the heavenly call. How could it? The heavenly call itself must speak very loud before it silences and convinces the unwilling heart. He rose from his seat before the monk, and looking sadly down upon him, he said, I believe all that you say and all that you promise, and that the heavenly walk lies before me in the road that you have pointed out, but I cannot follow it. It is too straight. I return your kindness and your plainness with words equally plain, and while you think of me as lost and unworthy, it may be some well-earned satisfaction to you to remember that none ever spoke truer or nobler or kinder words to any man than you have spoken to me. I do not look on you as lost, Mr. Inglesant, far from it, said Cressy, rising as he spoke. I expect you will yet witness a good confession for Christ in the world and in the court. But I believe you have had today a more excellent way shown you, which but for the trammels of your birth and training you might have had grace to walk in, for your own exceeding blessedness and the greater glory of the Lord Christ. I wish you every benediction of this life and of the next, and I shall remember you at the altar as a young man who came to Jesus and whom Jesus loves. Inglesant took his leave of him and left the monastery. He came away very sorrowful from Serenus to Cressy. Whether he also at the same time was turning away from Jesus Christ, who can tell? The next day the Jesuit arrived in Paris. End of section 28.
Section 29. of John Inglesant, A Romance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. John Inglesant, A Romance by Joseph Henry Shorthouse. Chapter 20. Inglesant was much struck with the change in the Jesuit's appearance. He was worn and thin, and looked discouraged and depressed. He was evidently extremely pleased to see his pupil again, and his manner was affectionate and even respectful. He appeared shaken and nervous, and Inglesant fancied that he was rather shy of meeting him. But if so, it soon passed off under the influence of the cordial greeting with which he was received. To Inglesant's inquiry as to where he had been, the Jesuit answered that it did not matter. He had succeeded very imperfectly in his mission, whatever it had been. He asked Inglesant whether he had met with Sir Kenelm Digby, or heard anything of him. In reply to which Inglesant told him the reports which he had heard concerning him. "He is mad," said the Jesuit, "and he is not the less dangerous. He was sent to Rome by the Queen, where he made great mischief, and offended the Pope by his insolence. He has sided with the Parliament in England, and is engaged on a scheme to persuade Cromwell to recall the king, and seat him on the throne as an elective monarch. The Queen does not wish to break with him altogether, both because he has great influence with some powerful Catholics, and because, if nothing better can be done, she would perforce accept the elective monarchy for her son. But the scheme is chimerical, and will come to nothing. Cromwell intends the crown for himself. You see, Johnny," continued St. Clair with a smile, "all our plans have failed. The English Church is destroyed, and those Catholics who always opposed it are thought much of at Rome now, and carry all before them. I have not altered my opinion, however, and I shall die in the same. But we must wait. I do not wish to influence you any more, nor to involve you any longer in any schemes of mine. But the Queen wants you to go as an agent to Rome in her behalf, and it would be of great service to me and to any plans which I may in future have, if I had such a friend and correspondent as yourself in that city. If you have no other plans, I do not see that you should do much better than go. You shall have much introductions to my friends there, cardinals and great men, that you may live during your stay in the best company and luxury and without expense. One of my friends is the Cardinal Renusini, the brother of the legate, the Bishop of Fermo, whom you met in Ireland, and who, by and the by, was much impressed with you. You cannot fail to make friends with many who will have it in their power to be of great use to you, and you may establish yourself in some lucrative post, either as a layman, or, if you choose to take orders, as a priest. You will believe me, also, when I say, what I say to very few, that I am under obligations to you which I can never repay, and nothing will give me greater pleasure than to see you rich and prosperous, and admired and powerful in the Roman court. You have the qualities and the experience to command success. You will be backed by the whole power of my friends, with whom to make your fortune will be the work of an after-dinner's talk. You will see Italy, and delight yourself in the sight of all those places and antiquities of which we have so often talked. And with your cultivated and religious tastes you will enter, with the most perfect advantage, into that magic world of sight and sound which the churches and sacred services in Rome present to the devout. I cannot see that you can do better than go." Inglesant sat looking at the Jesuit with a singular expression in his eyes, which the latter did not understand. Yes, surely it was a very different offer from that of Serenus de Cressy. Yet Inglesant did not delay to answer from any indecision. From the moment the Jesuit began to speak, he knew that he should go. But he took a kind of melancholy pleasure in contrasting the two paths, the two men, the different choice they offered him, and in reading a half-sad, half-sarcastic commentary on himself. After a minute or two, he said, "I thank you much for your goodwill and quite undeserved patronage. It is by far too good an offer to be refused, and I gladly accept it. You know, doubtless, what has happened to me, especially within those last few days, and that I have no friend left on earth save yourself. Such a journey as that which you propose to me will, at least, distract my thoughts from such a melancholy fate as mine." "I knew of your brother's murder," said the Jesuit. "I have heard of the man before, one of those utterly lost and villainous natures which no country but Italy ever produced. Do you wish to seek him?" Inglesant told him that one of the principal objects in staying in Paris was to seek his assistance for that purpose, and that he felt it was a sacred duty, which he owed to his brother, and his murderer should not escape unpunished. "I have no doubt I can learn where he is," said the other, "but I do not well see what you can do when you have found him, unless it happens to be in a place where you have powerful friends. It is true that he is so generally known and hated in Italy that you might easily get help in punishing him should you meet him there, but he is hardly liking to return to his native country except for some powerful reason." "If I can do nothing else," said Inglesant bitterly, "I can tell him who I am and shoot him dead, or run him through the body. He murdered my brother just as he had come back to me in prison and alone, and was a loving friend and brother to me, and would have been through life. Do you suppose that I should spare him, or that any amount will be so delightful to me as the one in which I see him bleed to death at my feet, as I saw my poor brother struck by his hand, as he shall be by mine?" The Jesuit looked at Inglesant with surprise. The terrible earnestness of the manner, and the unrelenting and grim pleasure he seemed to take at the prospect of revenge, seemed so inconsistent with the refined and religious tone of his ordinary character, approaching almost to weakness. But the next moment he thought, "Why should I wonder at it? The man who has gone through what he did without flinching must have a strength of purpose about him far other than some might think." He said aloud, "Well, I doubt not I can find him. He is well known in France, in Spain, and in Italy, and if he goes to Germany he can be traced. But what was the other sad misfortune you spoke of? Something within the last few days, you said?" Inglesant had been looking fixedly before him ever since he had last spoken, with a steady blank expression which, since his imprisonment, his face sometimes wore, part of a certain wildness in his look which bespoke a mind ill at ease and a confused brain. He was following up his prey to the death. He started at the Jesuit's question and seemed to recollect with an effort. Then he said, "Mary Colette died at the convent of the nuns of the last week. I only found her out the night before." And as he spoke, the contrast arose in his mind and the deathbed of the saint-like girl, and the Italian's bleeding body struck down by his revenge. The footsteps of the Saviour he had promised his friend to follow surely could not lead him to such a scene as that. If this were the first fruits of his refusal to follow Serenus de Cressy, surely he must also have turned his back on Christ himself. He covered his face with his hands, and the Jesuit saw that he wept. He supposed it was simply from grief at the death of his friend, and he was surprised at the strength of his attachment. Like others, he had thought Inglesant's love a rather cool and platonic passion. "I always thought him one of those nice and coy lovers," he said to himself, "who always observe some defect in the thing they love, which weakens their passion, and shows them that the reality is so much inferior to their idea that they easily desist from their enterprise, and vanish as if they had not so much intention to love as to vanish, and had more shame to have begun their courtship than purpose to continue it. He must be shaken by his suffering and by his brother's death. He waited a few moments, and then spoke to Inglesant about his health, and his brother's death, and of his imprisonment. He spoke to him of the late king, and of his distress at the necessity under which he lay of denying Inglesant's commission. And he said many other things calculated to cheer his friend and please his self-regard. Inglesant listened to him, not without pleasure, but he said little. An idea had taken possession of his mind, which he carried with him into Italy, and for long afterwards. He was more than half convinced that, in rejecting Cressy's advice, he had turned his back on Christ, and he was the more confirmed in this belief because never had the image of the Italian, nor the desire of revenge, taken so strong a hold upon the imagination as now. It occurred to his excited imagination that Christ had deserted him, and the fiend taken possession, and that the course and intention of the latter would be to lure him on, by such images, to some terrible and lonely place where the Italian and he together should be involved in one common ghastly deed of crime, one common and eternal ruin. The sense of having had a great act of self-denial placed before him and leaving refused it, no doubt weighed down and blunted his conscience, and once placed, as he half thought, upon the downward path, nothing seemed before him but the gradual descent, adorned at first by some poor show of gaudy flowers, but ending speedily. For there was no self-delusion to such a nature as his, which had tasted of the heavenly food, in miserable and filthy mire, where, loathing himself and despised by others, nothing awaited him but eternal death. He answered the Jesuit almost mechanically, and, on parting from him at night, promised indifferently to accompany him on the morrow to an audience with the Queen. End of section 29. Read by Elijah Fisher. Section 30 of John Inglesant, A Romance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. John Inglesant, A Romance. By Joseph Henry Shorthouse. Chapter 21. Part 1. Inglesant traveled to Marseilles, and by packet boat to Genoa. The beauty of the approach by sea to the city, and the lovely gardens and the country round, gave him the greatest delight. The magnificent streets of palaces, mostly of marble, and the thronged public places, the galleries of paintings, and the museums, filled his mind with astonishment, and the entrance into Italy, wonderful as he had expected it to be, surpassed his anticipation. He stayed some time in Genoa, to one or more of the Jesuit fathers in which city he had letters. Under the guidance of these cultivated men, he commenced an education in art, such as in these days can be scarcely understood. From his coming into Italy, a new life had dawned upon him in the music of that country. Fascinated as he had always been with the church music at London and Oxford, for several years he had been cut off from all such enjoyment, and, at its best, it was the prelude to what he heard now. For whole hours he would remain on his knees at Mass, lost and wondering in that strange world of infinite variety, the Mass music, so various in its phases, yet with a monotone of pathos through it all. The musical parties were also a great pleasure. He played the violin a little in England, and rapidly improved by the excellent tuition he met with here. He became, however, a proficient in what the Italians called the viola d'amore, a treble viol, strung with wire, which attracted him by its soft and sweet tone. Amid a concord of sweet sounds, within hearings of the splash of fountains, and surrounded by the rich colors of an Italian interior, the young Englishman found himself in a new world of delight. At the very soul of music, at one moment merry, and the next mad with passion and delightful pain, uttered itself in the long-continued tremor of the violins. It took possession in all its power of Inglesant's spirit. The whole of life is recited upon the plaintive strings, and by their mysterious effect upon the brain fibers. Men are brought into sympathy with life in all its forms, from the gay promise of its morning sunrise to the silence of its gloomy night. From Genoa he went to Siena, where he stayed some time, the dialect here being held to be very pure, and fit for foreigners to accustom themselves to. He spoke Italian before with sufficient ease, and associating with several of the religious in this city, he soon acquired the language perfectly. There can be nothing more delightful than the first few days of life in Italy, in the company of polished and congenial men. Inglesant enjoyed life at Siena very much. The beautiful, clean town, all marble and polished brick, the shining walls and pavement softened and shaded by gardens and creeping vines, the piazza and fountains, the cool retired walks with distant prospects, the Duomo, within and without of polished marble, inexpressibly beautiful, with its exceeding sweet music and well-tuned organs, the libraries full of objects of the greatest interest, the statues and antiquities everywhere interspersed. The summer and winter passed over, and he was still in Siena, and seemed loath to leave. He associated mostly with the ecclesiastes, to whom he had brought letters of introduction, for he was more anxious at first to become acquainted with the country and its treasures of art and literature than to make many acquaintances. He kept himself so close and studious that he met with no adventures, such as most travellers, especially those who abandoned themselves to the dissolute courses of the country, meet with, courses which were said at that time to be able to make a devil out of a saint. He saw nothing of the religious system but what was excellent and delightful, seeing everything through the medium of his friends. He read all the Italian literature that was considered necessary for a gentleman to be acquainted with, and, though the learning of the fathers was not what it had been a century ago, he still found several to whom he could talk of his favorite Lucretius, and of the divine lessons of Plato. When he had spent some time in this way in Italy, and considered himself fitted to associate with the inhabitants generally, the Benedictines took Inglesant to visit the family of Cardinal Chigi, who was afterwards Pope, and who was a native of Siena. The cardinal himself was in Rome, but his brother, Don Mario, received Inglesant politely and introduced him to his son, Don Flavio, and to two of his nephews. With one of these, Don Agostino di Chigi, Inglesant became very intimate, and spent much of his time at his house. In this family he learnt much of the state of parties in Rome, and was advised in what way to comport himself when he should come there. The Cardinal Penzio, who, with the Cardinal Patron Pamphilio, had lately been in great esteem, had just died, having weakened his health by his continued application to business, and the Pope had appointed Cardinal Chigi his successor at first Secretary of State. The Pope's sister-in-law, Donna Olympia Maladacini, was supposed to be banished, but many thought this was only a political retreat, and that sight still directed the affairs of the papacy. At any rate, she soon returned to Rome and to power. This extraordinary woman, whose loves and intrigues were enacted on the stage in Protestant countries, was the sister-in-law of the Pope, and was said to live with him in criminal correspondence, and to have charmed him by some secret incantation. the incantation of a strong woman over a weak and criminal man. For a long time she had abused her authority in the most scandalous manner, and exerted her unbounded ascendancy over the Pope to gratify her avarice and ambition, which was as unbounded as her power. She disposed of all benefices, which she kept vacant till she was fully informed of their value. She exacted 1/3 of the entire value of all offices, receiving 12 years' value for an office for life. She gave audience upon public affairs, enacted new laws, abrogated those of former popes, and sat in council with the Pope with bundles of memorials in her hands. Several satires were daily pasted on the statue of Pasquin at Rome. Yet it seemed so incredible that Cardinal Panziarolo, backed though he was by the cardinal nephew, should be able to overthrow the power of this woman by a representation he was said to have made to the Pope. That when Innocent at length, with great reluctance, banished Olympia, most persons supposed it was only a temporary piece of policy. The Chigi were at this time living in Siena, in great simplicity at their house in the Strada Romana, and in 1 or 2 small villas in the neighborhood. But they were of an ancient and noble family of this place, and were held in great esteem, and were all of them men of refinement and carefully educated. They had made considerable figure in Rome during the pontificate of Julius II, but afterwards meeting with misfortunes were obliged to return to Siena, where they had continued to reside ever since. At this time there was no idea that the cardinal of this house would be the next pope, and though well acquainted with the politics of Rome, the family occupied themselves mostly with other and more innocent amusements, in the arrangement of their gardens and estates, in the duties of hospitality, and in artistic, literary, and antiquarian pursuits. The University and College of Siena had produced many excellent scholars and several popes, and the city itself was full of remains of antique art, and was adorned with many modern works of great beauty, the productions of that school which takes its name from the town. Among such scenes as these, and with such companions, Inglesant's time passed so pleasantly that he was in no hurry to go on to Rome. The country about the city was celebrated for hunting, and the wild boar and the stag afforded excellent and exciting, if sometimes dangerous, sport. Amid the beautiful valleys, rich with vineyards, and overlooked by rocky hills and castled summits, were scenes fitted both for pleasure and sport, and the hunting gave place, often and in a moment, to al fresco banquets, and conversations and pleasant dalliance with the ladies by the cool shade near some fountain, or under some overarching rock. Under the influence of these occupations, so various and so attractive both to the mind and body, and thanks to so many novel objects and continual change of scene, Inglesant's health rapidly improved, and his mind recovered much of the calm and cheerfulness which were natural to it. He thought little of the Italian, and the terrible thoughts with which he had conducted him were for the time almost forgotten, though, from time to time, when any accident recalled the circumstances to his recollections, they returned upon his spirits with a melancholy effect. The first that these gloomy thoughts overpowered him since his arrival at Siena was on the following occasion. He had been hunting with a party of friends in the valley of Montalcino, one day in early autumn. The weather previously had been wet, and the rising sun had drawn upward masses of white vapor, which wreathed the green foliage and the vine slopes, where the vintage was going on, and concealed from sight the hills on every side. A pale golden light pervaded every place, and gave mystery and beauty to the meanest cottages and farm-sheds. The party, having missed the stag, stopped at a small osteria at the foot of a sloping hill, and Inglesant and another gentleman wandered up into the vineyard that sloped upwards behind the house. As they went up, the vines became gradually visible out of this silvery mist, and figures of peasant men and women moved about, vague and half-bidden, until they were close to them. Pigeons and doves flew in and out. Inglesant's friend stopped to speak to some of the peasant girls, but Inglesant himself, tempted by the pleasing mystery that the mountain slope, apparently full of hidden and beautiful life, presented, wandered on, gradually climbing higher and higher till he had left the vintage far below him and heard no sound but that of the grasshoppers among the grass and the olive trees, and the distant laugh of the villagers, or now and then the music of a hunting horn which one of the party below was blowing for his own amusement. The mist was now so thick that he could see nothing, and it was by chance that he even kept the ascending path. The hill was rocky here and there, but for the most part was covered with short grass, cropped by the goats, which Inglesant started as he came unexpectedly upon them in the mist. Suddenly, after some quarter of an hour's climbing, he came out of the mist in a moment, and stood under a perfectly clear sky open, the summit of the hill. The blue vault stretched above him, without a cloud, all right with the morning sun. At his feet the grassy hilltop sparkling in dew, not yet dried up, and the vocal with grasshoppers, not yet silenced by the heat. The hilltop rose like an island out of a sea of vapor, seething and rolling round in misty waves, and lighted with prismatic colors of every hue. Out of the sea, here and there, other hilltops, on which goats were browsing, lay beneath the serene heaven, and rocky points and summits far higher than these reflected back the sun. He would have seemed to stand above all human conversation and walks of men if every now and then some break in the mist had not taken place, opening glimpses of landscapes and villages far below, and also the sound of bells and the music of the horn came up fitfully through the mist. Why, he did not know, but as he gazed on this, the most wonderful and beautiful sight he had ever seen, the recollection of Serenus de Cressy returned upon his mind with intense vividness, and the contrast between the life he was leading in Italy, amid every delight of mind and sense, and the life the Benedictine had offered him in vain, smote upon his conscience with terrible force. Upon the lonely mountain top, beneath the serene silence, he threw himself upon the turf, and, overwhelmed with a sudden passion, repented that he had been born. Amid the extraordinary loveliness, the most gloomy thoughts took possession of him, and the fiend seemed to stand upon the smiling mount and claim him for himself. So palpably did the consciousness of his choice, worldly as he thought it, cause the presence of evil to appear, that in heavenly solitude he looked round for the murderer of his brother. The moment appeared to him, for an instant, to be one appointed for the consummation of his guilt. The horn blew sounding the recall drew his mind out of this terrible reverie, and he came down the hill, from which the mist was gradually clearing as in a dream. He rejoiced his company, who remarked the wild expression of his face. His old disease, in fact, never entirely left him. He walked often as in a dream, and when the fit was upon him, could never discern the real and the unreal. He knew that terrible feeling when the world and all its objects are slipping away, when the brain reels and seems only to be kept fixed and steady by a violent exertion of the will, and the mind is confused and perplexed in thoughts which it cannot grasp, and is full of fancies of vague duties and acts which it cannot perform, though it is convinced that they are all important to be done. The Cheeky family knew of Inglesant's past life, and of his acquaintance with the Archbishop of Fermo, the Pope's nuncio, and they advised him to make the acquaintances of his brother, the Cardinal Rinuccini, before going to Rome. If you go to Rome in his train, or have him for a patron on your arrival, you will start in a much better position than if you entered the city in an entire stranger. And the present is not a very favorable time for going to Rome. The Pope is not expected to live very long. Donna Olympia and the Pamphili, or pretended Pamphili, or the cardinal nephew, is not a Pamphili at all, are securing what they can, using every moment to enrich themselves while they have the power. The moment the Pope dies, they fall, and with them all who have been connected with them. It is therefore useless to go to Rome at the present, except at a private person to see the city, and this you can do better in the suit of the cardinal than in any other way. You may wonder that we do not offer to introduce you to our uncle, to the Cardinal Chigi, but we had rather that you should come to Rome at first under the patronage of another. You will understand more of our reasons before long. Meanwhile, we will write to our uncle respecting you, and you may be sure that he will promote your interest as much as is in his power. The Cardinal Rinuccini was at that time believed to be at his own villa, situated in a village some distance from Florence to the north, and Don Agostino offered to accompany Inglesant so far on his journey. This ride, though a short one, was very pleasant and endeared the two men to each other more than ever, they themselves on the route. Indeed, they travelled so leisurely that they were very nearly being too late for their purpose. On their arrival at the last stage before reaching Florence, they stopped for the night at a small osteria, and had no sooner taken up their quarters than a large train arrived at the inn, and, on their inquiry, they were informed it was the Cardinal Rinuccini himself on his way to Rome. They immediately sent their names to his Eminence, saying that he had been coming to pay their respects to him, and offering to resign their apartment, which was the best in the house. The cardinal, who travelled in great state, with his four-post bed and furniture of all kinds with him, returned a message that he could not disturb them in their room, that he remembered Mr. Inglesant's name in some letters from his brother, and that he should be honoured by their company to supper. The best that the village could afford was placed on the cardinal's table, and their host entertained the two young men with great courtesy. He was descended from a noble family in Florence, which boasted among its members Octavio Rinuccini, the poet, who came to Paris in the suit of Marie de Medicis, and is said by some to have been the inventor of the opera. Besides the Pope's legate, another brother of the cardinal's, Thomas Battista Rinuccini, was great chamberlain to the Grand Duke of Tuscany. All the brothers had been carefully educated and were men of literary tastes, but while the archbishop had devoted himself mostly to politics, the cardinal had confined himself almost entirely to literary pursuits. He owed his cardinal's hat to the Grand Duke, and who was extremely partial to him and promoted his interests in every way. He was a man of profound learning and an enthusiastic admirer of antiquity, but was also an acute logician and theologian, and perfectly well read in church history and in the controversy of the century, both in theology and philosophy. Before the end of supper, Inglesant found that he was acquainted with the writings of Hobbes, whom he had met in Italy, and of whom he acquired with interest as soon as he found Inglesant had been acquainted with him. End of section 30. Read by Elijah Fisher. Section 31 of John Inglesant, A Romance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. John Inglesant, A Romance, by Joseph Henry Shorthouse. Chapter 21, Part 2. The following morning the cardinal expressed his sorrow that the business which took him to Rome was of so important a nature that it obliged him to proceed without delay. He approved of the advice that Inglesant had already received, and recommended him to proceed to Florence with Don Agostino, as he was so near, so that he might not have his journey for nothing, and might see the city under very favourable circumstances. Inglesant was the more ready to agree to this, as he wished to see as much of Italy as he could, unshackled by the company of the great, which, in the uncertain state of health, both of his body and mind, was inexpressibly burdensome to him. He had already seen in this last journey a great deal of the distress and bad government which prevailed everywhere, and he wished to make himself acquainted, in some measure, with the causes of this distress before going to Rome. As he rode through the beautiful plains, he had been astonished at the few inhabitants, and at the wretchedness of the view. Italy had suffered greatly in her commerce by the introduction of Indian silks into Europe. Some of her most flourishing cities had been depopulated, their nobles ruined, and long streets of neglected palaces, deserted and left in magnificent decay, presented a melancholy though romantic spectacle. But bad government, and the oppression and waste caused by the accumulated wealth and idleness of the innumerable religions orders, had more to do in running the prosperity of the country than any commercial changes, and proofs of this fact met the traveller's eye on every hand. It seemed to Inglesant that it was very necessary that he should satisfy himself upon some of these points before becoming involved in any political action in the country, and he shrank from entering Rome at present, and from attaching himself to any great man or any party. In a country where the least false step is fatal, and may plunge a man in irretrievable ruin, or consign him to the dungeons of the Holy Office, it is certainly prudent in a stranger to be wary of his first steps. Having communicated these resolutions to his friend, the two young men, on their arrival at Florence, took lodgings privately in the Piazza del Santo Spirito, and occupied their first time for some days in viewing the city, and visiting the churches and museums, as though they had been simply travelers from curiosity. Inglesant believed the Italian to be in Rome, which was a farther reason for delaying his journey there. He believed that he was going to engage in some terrible conflict, and he wished to prepare himself by an acquaintance with every form of life in this strange country. This singular scenes that strike a stranger in Italy, the religious processions, the character and habits of the poorer classes, their ideas of moral obligation, their ecclesiastical and legal government, all appeared to him of importance to his future fate. As he was perfectly unacquainted with the person of his enemy, there was a sort of vague expectation, not to say dread, always present to his mind, for though he fancied that it would be in Rome that he should find the Italian, yet it was not all the impossible that at any moment it might be in Florence, or in the open country he might be the object of a murderous attack. His person was doubtless known to the murderer of his brother, and he thus walked everywhere in the full light, while his enemy was hidden in the dark. These ideas were seldom absent from his mind, and the image of the murderer was almost constantly before his eyes. Often, as some marked figure crossed his path, he started and watched the retreating form, wondering whether the object of his morbid dread was before him. Often, as the uncovered corpse was borne along the streets, the thought struck him that perhaps his fear and his search were alike needless, and that before him on the bier, harmless and strewn with flowers, lay his terrible foe. These thoughts naturally prevented his engaging unrestrainedly in the pursuits of his age and rank, and he often let Don Agostino go alone into the gay society which was open to them in Florence. In pursuit of his intention, Inglesant took every opportunity, without incurring remark, of associating with the lower orders, and learning their habits, traditions, and tone of thought. He chose streets which led through the poorer parts of the town, and passing from one part to another, and in this way, and in the course of his visits to different churches and religious houses, he was able to converse with the common people without attracting attention. In excursions into the country, whether on parties of pleasure or for sport, he was also able to throw himself in the same way among the peasantry. Under the pretense of shooting quails, he passed several days in more than one country village, and had become acquainted with several of the cures, from whom he gained much information respecting the habits of the people, and of their ideas of crime and of lawful revenge. One of these cures, a man of penetration and intellect, strongly advised him to see Venus before he went to Rome. Venus, he said to him, is the sink of all wickedness, and, as such, it is desirable that you should see the people there, and mix with them. Besides, as such, it is not at all unlikely that the men you seek may be found there. What is the cause of this wickedness? Asked Inglesant. There are several causes, replied the priest. One is that the holy office there is under the control of the state, and is therefore almost always powerless. Wickedness and license of all kinds are therefore unrestrained. Inglesant mentioned this advice to John Agostino, and his desire to proceed to Venus. But as the other was unwilling to leave Florence till the termination of the carnival, which was now approaching, he was obliged to postpone his intention for some weeks. On one of the opening days of the carnival, Inglesant had accompanied Don Agostino to a magnificent supper given by the Grand Duke at his villa and gardens at the Poggio Imperiale, some distance outside the Romana gate. Inglesant had succeeded in throwing off for a time his gloomy thoughts and had taken his share in the gaiety of the festival. But the effort and the excitement had produced a reaction, and towards morning he had succeeded in detaching himself from the company, many of whom, the banquet being over, were strolling in the lovely gardens in the cool air which preceded dawn, and he returned alone to the city. As this was his frequent custom, his absence did not surprise Don Agostino, who scarcely noticed his friend's eccentricities. End of section 31. Read by Elijah Fisher.
Section 32 of John Inglesant, A Romance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. John Inglesant, A Romance by Joseph Henry Shorthouse. Chapter 21, Part 3. When Inglesant reached Florence, the sun had scarcely risen, and in the miraculously clear and solemn light, the countless pinnacles and marble fronts of the wonderful city rose with sharp colour and outline into the sky. It lay with the country round it, studded with the lines of cypress and encompassed by the massy hills, silent as the grave and lovely as paradise. And ever and anon, as it lay in the morning light, a breeze from the mountains passed over it, rustling against the marble facades and through the belfries of its towers, like the whisper of a god. Now and again, clear and sharp in the liquid air, the musical bells of the campanile rang out the time. The cool expanse of the gardens, the country walk, the pure air, and the silent city seemed to him to chide and reprove the license and gaiety of the night. Excited by the events of the carnival, his mind and imagination were in that state in which, from the inward fancy, phantoms are projected upon the real stage of life, and playing their fantastic parts, react upon the excited sense, producing conduct which, in turn, is real in its result. As Inglesant entered the city and turned into one of the narrow streets leading up from the Arno, the market people were already entering by the gates and thronging up with their wares to the piazza and the markets. Carpenters were already at work on the scaffolds and other preparations for the concluding festivals of the Carnival. But all these people and all their actions and even the sounds that they produced wore that unreal and unsubstantial aspect which the very early morning light casts upon everything. As Inglesant ascended the narrow street between the white stone houses which set off the brilliant blue above, several porters and country women carrying huge baskets and heaps of country produce ascended with him or passed him as he loitered along, and other more idle and equivocal persons who were just awake looked out upon him from doorways and corners as he passed. He had on a gala dress of silk somewhat disordered by the night and by his walk, and must have appeared a suitable object for the lawless attempts of the ladroni of a great city, but his appearance was probably not sufficiently helpless to encourage attack. Halfway up the street, at the corner of a house, stood an image of the Virgin, round which the villagers stopped for a moment, as much to rest as to pay their devotions. As Inglesant stopped also, he noticed an old man of a wretched and abject demeanour, leaning against the wall of the house, as though scarcely able to stand, and looking eagerly at some of the provisions which were carried past him. True to his custom, Inglesant, when he had given him some small coin as an alms, began to speak to him. "You have carried many such loads as these, father, I doubt not, in your time, though it must be a light one now." "I'm past carrying even myself," said the other in a weak and whining voice, "but I have not carried loads all my life. I have kept a shop on the Goldsmith's Bridge, and have lived at my ease. Now I have nothing left me but the sun, and the cool shade." "Yours is a hard fate." "It is a hard and miserable world, and yet I love it. It has done me nothing but evil, and yet I watch it and seek out what it does, and listen to what goes on, just as if I thought to hear of any good fortune likely to come to me. Foolish old man that I am, what is it to me what people say or do, or who dies, or who is married, and why should I come out here to see the market people pass, and climb the street to hear of the murder that was done here last night, and look at the body that lies in the room above?" "What murder?" said Inglesant. "Who was murdered, and by whom?" "He is a foreigner, they say, an Inglese, a traveller here merely. Who murdered him I know not, though they do say that too." "Where is the body?" said Inglesant. "Let us go up." And he gave the old man another small coin. The old man looked at him for a moment with a peculiar expression. "Better not, signor," he said. "Better go home." "Do not fear for me," said Inglesant. "I bear a charmed life. No steel can touch me, nor any bullet hurt me, till my hour comes, and my hour is not yet." The old man led the way to an open door, carved with tracery and foliaged work, and they ascended a flight of stairs. It was one of those houses so common in Italian towns, whose plain and massive exterior, pierced with few and narrow windows, gives no idea of the size and splendour of the rooms within. When they reached the top of the stairs, Inglesant saw that the house had once, and probably not long before, been the residence of some person of wealth. They passed through several rooms with carved chimney-pieces and cornices, and here and there even some massive piece of furniture still remained. From the windows that opened on the inner side, Inglesant could see the tall cypresses of a garden, and hear the splash of fountains. But the house had fallen from its high estate, and was now evidently used for the vilest purposes. After passing 2 or 3 rooms, they reached an upper hall, or dining room, of considerable length, and painted in fresco, apparently of some merit. A row of windows on the left opened on the garden, from which the sound of voices and laughter came up. The room was bare of furniture, except towards the upper end, where was a small and shattered table, upon which the body of the murdered man was laid. Inglesant went up and stood by its side. There was no doubt whose countryman he had been. The fair English boy, scarcely bordering upon manhood, the heir probably of bright hopes, travelling with a careless or incompetent tutor, lay upon the small table, his long hair glistening in the sunlight, his face peaceful and smiling as in sleep. The fatal rapier thrust, marked by the stain upon the clothes, was the sole sign that his mother, waking up probably at that moment in distant England, with his image in her heart, was bereaved for ever of her boy. Inglesant stood silent a few moments, looking sadly down. That other terrible figure upon the white hearthstone was so constantly in his mind that this one so like it scarcely could be said to recall the image of his murdered brother. But the whole scene certainly strengthened his morbid fancy, and it seemed to him that he was on the footsteps of the murderer, and that his fate was drawing near. "His steps are still in blood," he said aloud, "and it is warm. He cannot be far off." He turned as he spoke to look for the old man, but he was gone, and in his place a ghastly figure met Inglesant's glance. Standing about 3 feet from the table, a little behind Inglesant, and also looking fixedly at the murdered boy, was the figure of a corpse. The face was thin and fearfully white, and the whole figure was wrapped and swathed in grave clothes, somewhat disordered and loosened, so as to give play to the limbs. This form took no notice of the other's presence, but continued to gaze at the body with its pallid, ghastly face. Inglesant scarcely started. Nothing could seem more strange and unreal to him than what was passing on every side. That the dead should return and stand by him seemed to him not more fearful and unreal than all the rest. Suddenly the corpse turned its eyes upon Inglesant and regarded him with a fixed and piercing glance. "You spoke of the author of this deed as though you knew him," it said. "I'm on the track of a murderer, and my fate is urging me on. It seems to me that I see his bloody steps." "This was no murder," said the corpse in an irritated and impatient voice. "It was a chance melee, and an unfortunate and unhappy thrust. We do not even know the name of the man who lies there. Are you the avenger of blood, that you see murder at every step?" "I am in truth the avenger of blood," said Inglesant in a low and melancholy voice. "Would I were not." The corpse continued to look at Inglesant fixedly, and would have spoken, but the voices which had been heard in the garden now seemed to come nearer, and hurried steps approached the room. The laughter that Inglesant had heard was stilled, and deep and solemn voices strove together, and one above the rest said, "Bring up the murderer." The corpse turned round impatiently, and the next moment, from a small door which opened on a covered balcony and outside staircase to the garden, there came hurriedly in a troop of the most strange and fantastic figures that the eye could rest upon. Angels and demons and savage men in lions' skins, and men with the heads of beasts and birds, swarmed tumultuously in, dragging with them an unfortunate being in his night clothes, and apparently just out of bed, whom they urged on with blows. This man, who was only half awake, was evidently in the extremity of terror, and looked upon himself as already in the place of eternal torment. He addressed now one and now another of his tormentors, as well as he could find breath, in the most abject terms, endeavouring in the most ludicrous manner to choose the titles and epithets to address them most in accordance with the individual appearance that the spectre he entreated wore to his dazzled eyes, whether a demon or an angel, a savage or a man-beast. When he saw the murdered man and the terrible figure that stood by Inglesant, he nearly fainted with terror, but on many voices demanding loudly that he should be brought in contact with the body of his victim, he recovered a little, and recognizing in Inglesant at least a being of an earthly sphere, and by his dress a man of rank, he burst from his tormentors, and throwing himself at his feet, he entreated his protection, assuring him that he had been guilty of no murder, having just been dragged from a sound sleep, and being even ignorant that a murder had been committed. Inglesant took little notice of him, but the corpse interposed between the man and the fantastic crew. It was still apparently in a very bad humour, especially with Inglesant, and said imperiously, "We have enough and too much of this foolery. Have not some of you done enough mischief for one night? This gentleman says he is on the track of a murderer, and will have it that he sees his traces in this unfortunate affair." At these words the maskers crowded round Inglesant with wild and threatening gestures, apparently half earnest and half the result of wine, and as many of them were armed with great clubs, the consequences might have seemed doubtful to one whose feelings were less excited than Inglesant's were. He, however, as though proceeding were a matter of course, merely took off his hat and addressed the others in explanation. "I am indeed in pursuit of a murderer, the murderer of my brother, a gallant and noble gentleman who was slain foully in cold blood. The murderer was an Italian, his name Malvolti. Do any of you, signori, happen to have heard of such a man?" There was a pause after this singular address, but the next moment a demon of terrified aspect forced his way to the front, saying in a tone of drunken consequence, "I knew him formerly at Lucca. He was well born, and my friend." "He was and is a skelerat and a coward," said Inglesant fiercely. "It would be well to be more careful of your company, sir." "Have I not said he was my friend, sir?" cried the demon, furious with passion. "Who will lend me a rapier?" A silent and melancholy person, with the head of an owl, who had several under his arm, immediately tendered him one with a low bow, and the maskers fell back in a circle, while the demon, drawing his weapon, threw himself into an attitude and attacked Inglesant, who, after looking at him for a moment, also drew his rapier and stood upon his guard. It soon appeared that the demon was a very moderate fencer. In less than a minute his guard was entered by Inglesant's irresistible tierce, and he would have been infallibly run through the body had he not saved himself by rolling ignominiously on the ground. This incident appeared to restore the corpse to good humour. It laughed. and turning to the maskers said, "Gentlemen, let me beg of you to disperse as quickly as possible before the day is any farther advanced. You know of the rendezvous at 1 o'clock. I will see the authorities as to this unhappy affair. Sir," he continued, turning to Inglesant, "you are, I believe, the friend of Don Agostino di Chigi, whom he has been introducing into Florentine society. If it will amuse you to see a frolic of the carnival carried out, of which this is only the somewhat unfortunate rehearsal, and will meet me this afternoon at 2 o'clock at the great church in the Via Larga, I shall be happy to do my best to entertain you. A simple domino will suffice. I am the Count Capici." Inglesant gave his name in return. He apologized for not accepting the Count's courtesy on the plea of ill health, but assured him he would take advantage of his offer to cultivate his acquaintance. They left the house together, the Count covering himself with a cloak, and Inglesant accompanied him to the office of police, from whence he went to his lodging and to his bed. He arose early in the afternoon, and remembering the invitation he had received, he went out into the Via Larga. The streets formed a strange contrast to the stillness and calm of the cool morning. The afternoon was hot, and the city crowded with people of every class and rank. The balconies and windows of the principal streets were full of ladies and children. Trophies and embroideries hung from the houses and crossed the street. Strings of carriages and country carts dressed with flowers and branches of trees paraded the streets. Every variety of fantastic and grotesque costume and every shade of color filled and confused the eye. Music, laughter, and loud talking filled the ear. Inglesant, from his simple costume and grave demeanor, became the butt of several noisy parties, but used as he was to great crowds and to the confused revelries of courts, he was able to disentangle himself with mutual good humor. He recognized his friends of the morning, who were performing a kind of comedy on a country cart arched with boughs, in imitation of the oldest form of the itinerant theatre. He was recognized by them also, for in a pause of the performance, as he was moving down a by-street, he was accosted by one of the company, enveloped in a large cloak. He had no difficulty in recognizing beneath this concealment his antagonist of the morning, who still supported his character of demon. "I offer you my apologies for the occurrences of this morning, Signor," he said, "having been informed by my friends more closely concerning them than I can myself recollect. I am also deeply interested in the person of whom you spoke, who formerly was a friend of mine, and I must also have been acquainted with the Signore, your brother, of which I am the more certain as your appearance every moment recalls him more and more to my mind. I should esteem it a great favor to be allowed to speak at large with you on these matters. If you will allow me to pay my respects at your lodgings, I will conduct you to my father's house, Il Conte Pericon di Visalvo, where I can show you many things which may be of interest to you respecting the man whom I understand you seek." Inglesant replied that he should gladly avail himself of his society, and offered to come to the Count's house early the next day. He found the house a sombre, plain one, in a quiet street, with a tall front pierced with a few windows. At the low door hung a wine flask, as a sign that wine was sold within, for the sale of wine by retail was confined to the gentry, the common people being only allowed to sell wholesale. The Count was the fortunate possessor of a very fine vineyard, which made his wine much in request, and Inglesant found the whole ground floor of his house devoted to this retail traffic. Having inquired for the Count, he was led up the staircase into a vestibule, and from thence into the Count's own room. This was a large apartment with windows looking on to the court, with a suite of rooms opening beyond it. It was handsomely furnished, with several cages full of singing birds in the windows. Outside, the walls of the houses forming the courtyard were covered with vines and creeping jessamine and other plants, and a fountain splashed in the centre of the court, which was covered with a coloured awning. The old Count received Inglesant politely. He was a tall, spare old man, with a reserved and dignified manner, more like that of a Spaniard than of an Italian. Rather to Inglesant's surprise, he introduced him to his daughter, on whom, as she sat near one of the windows, Inglesant's eyes had been fixed from the moment he had entered the room. The Italians were so careful of the ladies of their families, and it was so unusual to allow strangers to see them, that his surprise was not unnatural, especially as the young lady before him was remarkably beautiful. She was apparently very young, tall, and dark-eyed, with a haughty and indifferent manner which concentrated itself entirely upon her father. The Count noticed Inglesant's surprise at the cordiality of his reception, and seemed to speak as if in explanation. "You are no stranger to us, Signore," he said. "My son has not only commended you to me, but your intimacy with Count Agostino has endeared you already to us who admire and love him." As Agostino had told him the evening before that he knew little of these people, though he believed the old Count to be respectable, this rather increased Inglesant's surprise, but he merely said that he was fortunate in possessing a friend whose favour procured him such advantages. "My son's affairs," continued the old man, "unavoidably took him abroad this morning, but I wait his return every moment." Inglesant suspected that the cavaliere, who appeared to him to be a complete debauchee, had not been at home at all that night, but if that were the case, when he entered the room a few moments afterwards, his manner was completely self-possessed and quiet, and showed no signs of a night of revelry. As soon as they were seated, the cavaliere began to explain to Inglesant that both his father and himself were anxious to see him, to confer respecting the unfortunate circumstances which, as they imagined, had brought him to Italy upon a mission which they assured him was madly imprudent. "Our nation, Signore," said the cavaliere, "is notorious for two passions, jealousy and revenge. Both of these, combined with self-interest, induced Malvolti to commit the foul deed which he perpetrated upon your brother. While in Italy, your brother crossed him in some of his amours, and also resented some indiscretions which the manners of our nation regard with tolerance, but which your discreeter countrymen resent with unappeasable disgust. Our people never forgive injuries, nay, they entail them on their posterity. We ourselves left our native city, Lucca, on account of one of these feuds, which made it unsafe for us to remain. And I could show you a gentleman's house in Lucca, whose master has never set foot out of doors for 9 years, nay, scarcely looked out of window for fear of being shot by an antagonist who has several times planted ambushes to take away his life. It is considered a disgrace to a family that one of its members has forgiven an injury, and a mother will keep the bloody clothes of her murdered husband to incite her young sons to acts of vengeance. You will see, Signore, the evil which such ideas as these wind about our lives, and how unwise it must be in a stranger to involve himself needlessly in such an intrigue in a foreign country, unknown and comparatively without friends. Italy swarms with bravos hired to do the work of vengeance. Merchants are assaulted in their warehouses in open day. In the public streets, the highest personages in the land are not safe. What will be the fate, then, of a stranger whose death is necessary to the safety of an Italian? I understand you, Signore, said Inglesant, and I thank you for your good will, but you are somewhat mistaken. I'm not seeking the man of whom we speak, though I confess I came to Italy partly with the expectation of meeting him, when it is the will of God, or the will of the devil, whom he permits to influence the affairs of men, that this man and I should meet. I shall not attempt to avoid the interview. It would be useless if I did. The result of that meeting, who can tell? But as I said yesterday to the Count Capicci, till my hour comes I bear a charmed life that cannot be taken, and any result I regard with supreme indifference, if so be I may by any means escape in the end the snares of the devil, who seeks to take me captive at his will. The two gentlemen regarded Inglesant with profound astonishment as he uttered these words, and the young lady in the window raised her eyes towards him as he was speaking. He spoke very pure Italian, with some appearance of interest. After a pause, Inglesant went on. I also venture to think, Signore, he said, that you are unaware of the position of this man and of the condition to which his crimes have brought him. I'm well informed from sure sources that he is without friends, and that his crimes have raised him more enemies in this country even than elsewhere, so that he is afraid to appear openly lest he fall a victim to his own countrymen. He is also in abject poverty, and is therefore to a great extent powerless to do evil. The cavaliere smiled. "You do not altogether know this country, signore," he said. "There are always so many different factions and interests at work that a daring, useful man is never without patrons who will support and further his private interests in return for the service he may render them. And though you may not be fully aware of it, it is because it is notorious that you are yourself supported and protected by a most powerful and widely spread faction that your position in this country is as assured and safe as it is." His words certainly struck Inglesant. The idea that he was already a known and marked man in this wonderful country, and playing an acknowledged part in its fantastic drama, was new to him, and he remained silent. "From all ordinary antagonists," continued the cavaliere, "this knowledge is sufficient to secure you. No man would wish, unless ruined and desperate, to draw on his head the swift and certain punishment which a hand raised against your life would be sure to invoke. But a reckless, despairing man stops at nothing, and should you, by your presence even, endanger this man's standing in the favour of some new-found patron, or impede the success of some freshly planned scheme, perhaps the last hope of his ruined life, I would not buy your safety at an hour's rate." While the cavaliere was speaking, it was evident that his sister was listening with great attention. The interest that she manifested and the singular attraction that Inglesant felt towards her so occupied his thoughts that he could scarcely attend to what the other was saying, though he continued speaking for some time. It is possible that the cavaliere noticed this, for Inglesant was suddenly conscious that he was regarding him fixedly and with a peculiar expression. He apologized for his inattention on the ground of ill health, and soon after took his leave, having invited the cavaliere to visit him at his lodgings. As Inglesant walked back through the streets of the city, he was perplexed at his own sensations, which appeared to so different from any he had previously known. The attraction he experienced towards the lady he had just seen was quite different from the affection he had felt for Mary Collett. That was a sentiment which commended itself to his reason and his highest feelings. In her company he felt himself soothed, elevated above himself, safe from danger and from temptation. In this latter attraction he was conscious of a half-formed fear, and of a sense of glamour and peril, and of an alluring force independent of his own free will. The opinion he had formed of her brother's character may have had something to do with these feelings, and the sense of perpetual danger and insecurity with which he walked this land of mystery and intrigue no doubt increased it. He half resolved not to visit the old nobleman again, but even while forming the resolution he knew that he should break it. The circumstances in which he was placed, indeed, almost precluded such a course. The very remarkable beauty of the young lady and the extraordinary unreserve with which he had been introduced to her, unreserve so unusual in Italy, while it might increase the misgiving he felt, made it very difficult for him to decline the acquaintance. The girl's beauty was of a kind unusual in Italy, though not unknown there, her hair being of a light brown, contrasting with her magnificent eyes, which were of the true Italian splendour and brilliancy. She had doubtless been kept in the strictest seclusion, and Inglesant could only wonder what could have induced the old Count to depart from his usual caution. End of section 32. Section 33 of John Inglesant, A Romance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. John Inglesant, A Romance by Joseph Henry Shorthouse. Chapter 21, Part 4. The next day, being Ash Wednesday, Inglesant was present at the Duomo at the ceremony of the day, when the vast congregation received the emblematic ashes upon their foreheads. The cavaliere was also present with his sister, whose name Inglesant discovered to be Loretta. Don Agostino, to whom Inglesant had related the adventure and the acquaintance to which it had led, was inclined to suspect these people of some evil purpose, and made what inquiries he could concerning them, but he could discover nothing to their discredit, further than that the cavaliere was a well-known debauchee, and that he had been involved in some intrigue in connection with some of the present papal family, which had not proved successful. He was in consequence then in disgrace with Donna Olympia and her faction, a disappointment which it was said had rendered his fortunes very desperate, as he was very deeply involved in debts of all kinds. Don Agostino, the carnival being over, was desirous of returning to Siena, unless Inglesant made up his mind to go at once to Venice, in which case he offered to accompany him. His friend, however, did not appear at all desirous of quitting Florence, at any rate hastily, and Don Agostino left him and returned home, the two friends agreeing to meet again before proceeding to Venice. His companion gone, Inglesant employed himself in frequenting all those churches to which Loretta was in the habit of resorting during the holy season, and as every facility appeared to be given him by her friends, he became very intimate with her, and she, on her part, testified no disinclination to his society. It will probably occur to the reader that this conduct was not consistent with the cautious demeanour which Inglesant had resolved upon. But such resolutions have before now proved ineffectual under similar circumstances, and doubtless the like will occur again. Loretta looked round as a matter of course as she came out of the particular church she had that day chosen for the handsome cavalier who was certain to be ready to offer the drop of holy water, and more than one rival whom the beautiful devotee had attracted to the service noticed with envy the kindly look of the masked eyes which acknowledged the courtesy, and indeed it is not often that ladies' eyes have rested upon a lover more attractive to a girl of a refined nature than did Loretta's when, in the dawn of the March mornings, she saw John Inglesant waiting for her on the marble steps. It is true that she thought the Cavaliere Inglese somewhat melancholy and sad, but her own disposition was reserved and pensive, and in her presence Inglesant's melancholy was so far charmed away that it became only an added grace of sweetness of manner and of tender deference and protection. The servant of the polished King of England, the companion of Falkland and Carnarvon, the French princess's favourite page, trained in every art that makes life attractive, that makes life itself the finest art, with a memory and intellect stored with the poetry and learning of the antique world. It would have been strange if, where once his fancy was touched, Inglesant had not made a finished and attractive lover. The familiar streets of Florence, the bridges or the walks by the Arno, assumed a new charm to the young girl when she saw them in company with her pleasant and courteous friend, and whether in the early morning it was a few spring flowers that he brought her, or a brilliant jewel that he placed upon her finger as he parted, in the soft Italian night, it was the giver and the grace with which the gift was made that won the romantic fancy of the daughter of the South. Their talk was not of the kind that lovers often use. He would indeed begin with relating stories of the English court in the bright fleeting days before the war, of the courtly, refined revels, of the stately dances and plays, and of the boasting parties on the wooded Thames. But most often the narrative changed its tone instinctively and went on to speak of sadder and higher things, of self-denial and devotion, of ladies and children who suffered for their king without complaint, of the Ferrars and their holy life, of the martyred archbishop and of the king's death, and sometimes perhaps of some sight of battle and suffering the narrator himself had seen, as when the evening sun was shining upon the grassy slope of Newbury, and then he knelt beside the dying Carnarvon, unmindful of the bullets that fell around. "You have deserved well of the king," he said. "Have you no request that I may make to him? Nothing for your children or your wife?" And with his eyes fixed upon the western horizon, the earl replied, "No, I will go hence with no request upon my lips but to the King of Kings." How all this pleasant dalliance would have terminated had it continued, we have no means of knowing, for a sudden and unexpected end was put to it, at any rate for a time. Easter was over, and the cavalier had invited Inglesant to join in a small party to spend a day or two at his vineyard and country house among the Apennines, assuring him that at that time of the year the valleys and hill slopes were very delightful. The evening before the day on which the little company was to start, Inglesant had an engagement at one of the theatres in Florence, where a comedy or pantomime was being performed. The comedies in Italy at this time were paltry in character, in everything except the music, which was very good. Inglesant accompanied a Signor Cabriotto, a violin player, who was engaged at the theatre, and of whom Inglesant had taken lessons, and with whom he had become intimate. This man was not only an admirable performer on the violin, but was a man of cultivation and taste. He had given much study to the music of the ancients, and especially to their musical instruments, as they are to be seen in the hands of the Apollos, Muses, Fauns, Satyrs, Bacchanals, and Shepherds of the classic sculptors. As they walked through the streets in the evening sunlight, he favoured his companion, whom he greatly admired as an excellent listener, with a long discourse on this subject, showing how useful such an inquiry was, not only to obtain a right notion of the ancient music, but also to help us to obtain pleasanter instruments, if possible, than those at present in use. "Not, Signora," he said, "that I think we have much to learn from the ancients, for if we are to judge their instruments by the appearance they make in marble, there is not one that is comparable to our violins, for they seem, as far as I can make out, all to have been played on either by the bare fingers or the plectrum, so that they could not add length to their notes, nor could they vary them by that insensible swelling and dying away of sound upon the same string which gives so wonderful a sweetness to our modern music. And as far as I can see, their stringed instruments must have had very low and feeble voices from the small proportion of wood used, though it is difficult to judge of this, seeing that all our examples are represented in marble, which would prevent the instruments containing sufficient air to render the strokes full or sonorous. Now my violin," continued the Italian with enthusiasm, "does not speak only with the strings, it speaks all over, as though it were a living creature that was all voice, or, as is really the case, as though it were full of sound." "You have a wonderful advantage," said Inglesant, "you Italians, that is, in the cultivation of the art of life, for you have the unbroken tradition and habit and tone of mind from the old world of pleasure and art, a world that took the pleasures of life boldly and had no conscience to prevent its cultivating and enjoying them to the full. But I must say that you have not, to my mind, improved during the lapse of centuries, nor is the comedy we shall see tonight what might be expected of a people who are the descendants of the old Italians who applauded Terence." "The comedy tonight," said the Italian, "would be nothing without the music. The acting is a mere pretence." "The comedy itself," said Inglesant, "would be intolerable but for the buffoons, and the people show their sense in demanding that place shall be found in every piece for these worthies. The play itself is stilted and unreal, but there is always something of irony and wit in these characters which men have found full of satire and humour for 4,000 years. Harlequin, the reckless, fantastic youth, Pantaleone, the poor old worn-out Senex, and Corviello, the rogue, in their absurd impertinences, in their impossible combinations, in their mistakes and tumbles, in their falling over queens and running up against monarchs, men have always seemed to see some careless, light-hearted, half-indifferent sarcasm and satire upon their own existence." When they reached the theatre, the slant rays of the setting sun were shining between the lofty houses, and many people were standing about the doors. Inglesant accompanied the violinist to the door of the playhouse, and took his place near the orchestra, at either end of which were steps leading up on to the stage. The evening sunlight penetrated into the house through Venetian blinds, lighting up the fittings and the audience with a sort of mystic haze. The sides of the stage were crowded with gentlemen, some standing, others sitting on small stools. Many of the audience were standing, the rest seated on benches. The part occupied in modern theatres by the boxes was furnished with raised seats on which ladies and people of distinction were accommodated. There was no gallery. As the first bars of the overture struck upon Inglesant's ear with a long-drawn tremor of the bass viols and a shrill plaintive note of the treble violins, an irresistible sense of loneliness and desolation and a strange awe crept over him and weighed down his spirits. As the fantastic music continued, in which gaiety and sadness were mysteriously mingled, the reverberations seemed to excite each moment a clearer perception of those paths of intrigue and of danger in which he seemed to walk. The uneasy sentiment which accompanied, he knew not why, his attachment to Loretta, and the insidious friendship of the cavalier, the sense of insecurity which followed his footsteps in this land of dark and sinful deeds, passed before his mind. It seemed to his excited fancy at that moment that the end was drawing very near, and amid the fascination of the lovely music he seemed to await the note of the huntsman's horn, which would announce that the toils were set, and that the chase was up. From the kind of trance in which he stood he was aroused by hearing a voice distinct to his ear and perfectly audible, though apparently at some considerable distance, say, "Who is that man by the curtain in black satin with the point de Venice lace?" And another voice, equally clear, answered, "His name is Inglesant, an agent of the Society of the Jesuits." Inglesant turned, but amid the crowd of faces behind him he could discern nothing that indicated the speakers, nor did any one else seem to have noticed anything unusual. The next moment the music ceased, and with a scream of laughter Harlequin bounded on the stage, followed by Pantaleone in an eager and tottering step, and after them a wild rout of figures of all orders and classes, who flitted across the stage amid the applause of the people, and suddenly disappeared, while Harlequin and Pantalone, as suddenly reappearing, began a lively dialogue, accompanied by a quick movement of the violins. As Inglesant took his eyes off the stage for a moment, they fell on the figure of a man standing on the flight of steps at the farther end of the orchestra, who regarded him with a fixed and scrutinizing gaze. It was a tall and dark man, whose expression would have been concealed from Inglesant but for the fiery brilliancy of his eyes. Inglesant's glance met his as in a dream, and remained fixed as though fascinated, at which the gaze of the other became, if possible, more intense, as though he too were spellbound and unable to turn away. At this moment the dialogue on the stage ceased, and a girl advanced to the footlights with a song accompanied by the band in an air adapted from the overture and containing a repetition of the opening bars. The association of sound broke the spell, and Inglesant turned his eyes upon the singer. When he looked again, his strange examiner was gone. The girl who was singing was a Roman, reputed the best treble singer then in Italy. The sun by this time was set in the short twilight over. The theatre was sparsely lighted by candles, nearly the whole of the available light being concentrated upon the stage. This arrangement produced striking effects of light and shade, more pleasing than are the brilliantly lighted theatres of modern days. The figures on the stage came forward into full and clear view, and faded again into obscurity in a mysterious way very favorable to romantic illusion, and the theatrical arrangements were not seen too clearly. The house itself was shadowy, and the audience unreal and substantial. The whole scene wore an aspect of glamour and romance wanting at the present day. When the girl's song was over, there was a movement among the gentlemen on the stage, several coming down into the house. Inglesant took advantage of this and went up on the stage, from which he might hope to see something of the stranger who had been watching him so closely, if he were still in the theatre. Several of the actors who were waiting for their turn mingled with the gentlemen, talking to their acquaintance. The strange light thrown on the centre of the stage, in which 2 or 3 figures were standing, the multitude of dark forms and the surrounding shadow, the dim recesses of the theatre itself full of figures, the exquisite music, now soft and plaintive, anon gay and dance-like, then solemn and melancholy, formed a singular and attractive whole. Loretta had declined to come that night, but Inglesant thought it was not improbable that the cavalier would be there, and he was curious to see whether he could detect him in company with the mysterious stranger. From the moment that he had heard the distant voice inquiring his name, the familiar idea had again occurred to his mind that this could be none other than the murderer of his brother, of whom he was in search. But this thought had occurred so often, and in connection with so many persons, that had it not been for the fixed and peculiar glance with which the stranger had regarded him, he would have thought little of it. He was, however, unable to distinguish either of the persons of whom he was in search from the crowd that filled the theatre, and his attention was so much diverted by the constantly changing scene before him that he soon ceased to attempt to do so. At that moment the opening movement of the overture was again repeated by the band, and was made the theme of an elaborate variation in which the melancholy idea of the music was rendered in every variety of shade by the plaintive violins. Every phase of sorrow, every form and semblance of grief that Inglesant had ever known, seemed to float through his mind in sympathy with the sounds which, inarticulate to the ear, possessed a power stronger than that of language to the mental sense. The anticipation of coming evil naturally connected itself with the person of Loretta, and he seemed to see her lying dead before him upon the lighted stage, or standing in an attitude of grief, looking at him with wistful eyes. This last image was so strongly presented to his imagination that it partook almost of the character of an apparition, and before it the crowded theatre, the gaily dressed forms upon the stage, the fantastic actors seemed to fade, and alone on the deserted boards the figure of Loretta, as he had last seen it, slight and girl-like, yet of noble bearing, stood gazing at him with wild and apprehensive eyes. Curiously, too, as his fancy dwelt upon this figure, it saw in her hand a sealed letter fastened with a peculiarly twisted cord. The burden of sorrow and of anticipated evil became at last too heavy to be borne, and Inglesant left the theatre and returned to his lodgings. But here he could not rest, though he had no reason to visit the Count that night, and though it was scarcely seemly indeed that he should do so, yet, impelled by a restless discomfort which he sought to quiet, he wandered again into the streets, and found himself not unnaturally before the old nobleman's dwelling. Once here, the impulse was too strong to be denied, and he knocked at the low sunken door. The house seemed strangely quiet and deserted, and it was some time before an old servant, who belonged to the lower part of the establishment, devoted to the sale of the wine, appeared at the wicket, and on being assured whom it was who knocked at that unseasonable hour, opened the door. The house was empty, he averred. The family had suddenly departed, whither he knew not. If the Signor was pleased to go upstairs, he believed he would find some letters for him left by the cavaliere. Inglesant followed the old man, who carried a common brass lamp, which cast an uncertain and flickering glare, the sense of evil growing stronger at every step he took. His guide led him into the room in which he had first seen Loretta, which appeared bare and deserted, but showed no sign of hasty departure. Upon a marble table, inlaid with coloured stones, were two letters, both directed to Inglesant. The one was from the cavaliere, excusing their departure on the ground of sudden business of the highest political importance. The other from Loretta, written in a hasty, trembling hand. It contained but a few lines, that she was obliged to follow her father. But Inglesant hesitated a moment before he broke the seal, for it was tied round with a curiously twisted cord of blue and yellow silk, as he had seen in the vision his excited fancy had created. End of section 33. Section 34 of John Inglesant, A Romance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. John Inglesant, A Romance, by Joseph Henry Shorthouse. Chapter 22, Part 1. Loretta's letter had informed Inglesant that she would endeavour to let him know where she was, and with that hope he was obliged to be content, as by no effort he could make could he discover any trace of the fugitive's route. Florence, however, became distasteful to him, and he would have left it sooner but for an attack of fever which prostrated him for some time. Few foreigners were long in Italy in those days without suffering from the climate and the miasmas and unhealthy vapours which, especially at night, were so hurtful even to those accustomed to the country. In his illness Inglesant was carefully nursed by some of the Jesuit fathers and those whom they recommended, and it is possible that they took care that he should not be left too much to the care of the physicians, whose attentions at that period, at any rate, were so often fatal to their patients. In the course of a few weeks he was sufficiently recovered to think of leaving Florence, and he dispatched a messenger to Don Agostino begging him to meet him at Lucca, where they might decide either to visit Venice or go on straight to Rome. It was not without some lingering hope that he might find Loretta in the town of her birth that he set out for Lucca, but misfortune followed his path. It was reported that the plague had broken out in Florence, and travellers who were known to have come from thence were regarded with great suspicion. Inglesant's appearance, recently recovered from sickness, was not in his favour, and at Fucecchio, a small town on the road to Lucca, he was arrested by the authorities and confined by them in the pest house for 40 days. It was a building which had formerly been a gentleman's house, and possessed a small garden surrounded by a high wall. In this dreary abode Inglesant passed many solitary days, the other inmates being 3 or 4 unfortunates like himself, travellers on business through the country, who, their affairs being injured by their detention, were melancholy and despondent. He was short of money, and for some time was unable to communicate with any of his friends either in Florence or Siena. With nothing but his own misfortunes to brood upon, and with the apprehension of the future, which almost amounted to religious melancholy, frequently before his mind, it is surprising that he kept his reason. To add to his misfortunes, when the greater portion of the time fixed for his detention was expired, one of the inmates of the pest house suddenly died, and although the physicians pronounced his disease not to be the plague, yet the authorities decreed that all should remain another 40 days within its dreary walls. The death of this person greatly affected Inglesant, as he was the only one of the inmates with whom he had contracted any intimacy. During the first part of his sojourn here there was brought to the house as an inmate a wandering minstrel who, the first evening of his stay, attracted the whole of the gloomy society around him by his playing. He played upon a small and curiously shaped instrument called a vielle, somewhat like a child's toy, with 4 strings and a kind of small wheel instead of a bow. It was commonly used by blind men and beggars in the streets, and was considered a contemptible instrument, though some of these itinerant performers attained to such skill upon it that they could make their hearers laugh and dance, and it was said even weep, as they stood around them in the crowded streets. Inglesant soon perceived that the man was no contemptible musician, and after his performance was over he entered into conversation with him, asking him why he, who could play so well, was content with so poor an instrument. The man, who appeared to have a great deal of intelligence and humour, said that he was addicted to a wandering and unsettled life among the poor and disorderly classes in the low quarters of cities, in mountain villages, and in remote hostelries and forest inns; that the possession of a valuable viol or other instrument, even if he should practise sufficient self-denial to enable him to save money to purchase such a one, would be a constant anxiety to him, and a source of danger among the wild companions with whom he often associated. Besides, signore, he said, I am attached to this poor little friend of mine, who will speak to me, though to none else. I have learnt the secrets of its heart, and by what means it may be made to discourse eloquently of human life. You may despise my instrument, but I can assure you it is far superior to the guitar, though that is so high-bred and genteel a gentleman, found in all romances and ladies' bowers. For any music that depends upon the touch of a string, and is limited in the duration of the distinct sounds, is far inferior to this little fellow's voice. "You seem trained to the profession of music," said Inglesant. "I was serving lad to an old musician in Rome, who not only played on several instruments, but gave a great deal of time to the study of the science of harmony and of the mysteries of music. He was fond of me, and taught me the viol, as I was apt to learn." "I've heard of musicians," said Inglesant, "who have written on the philosophy of sound. He was doubtless one of them." "There are things concerning musical instruments," said the man, "very wonderful, such as the laws concerning the octaves of flutes, which make them how you will, you can never alter, and which show how the principles of harmony prevail in the dead things of the world, which we think so blockish and stupid, and what is more wonderful still, the passions of men's souls, which are so wild and untamable, are all ruled and kept in a strict measure and mean, for they are all concerned in and wrought upon by music." "And what can be more wonderful than that a maestro in the art can take delight in sound, though he does not hear it, and when he looks at some black marks upon paper, he hears intellectually and by the power of the soul alone?" "You speak so well of these things," said Inglesant, "that I wonder you are content to wander about the world at village fairs and country weddings, and do not rather establish yourself in some great town, where you might follow your genius and earn a competence and fame." "I've already told you," replied the man, "that I am wedded to this kind of life, and if you could accompany me for some months with your viol d'amour across the mountains and through the deep valleys and into the old towns where no travellers ever come, and where all stand still from century to century, you would never leave it, any more than I shall. I could tell you of many strange sights I've witnessed, and if we stay long in this place, perhaps you will be glad to hear some tales to while away the time." "You spoke but now," said Inglesant, "of the power that music has over the passions of men. I should like to hear somewhat more of this." "I will tell you a curious tale of that also," said the man. THE VIOL PLAYER's STORY. Some 25 years ago there lived in Rome two friends who were both musicians and greatly attached to each other. The elder, whose name was Giacomo Andrea, was maestro di capella of one of the churches. The other was an accomplished lutenist and singer. The elder was a cavaliere and a man of rank, the younger of respectable parentage of the name of Veneo. The style of music in which each was engaged was sufficiently different to allow of much friendly contention, and many lively debates took place as to the respective merits of sonata da Chiesa and sonata da Camera. Their respective instruments also afforded ground for friendly dispute. Veneo was very desirous that his friend should introduce viols and other instruments into the service, in concert with the voices in the church in which Veneo himself sang in the choir. But the cavaliere, who considered this a practice derived from the theatre, refused to avail himself of any instrument save the organ. Veneo was more successful in inducing his friend to practise upon his favourite instrument, the lute, though Andrea pretended at first to despise it as a lady's toy and liable to injure the shape of the performer. His friend, however, though devoted to secular music, brought to the performance and composition of it so much taste and correct feeling that Andrea was ravished in spite of himself and of his preference to the solemn music of the church. Veneo excelled in contrasting melancholy and pensive music with bright and lively chords, mingling weeping and laughter in some of the sweetest melodies that imagination ever suggested. He accompanied his own voice on the lute, or he composed pieces for a single voice with accompaniment for violins. In a word, he won his friend over to this grave chamber music, in some respects more pathetic and serious than the more monotonous masses and sonatas of the church composers. Veneo composed expressly for this purpose fantasies on the chamber organ, interposed now and then with stately and sweet dance music, such as pavans, so named from the walk of a peacock, almains, and other delightful airs, upon the violins and lute. In these fancies he blended, as it were, pathetic stories, gay festivities, and sublime and subtle ideas, all appealing to the secret and intellectual faculties, so that the music became not only an exponent of life, but a divine influence. After these delightful meetings had continued for several years. Circumstances obliged Veneo to accompany a patron to France, and from thence he went over into England to the great king of that nation as one of his private musicians, for the Queen of England was a French princess and was fond of the lute. His departure was a great grief to the cavalier, who devoted himself more than ever to church music and to the offices of religion. He was a man of very devout temper, and was distinguished for his benevolent disposition, and especially for his compassion for the poor, whom he daily relieved in crowds at his own door and in the prisons of Rome, which he daily visited. From time to time he heard from his friend, to whom he continued strongly attached. I was brought up at the English courts at Inglesant, and have been trying to recall such a man, but cannot recollect the name you mention, though I remember several Lieutenants and Italians. I tell the story as I heard it, replied the other. The man may have changed his name in a foreign country. One day the cavalier had received a letter from his friend, brought to him by some English gentleman travelling to Rome. Having read it and spent some time with the recollections that its perusal suggested to his mind, he set himself to the work in which he was engaged, the composition of a motet for some approaching festival of the Church. But although he attempted to fix his mind upon his occupation and was very anxious to finish his work, he found himself unable to do so. The remembrance of his friend took complete possession of his mind, and his imagination, instead of dwelling on the solemn music of the motet, wandered perversely into the alluring world of fantaside melody which Veneo had composed. Those sad and pensive adagios, passing imperceptibly into the light gaiety of a festival, never seemed so delightful as at that moment. He rose from time to time and walked to and fro in his chamber, and as he did so he involuntarily took up a lute which Veneo had left with him as a parting gift, and which always lay within reach. As he carelessly touched the strings, something of his friend's spirit seemed to have inspired him, and the lute breathed again with something of the old familiar charm. Each time that he took it up, the notes formed themselves again under his hand into the same melody, and at last he took up a sheet of paper intended for the motet, and scored down the air he had involuntarily composed. His fancy being pleased with the occurrence, he elaborated it into a lesson, and showed it to several of his associates. He gave it the name of Gili Amici, and it became very popular among the masters in Rome as a lesson for their pupils on the lute. Among those who thus learnt it was a youth who afterwards became page to a Florentine gentleman, one Bernard Guasconi, who went into England and took service under the king of that country, who, as you doubtless know better than I do, was at war with his people. I know the Cavaliere Guasconi, said Inglesant, and saw him lately in Florence, where he is training running horses for the Grand Duke. This war, continued the man, appears to have been the ruin of Veneo, for the English people, besides hating their king, took to hating all kinds of music, and all churches and choristers. Veneo lost his place as one of the king's musicians, and not being able to earn his living by teaching music where so few cared to learn, he was forced to enlist as a soldier in one of the king's armies, and was several times near losing his life. He escaped these dangers, however, but the army in which he served being defeated and dispersed, he wandered about the country, wounded and suffering from sickness and want of food. He supported himself miserably, partly by charity, especially among the loyalist families, and partly by giving singing lessons to such as desired them. He was without friends or any means of procuring money to enable him to return to Italy. As he was walking in this manner one day in the streets of London, without any hope and with scarcely any life, he heard the sound of music. It was long since the melody of a lute, once so familiar, had fallen on his ear, and as he stopped to listen, the notes came to him through the thick, moist air like an angelic and divine murmur from another world. The music seemed to come from a small room on the ground floor of a poor inn, and Veneo opened the door and went in. He found a young man, plainly dressed, playing on a double-necked theorbo lute, which from the number of its strings enables, as you know, the skilful lutenist to play part music with all the varieties of fugues and other graces and ornaments of the Italian manner. The piece which the young man was playing consisted of an allegro and yet sweet movement on the tenor strings, with a sustained harmony in thorough bass. The melody, being carefully distributed through the parts, spoke to Veneo of gaiety and cheerfulness as of his old Italian life, strangely combined at the same time with a soothing and pathetic melancholy, like a corpse carried through the streets of a gay city, strewn with flowers and accompanied with tapers and singing of boys. The whole piece finished with a pastoral or strain of low and sweet notes. As Veneo listened, he was transported out of himself. It was not alone the beauty of the music which ravished him, but he was conscious that a mysterious presence, as of his friend the cavalier, was with him, and that at last the perfect sympathy which he had sought so long was established, and that in the music he had heard a common existence and sphere of life was at last created, in which they both lived not any longer separate from each other, but enjoying, as it were, the one common being of melody and ecstatic life of sound. When the music ceased, Veneo accosted the lutenist and inquired the name of the composer, but this the young man could not tell him. He only knew it was a favorite lesson for skilful pupils among the music masters in Rome, and as such he had learnt it. Veneo was confident the piece had been written by Andrea and by none other, and told the young man so. By this time they had discovered that they were fellow countrymen, and the lutenist sent for refreshments, of which Veneo stood very much in need. He also told him that his name was Scacchi, and that he was page to the Signore Bernard Guasconi, who was then in arms for the king, and was besieged in some town of which I have forgotten the English name. "It was Colchester," said Inglesant. "I was in prison at the time of the siege, but I know the history of it and its sad ending." Becoming very familiar with Veneo, he advised him to accompany him to Colchester. His master, he said, would doubtless be set at liberty immediately as a foreigner and a friend of the Grand Duke's, and he could accompany him home to Italy as a domestic. As no better prospect was open to Veneo of returning to his native country, he gladly accepted the page's offer and agreed to accompany him next day. The besiegers of the town, which you call Colchester, were engaging persons from all parts of the country to work their trenches, and the town not being far from London, many persons went from that place to earn the wages offered. Many of the loyalists also took advantage of this pretext, intending to join the besieged if a favourable opportunity offered. To one of these parties Veneo and the page joined themselves. You may wonder that I know so much of these matters, but I have heard the story several times repeated by the page himself. The weather was very cold and wet, and the companions underwent much hardship on their march. They travelled through a flat and marshy country full of woods and groves of trees, and crossed with dikes and streams. Veneo, however, who had endured so much privation and suffering, began to sink under his fatigues. After travelling for more than 2 days, they arrived at the leaguer. They were told that the besieged were expected every day to surrender at discretion, but they were sent into the trenches with several other volunteers to relieve those already there, many of whom were exhausted with the work and were deserting. As they arrived at the extreme limit of the lines, the besiegers had planted 4 great pieces of battering cannon against the town and fired great shot all the forenoon, without, however, doing much damage. The royalists mustered all their troops upon the line, intending, as it afterwards appeared, to break out at night and force their way through the leaguer. The lines were so close that the soldiers could throw stones at each other as they lay in the trenches, and Veneo and the page could see the king's officers plainly upon the city walls. The royalists did not fire, being short of ammunition, and in the night a mutiny took place among some of the foot soldiers, which prevented the project of cutting their way out from taking effect. The soldiers of both armies were now already mixed on many places upon the line, and no fire was given on either side, as though the royalists were already prisoners. The page left Veneo, who was worn out and ill, and easily made his way into the town, where he found his master. When he returned to the trenches, he found Veneo very ill, and a physician with him, a doctor of the town, named Gibson, as I remember, who told the page that he thought his companion was dying. Veneo, in fact, appeared to be insensible. His eyes were closed, and he was perfectly pale. He lay in a small house just within the lines, which had been deserted by its inhabitants, who were weavers. The gentlemen were under arrest in the town, and it was reported that several were to be immediately shot, of whom it was whispered the Signore Guasconi was to be one. About 2 in the afternoon the general of the besieging army entered the town, and a great rabble of the soldiers with him. The latter broke into many houses to search for plunder, and among them into that in which Veneo was lying. As they came into the room and saw the dying man, they stopped and began to question the page as to who he was. Before he could reply, Veneo opened his eyes with a smile, raised himself suddenly from the straw on which he lay, and stretching out his hand eagerly, as one who welcomes a friend, exclaimed in Italian, "Cavaliere, the consonance is complete." And having said this, he fell back upon the straw again, and the smile still upon his face, he died. The musician stopped a moment, and then, glancing at Inglesant with a curious look, said, "It is confidently said that about that very moment the Cavaliere Andrea died at Rome. At any rate, when the page returned to Italy and inquired for him at Rome, he was dead. He caught a fever in one of his visits to the prisons, and died in a few days." "Did the page tell you of the two gentlemen who were shot at Colchester?" said Inglesant. "Yes, he told me that Guisconi stood by with his doublet off, expecting his turn, but when the others were shot he was taken back to his prison. They only found out he was an Italian by his asking leave to write to the Grand Duke. I've been told," he continued, "that this poor king was a great lover of music, and played the bass viol himself." "He was a great admirer of church music," said Inglesant. "I've often seen him appoint the service and anthems himself." As the conversation of this man was a great entertainment to Inglesant, so his sudden and unexpected death was a great shock to him. The physician could give no clear explanation of his disease, and the general opinion was that he died of the plague, though it was, of course, the interest of every one in the pest house that this should not be acknowledged. A few days after the burial, two of the Jesuit fathers arrived from Florence, accompanied by Don Agostino, who, having in vain waited for his friend at Lucca, had sought him at Florence, and finally traced him to his dreary prison. By their influence Inglesant was allowed to depart, and, actuated still by his desire to see Venice, set out, accompanied by Don Agostino, in the hope of reaching that city. They crossed the Apennines and journeyed by Modena, Mantua, Verona, and Padua. These places, which at other times would have excited in Inglesant the liveliest interest, were passed by him now as in a dream. The listless indifference which grew day by day developed at Padua into absolute illness, and Agostino took lodgings for his friend in one of the deserted palaces of which the city was full. A few days' rest from travel and from the excitement produced by novel scenes and by the scorching plains had a soothing and beneficent effect. But Venice being reported to be at that time peculiarly unhealthy, and Inglesant becoming sensible that he was physically unable to prosecute any inquiries there, the friends resolved to abandon their journey in that direction and to return towards Rome. At this juncture Don Agostino received letters which compelled him to return hastily to Siena, and after spending a few days with his friend he left, promising to return shortly and accompany Inglesant to Rome when he was sufficiently recruited by a few weeks' repose. End of section 34. Section 35 of John Inglesant, A Romance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. John Inglesant, A Romance, by Joseph Henry Shorthouse. Chapter 22, Part 2. The failure of the silk trade, owing to the importation of silk from India into Europe, had destroyed the prosperity of many parts of Italy, and in Padua long streets of deserted mansions, attested by their beauty, the wealth and taste of the nobility, whom the loss of the rents of their mulberry groves had reduced to ruin. Many houses being empty, rents were exceedingly cheap, and the country being very plentiful in produce and the air very good, a little money went a long way in Padua. There was something about the quiet, gloomy town, with its silent, narrow streets and its winding, dim arcades, by which you might go from one end of the city to the other under a shady covert, that soothed Inglesant's weary senses and excited brain. His was that sad condition in which the body and the mind, being equally like the several strings of an ill-kept lute, out of tune, jarred upon each other, the pains of the body causing phantasms and delusions of the mind. His disappointment and illness at Florence, his long confinement in the pest-house, and the sudden death of his friend the poor musician, preyed upon his spirits and followed him even in his dreams. And his body being weakened by suffering, and his mind depressed by these gloomy events and images, the old spiritual terrors returned with augmented force. Nature herself, in times of health and happiness so alluring and kind, turns against the wretch thus deprived of other comfort. The common sights and events of life, at one time so full of interest, became hateful to him, and amid the solemn twilights and gorgeous sunsets of Italy, his imagination was oppressed by an intolerable presentiment of coming evil. Finally he despaired of himself, his past life became hateful to him, and nothing in the future promised a hope of greater success. He saw himself the mere tool of a political faction, and to his disordered fancy as little better than a hireling, bravo, and mercenary. The rustling of leaves, the falling of water, the summer breeze uttered a pensive and melancholy voice, which was not soothing, but was like the distant moaning of sad spirits foreboding disaster and disgrace. On his first arrival in Padua, Don Agostino had introduced him to 2 or 3 ecclesiastics, whose character and conversation he thought would please his friend, but Inglesant made little effort to cultivate their acquaintance. His principal associate was the prior of the Benedictine monastery, a mile or 2 beyond the Ferrara gate, who, becoming at last distressed at his condition, advised him to consult the famous physician named Signore Giovanni Zecca. This man had the reputation of a wit, maintained chiefly by a constant study of Boccalini's Parnassus, with quotations from which work he constantly adorned his discourse. He found Inglesant prostrate on a couch in his apartment, with the prior by his side. The room had been the state reception-room of the former possessor, and the windows which were open looked upon the wide space within one of the gates. It was the most busy part of the city, and for that reason the rooms had been chosen by Don Agostino as commanding the most agreeable and lively prospect. The prior, having explained to the physician the nature of Inglesant's malady, as far as he was acquainted with it, inquired whether the situation of the room seemed suitable to the doctor, or whether it would be well to remove to some country house. The scene from the windows indeed was very lively, and might be considered too distracting for an invalid. The prospect commanded the greater part of the piazza or place d'Armes, the gate and drawbridges, and the glacis outside, with a stretch of country road beyond lined with poplars. This extensive stage was occupied by ever-varying groups, soldiers on guard in stiff and picturesque uniform, men carrying burdens, pack horses, oxen, now and then a carriage with a string of horses, and with running footmen, peasant women, priests, children, and beggars, with sometimes a puppet show, or a conjurer with apes, and side by side with these last, in strange incongruity, the procession of the host. From what I know of this gentleman's malady and disposition, said the physician, I should suppose that these sights and sounds, though perhaps hurtful to his physical nature, are so dear to his moral nature that to speak against them were useless. These sounds, though physically unpleasant, contain to the philosophic mind such moral beauty as to be attractive in the highest degree, and to such a nature as this my patient possesses offer a fascination which it would be unwise to contend against. If, said the prior to Inglesant with a smile, your case requires philosophic treatment, you are fortunate in having secured the advice of Signor Zecca, who has the reputation of a philosopher and wit, as well as that of a most skilful physician. With respect to my calling as a physician, I may make some claim, certainly, said the doctor, if descent has any title to confer excellence, for my great-grandfather was that celebrated Giovanni Zecca, after whom I am named, the physician of Bologna, whom you will find mentioned in the most witty Regiugli of Messire Trajano Boccalini. Therefore, if I fail in my profession, it is not for want of generations of experience and precept, but as regards my proficiency as a philosopher, I have no one to depend upon but myself, and my proficiency is indeed but small. "You are pleased to say so, Signore Fisico," said Inglesant languidly, with the modesty usual with great minds. "Nevertheless, the remark which you have just made shows you to be familiar with the deepest of all philosophy, that of human life. It is my misfortune that I am too deeply impressed already with the importance of this philosophy, and it is my inadequate following of its teaching which is killing me." "It is a subject of curious study," said the physician, "for perplexity, perhaps, certainly for much satire, but scarcely, I should think, for martyrdom. The noblest things in life are mixed with the most ignoble, great pretense with infinite substance, vainglory with solidness, the fool of one moment, the martyr of the next, as in the case of that Spaniard mentioned by Messere Boccalini, whose work doubtless you know, Signore, but if not, I should recommend its perusal, as certain to do much to work your cure. This man, the Spaniard I mean, dying most gallantly upon the field of honour, entreated his friend to see him buried without unclothing him, and with these words died. His body being afterwards examined, it was found that he who was so sprucely dressed, and who had a ruff about his neck so curiously wrought as to be of great value, had never a shirt on his back. This discovery caused great laughter among the vulgar sort of mankind, but by order of Apollo, the great ruler of learning and philosophy, the Spaniard was given a public and splendid funeral equal to a Roman triumph, and an oration was pronounced over him, who was so happy that in his great calamity he was careful of his reputation before his life. His noble funeral seems to me rather to proclaim the fact that our worst meannesses cannot deprive us of the dignity of that pity which is due to human nature standing by the brink of an open grave. A man has mistaken the secret of human life who does not look for greatness in the midst of folly, for sparks of nobility in the midst of meanness, and the well-poised mind distributes with impartiality the praise and the blame. "It is my misfortune," replied Inglesant, "that my mind is incapable of this well-poised impartiality, but is worn out by the unworthy conflict which the spirit within us wages with the meannesses of life. As the psalmist says, the very abjects makes mouth at me, and cease not." "You are like those people, Signore," said the physician mentioned by Messere Boccalini, whom the greatest physicians failed to cure, but who were immediately restored to active health by the simple and common remedies of a quack. "You seek for remedies among the stars and the eternal verities of creation, whereas your ailment of mind arises doubtless from some physical derangement, which perchance a learner in healing might overcome." "The fatal confusion of human life," said Inglesant, "is surely too obvious a fact to be accounted for by the delusions of physical disease." The physician looked at Inglesant for a moment and said, "Sometimes, Signore, I will tell you a story, not out of Boccalini, which perchance will convince you that, strange as it may seem, the realities of life and the delusions of disease are not so dissimilar as you think." "If it be so," said Inglesant, "your prescription is more terrible than my complaint." "I do not see that," replied the other. "I have said nothing but what should show you how unwise you will be if you overlooked a bodily ailment in searching into the diseases of the soul." "I am well aware," replied Inglesant, "that my ailment is one of the body as well as of the mind, but were my body made perfectly whole and sound, my cure could scarcely be said to be begun." "I hold that most of the sorrows and perplexities of the mind are to be traced to a diseased body," replied the physician, not paying much attention to what his patient said. "The passion of the heart, heavy and dull spirits, vain imaginations, the vision of spectres and phantoms, grief and sorrow without manifest cause, all these things may be cured by purging away melancholy humours from the body, especially, as I conceive, from the mesaraic veins, and the heart will then be comforted in the taking away the material cause of sorrow, which is not to be looked for in the world of spirits, nor in any providential government of God, nor even in outward circumstances and perplexities, but in the mechanisms of the body itself." "What cures do you propound that may be hoped to work such happy results?" said the prior, for Inglesant did not speak. "We have many such cures in physics studied by the light of the heavenly science," said the physician, "such as the Satirica Sancti Juliani, which grows plentifully on the rough cliffs of the Tyrrhenian Sea, as the old Greek chronographers called St. Julian's Rock; the Epitimum, or time, which is under Saturn, and therefore very fitted for melancholy men; the Febrifuga, or in our Italian tongue, Artemisia tenuifolia, good for such as be melancholy, sad, pensive, and without power of speech; The distilled water of the fraga, or strawberry, drunk with white wine, reviveth the spirits, and as the holy psalmist says, laetificat cor hominis, and the herb panax, which grows on the top of the Apennine, and is cherished in all the gardens of Italy for its wonderful healing qualities, but the liquor of it which you may buy in Venice is not distilled in Italy, but is brought from Alexandria, a city of Egypt. You do not speak of the chemical medicines, said Inglesant, which were much thought of in England when I was in Oxford, and many wonderful cures were worked by them, though I remember hearing that the young doctor who first introduced them and wrought some great cures died himself soon after. I have indeed no faith in the new doctrine of chemical compositions and receipts, said the physician, which from mere empirics must needs be very dangerous, but from a man that is well grounded in the old way may do strange things. The works of God are freely given to man. His medicines are common and cheap. It is the medicines of the new physicians that are so dear and scarce to find. Signor Zecca soon after took his leave, promising to send Inglesant a cordial, the ingredients of which he said were gathered on a Friday in the hour of Jupiter, and which would be sufficient to give sleep, pleasant dreams, and quiet rest to the most melancholy man in the world. For, as he sensibly observed, waking is a symptom which much tortures melancholy men, and must therefore be speedily helped, and sleep by all means procured. To such as you especially, who have what I call the temperament of sensibility, are fearful of pain, covert music and sleep, and delight in poetry and romance, sleep alone is often a sufficient remedy. The doctor frequently visited Inglesant, who found his humour and curious learning entertaining, and on one occasion, when they were alone together, he reminded him of his promise to relate a story which would prove his assertion that the ills of the soul were occasioned by those of the body. Note the manuscripts are here imperfect. End of section 35.
Section 36 of John Inglesant, A Romance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. John Inglesant, A Romance by Joseph Henry Shorthouse. Chapter 23. In spite, however, of the reasonings and prescriptions of the physician, the oppression upon Inglesant's brain became more intolerable. Every new object seemed burnt into it by the sultry outward heat, and by his own fiery thoughts. The livid, scorched plains, with the dark foliage, the hot piazzas and highways, seemed to him thronged with ghastly phantoms, all occupied more or less in some evil or fruitless work. As to his physical sense, all objects seemed distorted and awry. So to his mental perception, the most ordinary events bore in them the germs, however slight, of that terrible act of murderous terror that had marred and ruined his own life. In some form or other, in the passionate look, in the gambler's gesture, in the lover's glance, in the juggler's grimace, in the passion of the little child, he saw the stealthy trail of the Italian murderer, before whose cowardly blow his brother fell. The cool, neglected courts of Padua afforded no relief to his racked brain, no solace to his fevered fancy. He frequented the shadowed churches and the solemn masses daily without comfort, for his conscience was once more weighed with the remembrance of Serenus de Cresse, and of his own rejection of the narrow path of the Holy Cross. A sense of oppression and confusion rested upon him mentally and physically, so that he could see no objects steadily and clearly, but without a phantasmagoria of terrible bright colors, and within a mental chaos and disorder without a clue. A constant longing filled his mind to accept de Cresse's offer, and he would have returned to France but for the utter impossibility of making the journey in his condition of health. He withdrew himself more and more from society, and at last, without informing his friends of his intention, he retired to a small monastery without the city, about a mile from the Treviso gate, and requested to be admitted as a novice. The result of this step at the outset was beneficial, for the perfect seclusion and the dim light of the cells and shaded garden relieved the brain and restored the disordered sense of vision. It was some time before Don Augustino received intelligence, through the prior, of this step of his friends. He immediately came to Padua and had several interviews with Inglesant, but apparently failed to produce any impression upon him. He then returned to Florence and induced the Cardinal Ranucci, from whose influence upon Inglesant he hoped much, to accompany him to Padua. The cardinal was a striking-looking and singularly handsome man, his countenance resembling the reputed portraits of Molière, whose bust might be taken for that of a pagan god. There was the same open, free expression as of a man who confined his actions by no bounds, who tasted freely of that tree of good and evil, which it is reported transforms a man into a god, and of that other tree which, since the flaming sword of the cherubim kept the way to the true, had passed in the world for the tree of life, who had no prejudices nor partialities, but included all mankind, and all the opinions of men within the wide range of perfect tolerance and lofty indifference. He found Inglesant in his novice's dress walking in the small walled-in garden of the monastery, beneath the mulberry trees, his breviary in his hand. After the first greeting, the cardinal inquired touching his health. "You are familiar with English, Eminence," replied Inglesant, "and remember Hamlet, and you will therefore understand the state of a man for whom the world is too strong." "It is only the weak," replied the cardinal, "for whom the world is too strong. You know what Terence says, Ita vita est hominum quasi cum ludus tesseris, or, as we should rather say, life is like a game of cards. You cannot control the cards, but of such as turn up you must make the most. Illud quod sedicit forte, id arte ut corrigus. The free will, the reason, and the power of self-command struggle perpetually with an array of chance incidents, of mechanical forces, of material causes, beyond foresight or control, but not beyond skillful management. This gives a delicate zest and point to life, which it would surely want if we had the power to frame it as we would. We did not make the world and are not responsible for its state, but we can make life a fine art, and taking things as we find them, like wise men, mold them as may best serve our own ends. We are not all wise, Your Eminence, and the ends that some of us make our aim are far beyond our reach." "I was ever moderate in my desires," said the cardinal with a smile. "I shoot at none of these high-flying game. I am content to live from day to day and leave the future to the gods, in the meantime sweetening life as I can with some pleasing toys here and there to relish it." "You have read Don Quixote, Eminence," said Inglesant, "and no doubt hold him to have been mad." "He was mad, doubtless," replied the cardinal, smiling. "I am mad like him," replied the other. "I understand you," said the cardinal. "It is a noble madness from which we inferior natures are free. Nevertheless, it may be advisable for a time to consult some worldly physician, that by his help this nobleness may be preserved a little longer upon earth and among men." "No worldly physician knows the disease, much less the cure," said Inglesant. "Don Quixote died in his bed at last, talked down by petty commonplace, acknowledging his madness, and calling his noble life a mistake. How much more shall I, whose life has been the more ignoble for some transient gleams of splendor which have crossed its path in vain? The world is too strong for me, and heaven and its solution of life's enigma too far off." "There is no solution, believe me," said the cardinal. "No solution of life's enigma worth the reading. But suppose there be, you are more likely to find it at Rome than here. Put off that monk's dress and come with me to Rome. What solution can you hope to find brooding on your own heart on this narrow plot of grass, shut in by lofty walls? You and natures like yours make this great error. You are moralizing and speculating upon what life ought to be, instead of taking it as it is. And in the meantime it slips by you, and you are nothing and life is gone. I have heard, and you doubtless, in a fine concert of viols, extempore decant upon a thorough bass in the Italian manner, when each performer in turn plays such variety of decant in concordance to the bass, as his skill and present invention may suggest to him. In this manner of play, the consonants invariably fall true upon a given note, and every succeeding note of the ground is met, now in the unison or octave, now in the concords, preserving the melody throughout by the laws of motion and sound. I have thought that this is life. To a solemn bass of mystery and of the unseen each man plays his own descant as his taste or fate suggests. But this manner of play is so governed and controlled by what seems a fatal necessity that all melts into a species of harmony, and even the very discords and dissonances, the wild passions and deeds of men, are so attempted and adjusted that without them the entire piece would be incomplete. In this way I look upon life as a spectacle in theatro ludus. Have you sat so long that you are tired already of the play? I have read in some books, said Inglesant, that it is not the play, only the rehearsal. The play itself is not given till the next life. But for the rest, your Eminence is but too right. There is no solution within my own heart, and no help within these walls." There can be little doubt that had Inglesant remained much longer in the monastery, he would have sunk into a settled melancholy, the quiet and calm, while it soothed his brain and relieved it of the phantoms that distracted it, allowed the mind to dwell exclusively upon those depressing thoughts and ideas which were exhausting his spirit and reducing him well nigh to despair. However undesirable at other times the cardinal's philosophic paganism might be, no doubt at this moment his society was highly beneficial to Inglesant, to whom indeed his conversation possessed a peculiar charm. It could indeed scarcely fail to attract one who himself sympathized with that philosophy of tolerance of, and attraction to, the multiform aspects of life which paganism and the cardinal equally followed. On the other hand, Ranucci had from the first been personally strongly attracted towards Inglesant, and as a matter of policy attached just importance to securing his services, both on account of what he had learnt from his brother and from the report of the Jesuits. After some further conversation, the cardinal returned to Padua in triumph, bringing Inglesant with him, whom he loaded with kindness and attention. A suite of apartments was placed at his disposal, certain of the cardinal's servants were ordered to attend him, and the finest horses were devoted to his use on the approaching journey. After waiting in Padua some days to make preparations which were necessary in the neglected state of Inglesant's affairs, they set out for Rome. Don Agostino was still in Florence, the politics of his family not suffering him to visit the papal city at present. Their first day's journey took them through the fertile and well-cultivated Venetian states to Rovigo, where they crossed the Po, divided the territory of the Republic from the Pharisee, which state had lately been acquired by the Pope. This country, which, while it possessed princes of its own, had been one of the happiest and most beautiful parts of Italy, was now abandoned and uncultivated to such an extent that the grass was left unmown on the meadows. At Ferrara, a vast city which appeared to Inglesant like a city of the dead as he walked through streets of stately houses without an inhabitant, the chief concourse of people was the crowd of beggars who thronged round the cardinal's coach. After dinner, Inglesant left his companion, who liked to linger over his wine, and walked out into the quiet streets. The long, deserted vistas of this vast city, sleeping in the light and shadow of the afternoon sun, disturbed now and then only by a solitary footstep, pleased his singular fancies as Padua had done. He entered several of the churches, which were mean and poorly adorned, and spoke to several of the priests and loiterers. Everywhere he heard complaints of the poverty of the place, of the misery of the people, of the bad, unwholesome air caused by the dearth of inhabitants to cultivate the land. When he came to inquire into the causes of this, most held their peace, but one or two idlers, bolder or more reckless than the rest, seeing that he was a foreigner and ignorant that he was riding in the train of the cardinal, whispered to him something of the severity of the papal government, and of the heavy taxes and frequent confiscations by which the nephews of several popes had enriched themselves, and devoured many of the principal families of the city and driven away many more. "They talk of the bad air," said one of the men to Inglesant. The air was the same a century ago when this city was flourishing under its own princes of so eminent a virtue and of so heroical a nobleness that they were really the fathers of their country. Nothing, he continued with a mute gesture of the hands, can be imagined more changed than this is now. "But Bologna is under the Pope also," said Inglesant, "and is flourishing enough." "Bologna," he answered, "delivered itself up to the popedom upon a capitulation by which there are many privileges reserved to it. Crimes there are only punished in the persons of those who commit them. There are no confiscations of estates, and the good result of these privileges is evident, for though Bologna is neither on a navigable river nor the centre of a sovereignty where a court is kept, yet its happiness and wealth amaze a stranger, while we, once equally fortunate, are like a city in a dream." Inglesant returned to the inn to the cardinal and related what he had heard, to all which dismal stories of the prelate only replied by a significant gesture. The next morning, however, as he was entering his carriage, followed by his friend, he seemed to take particular notice of the crowd of beggars that surrounded the inn. In Inglesant's eyes they only formed part, together with the strange quiet streets, the shaded gardens, and the ever-changing scenes of their journey, in that shifting phantasm of form and color, meaningless to him except as it might suddenly, and in some unexpected way, become a part and scene of the fatal drama that had seized upon and crippled his life. But to the cardinal, who had the training of a politician, though he subordinated politics to enjoyment, these swarms of beggars and these decaying states had at times a deeper interest. "These people," he said as the carriage moved on, "certainly seem very miserable, as you told me last night. To those whose tastes lay that way, it would not be a useless business to inquire into these matters, and to try to set them right. Some day, probably far distant, some of us, or those like us who clothe in scarlet and fine linen, will have to pay a reckoning for these things. They are less unhappy than I am," said Inglesant. "As to the luxurious persons of whom you speak, it has been my fate to be of their party all my life, and to serve them for very poor reward, and I doubt not that when their damnation, of which your eminence speaks, arrives, I shall share it with them. But it might seem to one who knows little of such things that some such attempt might be looked for from a sworn soldier and prince of the church." The cardinal smiled. The freedom with which Inglesant's sarcastic humor showed itself at times when the melancholy fit was upon him was one of the sources of attraction which attracted the young Englishman to his person. "Life is short," he said, "and the future very uncertain. Martyrs have died, nay, still harder fate, have lived long lives of such devotion as that which you wish me to attempt, and we see very little result. Christianity is not of much use, apparently, to many of the nations of the earth. Now, on my side, as I pass my life, I certainly enjoy this world, and I as certainly have cultivated my mind to sustain, as far as I can foresee, the demand and strain that will be put upon it, both in the exit from this life and in the entrance upon another. Why, then, should I renounce these two positive goods and embrace a life of restless annoyance and discomfort, of antagonism to existing systems and order, of certain failure, disappointment, and the peevish protestation of a prophet to whom the world will not listen?" "There is no reason why, certainly," said Inglesant. "For a sane man like your eminence, I see clearly it must only have been a madman who in all ages have been driven into the fire and upon the sword's point in pursuit of an idea which they fancied was worth the pain, but which, as they never realized it, they could never put to the test." "I perceive your irony," said the cardinal, "and I recognize your wit. What astonishes me is the interest you take in these old myths and dreary services. The charm of novelty must have worn itself out by this time." "Christ is real to many men," said Inglesant, "and the world seems to manifest within itself a remedial power such as may be supposed to be his." "I do not dispute such a power," replied the cardinal. "I only wonder at the attachment to these old myths which profess to expound it." "The world has now been satisfied with them for some centuries," said Inglesant, "and for my own part I cannot help thinking that, even in the blaze of a purer mythos, some of us will look back with longing to one of the days of the Son of Man. I do not perceive either that your eminence attempts to improve matters." "I can afford to wait," replied the cardinal with lofty indifference. "The myths of the world are slow to change." "This one certainly," replied Inglesant with a smile, "has been slow to change, perhaps because men found in it something that reminded them of their daily life. It speaks of suffering and of sin. The cross of Christ is composed of many other crosses, is the center, the type, the essence of all crosses. We must suffer with Christ, whether we believe in him or not. We must suffer for the sin of others as for our own, and in this suffering we find a healing and purifying power and element. This is what gives to Christianity, in its simplest and most unlettered form, its force and life. Sin and suffering for sin, a sacrifice, itself mysterious, offered mysteriously to the divine nemesis or law of sin, dread, undefined, unknown, yet sure and irresistible with the iron necessity of law. This is the intellectual Christ the Platonic Socrates did not offer, hence his failure and the success of the Nazarene. Viscati, Galilei. End of section 36. Section 37 of John Inglesant, A Romance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. John Inglesant, A Romance by Joseph Henry Shorthouse. Chapter 24. Among the letters of introduction to persons in Rome which Inglesant carried with him was one from Father St. Clare to the rector of the English College, a Jesuit. The cardinal had invited him to remain an inmate of his family, but there were several reasons which induced Inglesant to decline the offer. He was desirous of observing the situation and habits of the great city in a more unfettered way than he would probably be able to do if attached to the household of a great man. This reason alone would probably have decided him, but it was not the only one. In proportion as his mind recovered its natural tone and was able to throw off the depression which had so long troubled him, another source of perplexity had taken its place. Most men in those days, with the exception of very determined Puritans, approached Rome with feelings of veneration and awe. Inglesant's training and temperament inclined him to entertain these feelings as strongly perhaps as any man of the day. But since he had been in Italy, his eyes and ears had not been closed, and it had been impossible for him to resist a growing impression, scarcely perhaps amounting to conviction, that the nearer he approached the papal capital, the more wretched and worse governed did the country appear on every side. In the muttered complaints which reached his ear, these evils were charged partly upon the abuses of the papal chair itself, but principally upon the tyranny and oppression of the society of the Jesuits. Inglesant made these observations mostly in the taverns or cafes in the evenings, when those who were present, perceiving him to be a foreigner, were more disposed to be communicative than they otherwise would have been. But the cardinal was known to associate rather with the fathers of the oratory than with the Jesuits, and men did not hesitate therefore to speak somewhat freely on these matters to his familiar companion. These accusations did not destroy Inglesant's faith in the society, but they made him anxious to hear the other side, and to see, if possible from within, the working of this great and powerful organization, and to understand the motives which prompted these actions, which were so much blamed and which were apparently productive of such questionable fruits. If this were to be done, it must be done at once. He came to Rome recommended to the Jesuits' college, almost an accredited agent. He would be received without suspicion and would probably be enabled to obtain an insight into much of their policy. But if at the onset he associated himself with persons and interests hostile, or at least indifferent to those of the party to which he belonged, and which he wished to understand, this opportunity would doubtless soon be lost to him. Acting upon these considerations, he parted from the cardinal to whom he confided his motives, and made his way to the English college, or house, which was situated in the street leading to St. Peter's and the Vatican, and not far from the bridge and castle of St. Angelo. The college was a large and fair house, standing in several courts and gardens. Inglesant was received with courtesy by the rector, who said that he remembered seeing him in London, and that he had also been at his father's house in Wiltshire. He named to him several priests who had also been there, but so many papists had been constantly coming and going at Westerker during the time that Father St. Clare had resided there that Inglesant could not recall them to mind. The rector, however, mentioned one whom he remembered, the gentleman who had given him St. Teresa's life. He advised Inglesant to remain some days at the college, as the usual and natural resort of all Englishmen connected in any way with the court and church of Rome, promising him pleasant rooms. He showed him his apartment, a small but handsome guest chamber, looking upon a garden, with a sort of oratory or closet adjoining with an altar and crucifix. The bell rang for supper, but the rector had that meal laid for himself and his guest in his private room. The students and those who took their meals at the common table had but one good meal in the day, that being a most excellent one. Their supper consisted of a glass of wine and a manchet of bread. The rector and Inglesant had much talk together, and after the latter had satisfied his host as best as he could upon all those points, and they were many, connected with the state of affairs in England upon which he desired information, the rector began in his turn to give his guest a description of affairs in Rome and of those things which he should see and how best to see them. "I will not trouble you now," he said, "with any policy or state affairs. You will no doubt wish to spend the next few days in seeing the wonderful sights of this place, and in becoming familiar with its situation, so that you may study them more closely afterwards. A man must indeed be ill endowed by nature who does not find in Rome delight in every branch of learning and of art. The libraries are open, and the students have access to the rarest books. In the churches the most exquisite voices are daily heard. The palaces are crowded with pictures and with statues, ancient and modern. You have, besides, the stately streets and noble buildings of every age, the presence of strangers from every part of the world, villas covered with bossy relievi, and the enjoyment of nature in enchanting gardens. To a man who loves the practices of devotion, I need not mention the lifelong employment among the churches, relics, and processions. It is this last that gives a unique completeness of the Roman life within itself. To the abundance of its earthly wealth, to the delights of its intellectual gratifications, is added a feeling of unequaled security and satisfaction kept alive in a pious mind by the incessant contemplation of the objects of its reverence. I do not know if you are by taste more of a scholar than of a religious, but both tastes are worthy of cultivation, nor is all spiritual learning necessarily confined to the last. There is much that is very instructive in the lessons which the silent stones and shattered monuments of the fallen cities over which we walk teach us. It has been well observed that everything that has been dug out of the ruins of ancient Rome has been found mutilated, either by the barbarians, fanaticism, or time. And one of our poets, Janus Vitalis, seeing all the massive buildings mouldered or mouldering away, and the ever-changing Tiber only remaining the same, composed this ingenious and pleasing verse. Disce hein quid posset fortuna, immota labascunt, et que perpetuo sunt flutura manunt. You will find that the Italian humor delights much in such thoughts as these, which make the French and other nations accuse us of melancholy. The Italian has a strong fancy, yet a strong judgment, and this makes him delight in such things as please the fancy, while at the same time they are in accordance with judgment and with reason. He delights in music, medals, statues, and pictures as things which either divert his melancholy or humor it, and even the common people, such as shoemakers, have formed curious collections of medals of gold, silver, and brass, such as would have become the cabinet of a prince. Do you wish to begin with the churches or with the antiquities? Inglesant said he wished to see the churches first of all. You will no doubt, said the rector, find a great satisfaction in such a choice. You will be overcome with the beauty and solemnity of these sacred places, and the sweetness of the organs and of the singing will melt your heart. At the same time, I should wish to point out to you, to whom I wish to speak without the least reserve, that you will no doubt see some things which will surprise you, nay, which may even appear to you to be, to say the least, of questionable advantage. You must understand once for all, and constantly bear in mind, that this city is like none other, and that many things are natural and proper here which would be strange and ill-fitted elsewhere. Rome is the visible symbol and representation of the Christian truth, and we live here in a perpetual masque or holy interlude of the life of the Savior. As in other countries and cities, outward representations are placed before the people of the awful facts and incidents on which their salvation rests, so here this is carried still farther, as indeed was natural and almost inevitable. It was a very small step from the representation of the flagellation of Christ to the very pillar on which he leant. Indeed, where these representations were enacted, the simple country people readily and naturally conceived them to have taken place. Hence, when you are shown the 3 doors of Pilate's house, in which Jesus passed and repassed to and from judgment, the steps up which he walked, the rock on which he promised to build his church, the stone on which the cock stood and crowed when Peter denied him, part of his coat and of his blood, and several of the nails of his cross, more possibly than were originally used, over where the heretics have not failed to make themselves very merry. When you see all these things, I say, and if you feel, as I do not say you will feel, but if you feel any hesitancy or even some repulsion, as though these miraculous things were to you matters more of doubt than worship, you will not fail at once to see the true nature and bearing of these things, nor to apply to them the solution which your philosophy has doubtless given already to many difficult questions of this life. These things are true to each of us according as we see them. They are, in fact, but shadows and likenesses of the absolute truth that reveals itself to men in different ways, but always imperfectly and as in a glass. To the simple-hearted peasant, that pavement upon which in his mind's eye he sees Jesus walking is verily and indeed pressed by the divine feet. To him this pillar, the sight of which makes the stinging whips creep along his flesh, is the pillar to which the Lord was tied. Our people, both peasant and noble, are of the nature of children who are naughty one moment and sincerely penitent the next. They are now widely dissolute, the next day prostrate before the cross, and as such much that is true and beautiful in their lives seem otherwise to the cold and world-taught heart. But our Lord honored the childlike heart, and will not send away our poor peasants when they come to him with their little offerings, even though they lay at him the feet of a bambino doll. But do you not find, said Inglesant, that this devotion, which is so ephemeral, is rather given to the sensible object than to the unseen Christ? It may be so, said the rector. There is no good but what has its alloy. But it is a real devotion, and it reaches after Christ. Granted that it is dark, no doubt in the darkness it finds him, though it cannot see his form. "Doubtless," said Inglesant, who saw that the rector did not wish to dwell on this part of the subject. "As we say in our service in England, we are the sheep of his pasture, and we are all branded with the mark which he puts upon his sheep, the innate knowledge of God and the soul. I remember hearing of a man who believed that he had a guardian spirit who awoke him every morning with the audible words, 'Who gets up first to pray?' If this man was deluded, it could not have been by Satan." In the morning when Inglesant awoke, he saw from his window over the city wall the Monte Mario, with its pine woods and the windows of its scattered houses lighted by the rising sun. The air was soft and balmy, and he remained at the open window, letting his mind grow certain of the fact that he was in Rome. In the clear atmosphere of the papal city there was a strange shimmer of light upon the distant hills and on the green tufts and hillocks of the waste ground beyond the walls. The warm air fanned his temples, and in the stillness of the early morning a delicious sense of a wonderful and unknown land into the mysteries of which he was about to enter filled his mind. It was indeed a strange world which lay before him, and resembled nothing so much as that to which the rector had aptly compared it the night before, a sacred interlude full of wild and fantastic sights. Churches more sublime than the dreams of fancy painted across whose marble pavements saints and angels moved familiarly with men, pagan sepulchres and banqueting chambers, where the phantoms flickered as in Tartarus itself, vaults and Christian catacombs, where the cry of martyrs mingled with the chanting of masses sung beneath the sod, and where the torch light flashed on passing forms of horror, quelled everywhere by the figure of the crucified, that at every turn kept the place. Midnight processions and singing, startling the darkness and scaring the doers of darkness, mortal and immortal, that lurked among the secret places, where the crimes of centuries stood like ghastly corpses at every step. And above all and through all the life of Jesus enacted and reacted year after year and day by day, continually, not in the dumb show or memorial only, but in deed and fact before the eyes of men, as if, in that haunt of demons and possessed, in that sink of past and present crime, nothing but the eternal presence and power of Jesus could keep the fiends in check. The rector took Inglesant over the college and showed him the life and condition of the inmates under its most pleasing aspect. As he then saw it, it reminded him of a poem he had heard Mr. Crashaw read at Little Gidding, describing a religious house and condition of life, and he quoted part of it to the rector. "No cruel guard of diligent cares that keep crowned woes awake as things too wise for sleep, but reverend discipline and religious fear and soft obedience find sweet biding here, silence and sacred rest, peace and pure joys." When they had seen the college, the rector said, "We will go this morning to St. Peter's. It is better that you should see it at once, though the first sight is nothing. Then at 3 o'clock we will attend vespers at the Cappella del Coro, where there is fine music every day in the presence of Cardinal. Afterwards, as Rome is very full, there will be great confluence of carriages in the piazza of the Farnese Palace, which is a favorite resort. There I can show you many of the great ones, whom it is well you should know by sight and hear something of before you are presented to them." As they passed out into the street of the city, the rector began a disquisition on the discovery of antiquities in Rome. He advised Inglesant to study the cabinets of metals which he would meet with in the museums and palaces, as they would throw great light upon the statues and other curiosities. "A man takes a great deal more pleasure," he said, "in surveying the ancient statues who compares them with metals, than it is possible for him to do without some such knowledge, for the two arts illustrate each other. The coins throw a great light upon many points of ancient history, and enable us to distinguish the kings and consuls, emperors and empresses, the deities and virtues, with their ensigns and trophies, and 1,000 other attributes and images not to be learnt or understood in any other way. I have a few coins myself, which I shall be glad to show you, and a few gems, among which is an Antonius cut in a carnelian, which I value very highly. It represents him in the habit of a Mercury, and is the finest intaglio I ever saw. I obtained it by accident from a peasant who found it while digging in his vineyard." Inglesant was too much occupied watching the passers-by in the thronged streets to pay much attention to what he said. The crowded pavements of Rome offered to his eyes a spectacle such as he had never seen, and to his imagination a fanciful pageant such as he had never pictured even in his dreams. The splendid equipages with their metal work of massive silver, the strange variety of the clerical costumes, the fantastic dresses of the attendants and papal soldiers, the peasants and pilgrims from all countries, Even the most remote crossed his vision in an entangled maze. As they crossed the bridge of St. Angelo, the rector informed him of the invaluable treasures of antique art which were supposed to lie beneath the muddy waters of the river. They passed beneath the castle, and a few moments more brought them to the piazza in front of the church. The colonnade was not finished, one side of it being then in course of completion, but in all its brilliant freshness, with the innumerable statues white from the sculptor's hand, it had an imposing and stately effect. The great obelisk, or guglia, as the Italians called it, had been raised to its position some 70 years before, but only one of the great fountains was complete. Crossing the square, which was full of carriages and of priests and laymen on foot, the rector and Inglesant ascended the marble stairs, which had formed part of the old basilica, and up which Charlemagne was said to have mounted on his knees, and passing through the gigantic porch with its enormous pillars and gilt roof, the rector pushed back the canvas-lined curtain that closed the doorway, and they entered the church. The masons were at work completing the marble covering of the massive square pillars of the nave. But though the work was unfinished, it was sufficient to produce an effect of the inexpressible richness and splendor. The vast extent of the pavement, prepared as for the heavenly host with inlaying of colors of polished stone, agate, serpentine, porphyry, and chalcedon, the shining walls veined with the richest marbles and studded with gems, the roof of the nave carved with foliage and roses overlaid with gold. The distant walls and chambers of imagery, dim with incense, through which shone out, scarcely veiled, the statues and tombs, the paintings and crucifixes and altars, which their glimmering lights all settled down, so to speak, upon Inglesant's soul with a perception of subdued splendor, which hushed the spirit into a silent feeling which was partly rest and partly awe. But when, having traversed the length of the nave without uttering a word, he passed from under the gilded roofs, and the spacious dome, lofty as a firmament, expanded itself above him in the sky, covered with tracery of the celestial glories, and brilliant with mosaic and stars of gold, when, opening on all sides to the wide transepts, the limitless pavement stretched away beyond the reach of sense, when, beneath this vast work and finished effort of man's devotion, he saw the high altar brilliant with lights, surmounted and enthroned by its panoply of clustering columns and towering cross. When all around him he was conscious of the hush and calmness of worship, and felt in his inmost being the sense of vastness, of splendor, and of awe. He may be pardoned if, kneeling upon the polished floor, he conceived for the moment that this was the house of God, and that the gate of heaven was here. End of section 37. Section 38 of John Inglesant, A Romance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. John Inglesant, A Romance by Joseph Henry Shorthouse. Chapter 25, Part 1. It is almost impossible for a man to form in his imagination, said the rector to Inglesant as they left the church, such beautiful and glorious scenes as are to be met with in the Roman churches and chapels. The profusion of the ancient marble found within the city itself, and the many fine quarries in the neighborhood, have made this result possible. And notwithstanding the incredible sums of money which have been already laid out in this way, the same work is still going forward in other parts of Rome, the last effort still endeavoring to outshine those that went before it. Inglesant found this assertion to be true. As he entered church after church during the first few days of his sojourn in Rome, he found the same marble walls, the same inlaid tombs, the same colored pavements. In the somber autumn afternoons, this splendor was toned down and veiled till it produced an effect which was inexpressibly noble, a dim brilliance, a subdued and restrained glory, which accorded well with the enervating perfume and the strains of romantic music that stole along the aisles. In these churches and in the monasteries adjoining, Inglesant was introduced to many priests and ecclesiastics, among whom he might study most of the varieties of devout feeling and of religious life in all its forms. To many of these he was not drawn by any feeling of sympathy. Many were only priests and monks in outward form, being in reality men of the world, men of pleasure, or antiquarians and artists. But, introduced to the society of Rome in the first place as a devoto, he became acquainted naturally with many who aspired to, and who were considered to possess, exceptional piety. Among these he was greatly attracted by report towards a man who was then beginning to attract attention in Rome, and to exert that influence over the highest and most religious natures, which, during a period of 20 years, became so overpowering as at one time to threaten to work a complete revolution in the system and policy of Rome. This was Michael de Molinos, a Spanish priest who, coming to Rome some years before, began to inculcate a method of mystical devotion, which he had no doubt gathered from the followers of St. Teresa, who were regarded with great veneration in Spain, where the contemplative devotion which they taught was held in high esteem. On his first coming to Rome, Molinos refused all ecclesiastical advancement and declined to practice those austerities which were so much admired. He associated with men of the most powerful minds and of the most elevated thoughts, and being acknowledged at once to be a man of learning and of good sense, his influence soon became perceptible. To all who came to him for spiritual comfort and advice, he insisted on the importance of mental devotion, of daily communion, and of an inward application of the soul to Jesus Christ and to his death. So attractive were his personal qualities, and so alluring his doctrine, to minds which had grown weary of the more formal ceremonies and acts of bodily penance and devotion, that thousands thronged his apartments, and the method of Molinos became not only a divine message to many, but even the fashionable religion of Rome. It spoke to men of an active devotion which it called the contemplative state, in which the will is so united to God and overcome by that union that it adores and loves and resigns itself up to him, and not exposed to the wavering of the mere fancy, nor wearied by a succession of formal acts of a dry religion, it enters into the life of God, into the heavenly places of Jesus Christ, with an indescribable and secret joy. It taught that this rapture and acquiescence in the divine will, while it is the highest state and privilege of devotion, is within the reach of every man, being the fruit of nothing more than the silent and humble adoration of God that arises out of a pure and quiet mind. And it offered to every man the prospect of this communion, a prospect to which the very novelty and vagueness gave a hitherto unknown delight, in exchange for the common methods of devotion which long use and constant repetition had caused to appear to many but as dead and lifeless forms. Those who followed this method generally laid aside the use of the rosary, the daily repeating of the breviary, together with the common devotion of the saints, and applied themselves to preserve their minds in an inward calm and quiet, that they might in silence perform simple acts of faith and feel those inward motions and directions which they believed would follow upon such acts. To such a doctrine as this, taught by such a man, it is not surprising that Inglesant was soon attracted, and he visited Molinos' rooms several times. On one of these occasions he met in the anteroom a gentleman he had seen more than once before, but had never spoken to. He was therefore somewhat surprised when he accosted him, and seemed desirous of some private conference. Inglesant knew that he was the Count Vesperiani, and had heard him described as of a noble and refined nature, and a hearty follower of Molinos. They left the house together, and driving to the gardens of the Borghese Palace, they walked for some time. The Count began by expressing his pleasure that at so early a period of his residence in Rome, Inglesant had formed the acquaintance of Molinos. "You are, perhaps," he said, "not aware of the importance of the movement, nor of the extent to which some of us are not without hope that it may ultimately reach. Few persons are aware of the numbers already devoted to it, including men of every rank in the Church, and among the nobility of, and every variety of opinion and of principle. It cannot be supposed that all these persons act thus under the influence of any extraordinary elevation of piety or devotion. To what, then, can their conduct be ascribed? It cannot have escaped your notice, since you have been in Italy, that there is much that is rotten in the state of government, and to be deplored in the condition of the people. I do not know in what way you may have accounted for this lamentable condition of affairs in your own mind, but among ourselves, those among us at any rate who are men of intelligence and of experience of the life of other countries, and especially Protestant ones, there is but one solution: the share that priests have in the government, not only in the Pope's territory, but in all the other courts of Italy where they have the rule. This does not so much arise from any individual errors or misdoing as from the necessary unfitness of ecclesiastics to interfere in civil affairs. They have not souls large enough nor tender enough for government. They are trained in an inflexible code of morals and of conduct from which they cannot swerve. To this code all human needs must bow. They are cut off from sympathy with their fellows on most points, and their natural inclinations, which cannot be wholly suppressed, are driven into unworthy and mean channels. and they acquire a narrowness of spirit and a sourness of mind, together with a bias to one side only of life, which does not agree with the principles of human society. All kinds of incidental evils arise from these sources, in stating which I do not wish to accuse those ecclesiastics of unusual moral turpitude. Among them is the fact that, having individually so short and uncertain a time for governing, they think only of the present, and of serving their own ends, or satisfying their own conceptions, regardless of the ultimate happiness or misery which must be the consequence of what they do. Whatever advances the present interests of the Church or of themselves, for no man is free altogether from selfish motives, whatever enriches the Church or their own families, for no man can help interesting himself in those of his own house, is preferred to all wise, great, or generous counsels. You will perhaps wonder what the mystic spiritual religion of Molinos has to do with all this, but a moment's explanation will, I think, make it very clear to you. The hold which the priests have upon the civil government is maintained solely by the tyranny which they exercise over the spiritual life of men. It is the opinion of Molinos that this function is misdirected, and that in the place of a tyrant there should appear a guide. He is about to publish a book called La Guida Spirituale, which will appear with several approbations before it, one by the General of the Franciscans, who is a qualificator of the Inquisition, and another by a member of the society to which you are attached, Father Martin de Esparza, also one of the qualificators. This book, so authorized and recommended, cannot fail not only to escape censure, but to exert a powerful influence, and will doubtless be highly esteemed. Now the importance of Molinos's doctrine lies in this, that he presses the point of frequent communion, and asserts that freedom from mortal sin is the only necessary qualification. At the same time, he guards himself from the charge of innovation by the very title and whole scope of this book, which is to insist upon the necessity of a spiritual director and guide. You will see at once what an important step is here gained, for the doctrine being once admitted that mortal sin only is a disqualification for receiving the sacrament, and the necessity of confession before communion being not expressed, the obligation of coming always to the priest as the minister of the sacrament of penance before every communion cannot long be insisted upon. Indeed, it will become a rule by which all spiritual persons who adhere to Molinos's method will conduct their penitents, that they may come to the sacrament when they find themselves out of the state of mortal sin, without going at every time to confession. And it is beginning to be observed already in Rome that those who, under the influence of this method, are becoming more strict in their lives, more retired and serious in their mental devotions, are becoming less zealous in their whole deportment as to the exterior parts of religion. They are not so assiduous at Mass, nor in procuring Masses for their friends, nor are they so frequent at confession or processions. I cannot tell you what a blessing I anticipate for mankind should this method be once allowed. What a freedom, what a force, what a reality religion would obtain. The time is ripe for it, and the world is prepared. The best men are giving their adherence. I entreat you to lend your aid. The Jesuits are wavering. They have not yet decided whether the new method will prevail or not. The least matter will turn the scale. You may think that it is of little importance which side you take, but if so, you are mistaken. You are not perhaps aware of the high estimation in which the reports and letters which have preceded you have caused you to be held at the Jesuits' College. You are supposed to have great influence with the English Catholics and Protestant Episcopalians, and the idea of promoting Catholic progress in England is the dearest to the mind of the Roman ecclesiastic. Inglesant listened to the Count attentively and did not immediately reply. At last he said, "What you have told me is of the greatest interest, and commends itself to my conscience more than you know. As to the present state and government of Italy, I am not competent to speak. One of the things which I hoped to learn in Rome was the answer to some complaints which I have heard in other parts of Italy. I fear also that you may be too sanguine as to the result of such freedom as you desire. This age is witness of the state to which too much freedom has brought England, my own country, a land which, a few years ago, was the happiest and wealthiest of all the countries, now utterly ruined and laid waste. The freedom which you desire and the position of the clergy which you approve is somewhat the same as that which existed in the Protestant Episcopal Church of England. But the influence they possessed was not sufficient to resist the innovations and wild excesses of the Socrates. The freedom which I desire for myself I am willing to renounce when I see the evil which the possession of it works among others and in the state. What you attempt, however, is an experiment in which I am not unwilling to be interested, and I shall be very curious to observe the result. The main point of your method, the freedom of the Blessed Sacrament, is a taking piece of doctrine, for the holding of which I have always been attracted to the Episcopal Church of England. It is, as you say, a point of immense importance, upon which, in fact, the whole system of the Church depends. I have been long seeking for some solution of the mysterious difficulties of the religious life. It may be that I shall find it in your society, which I perceive already to consist of men of the highest and most select natures, with whom, come what may, it is an honor to be allied. You may count on my adherence, and though I may seem a half-hearted follower, I shall not be found wanting when the time of action comes. I should wish to see more of Molinos." "I am not at all surprised," said the Count, "that you do not at once perceive the full force of what I have said. It requires to be an Italian and to have grown to manhood in Italy to estimate justly the pernicious influence of the clergy upon all ranks of society. I have traveled abroad, and when I have seen such a country as Holland, a land divided between land and sea, upon which the sun rarely shines, with a cold and stagnant air, and liable to be destroyed by inundations, when I see this country rich and flourishing, full of people, happy and contented, with every mark of plenty and none at all of want, when I see all this, and then think of my own beautiful land, its long and happy summers, its rich and fruitful soil, and see it ruined and depopulated, its few inhabitants miserable and in rags, the scorn and contempt instead of the envy of the world. When I think of what she was an age or two ago, and reflect upon the means by which such a fall, such a dispeopling, and such a poverty has befallen a nation and a climate like this, I dare not trust myself to speak the words which arise to my lips. Those with whom you associate will doubtless endeavor to prevent these melancholy truths from being perceived by you, but they are too evident to be concealed. Before long you will have painful experience of their existence." "You say," said Inglesant, "that 1 or 2 ages ago Italy was much more prosperous than at present. Were not the priests as powerful then as now?" "I do not deny," replied the Count, "that there have been other causes which have tended to impoverish the country, but under a different government many of these might have been averted or at any rate mitigated. When the commerce of the country was flourishing, the power of the wealthy merchants and the trading princes was equal or superior to that of the priests, especially in the leading states. As their influence and wealth declined, the authority of the clergy increased. A wiser policy might have discovered other sources of wealth and of occupation for the people. They only thought of establishing the authority of the church, of adorning the altars, of filling the papal coffers." Inglesant may have thought that he perceived a weak point in this explanation, but he made no reply, and the Count supposed he was satisfied. A few days afterwards he had the opportunity of a long and private conversation with Molinos. The Spaniard was a man of tall and graceful exterior, with a smile and manner which were indescribably alluring and sweet. Inglesant confided to him something of his past history and much of his mental troubles and perplexities. He spoke of De Crecy and of the remorse which had followed his rejection of the life of self-denial which the Benedictine had offered him. Molinos's counsel was gentle and kindly. "It was said to me long ago," said Inglesant, "that there are some men born into the world with such happy dispositions that the cross for a long time seems very light, if not altogether unfelt. The straight path runs side by side with the broad and pleasant way of man's desires. So close are they that the two cannot be discerned apart. So the man goes on, the favorite seemingly both of God and his fellows. But let him not think that he shall always escape the common doom. God is preparing some great test for him, some great temptation, all the more terrible for being so long delayed. Let him beware lest his spiritual nature be enervated by so much sunshine, so that when the trial comes he may be unable to meet it. His conscience is easier than other men's. What are sins to them that are not so to him? But the trial that is prepared for him will be no common one. It will be so fitted to his condition that he cannot palter with it nor pass it by. He must either deny his God or himself. This was said to me by one who knew me not, but it was said with something of a prophetic instinct, and I see in these words some traces of my own fate. For a long time it seemed to me that I could serve both the world and God, that I could be a courtier in kings' houses and in the house of God, that I could follow the earthly learning and at the same time the learning that is from above. But suddenly the chasm opened beneath my feet. 2 ways lay before me, and I chose the broad and easy path. The cross was offered to me, and I drew back my hand. The winnowing fan passed over the floor, and I was swept away with the chaff. I should prefer to say, replied the Spaniard, and as he spoke his expression was wonderfully compassionate and urbane, I should prefer to say that there are some men whom God is determined to win by love. Terrors and chastisements are fit for others, but these are the select natures, or as you have yourself termed them, the courtiers of the household of God. Believe me, God does not lay traps for any, nor is he mistaken in his estimate. If he lavishes favor upon any man, it is because he knows that the man's nature will respond to love. It is the habit of kings to assemble in their houses such men as will delight them by their conversation and companionship. Amor I delicae generis humani, whose memory is fresh and sweet ages after, when they be dead. Something like this, it seems to me, God is wont to do, that he may win these natures for the good of mankind and for his own delight. It is true that such privilege calls for a return, but what will ensure a return sooner than the consideration of such favor as this? You say you have been unworthy of such favor and have forfeited it forever. You cannot have forfeited it, for it was never deserved. It is the kingly grace of God, bestowed on whom he will. If I am not mistaken in your case, God will win you, and he will win you by determined and uninterrupted acts of love. It may be that in some other place God would have found for you other work. You have failed in attaining to that place. Serve him where you are. If you fall still lower, or imagine that you fall lower, still serve him in the lowest room of all. Wherever you may find yourself in courts or pleasure houses or gardens of delight, still serve him, and you will bid defiance to imaginations and powers of evil that strive to work upon a sensitive and excited nature, and to urge it to despair. Many of these thoughts, which we look upon as temptations of God, are but the accidents of our bodily temperaments. How can you, nursed in courts, delicately reared and bred, trained in pleasure, your ear and eye and sense habituated to music and soft sounds, to color and to beauty of form, your brain developed by intellectual effort and made sensitive to the slightest touch? How can religious questions bear the same aspect to you as to a man brought up in want of the necessaries of life, hardened by toil and exposure, unenlightened by learning in the arts, unconscious of the existence even of what is agony or delight to you? Yet God is equally with both of these. In his different ways he will lead both of them, would they but follow through that maze of accident and casualty in which they are involved, and out of the tumult of which coil they complain to the deity of what is truly the result of their own temperaments, ancestry, and the besetments of life. I tell you this because I have no fear that it will exalt you, but to keep you from unduly deprecating yourself, and from that terrible blasphemy that represents God as laying snares for men in the guise of pretended kindness. God is with all, with the coarse and dull as with the refined and pure, but he draws them by different means, those by terror, these by love. Inglesant said little in answer to these words, but they made a deep impression upon him. They lifted a weight from his spirits and enabled him henceforward to take some of the old pleasure in the light of heaven and the occurrences of life. He saw much of Molinos and had long conferences with him upon the solution of the greatest of all problems, that of granting religious freedom, and at the same time maintaining religious truth. Molinos thought that his system solved this problem, and although Inglesant was not altogether convinced of this, yet he associated himself heartily, if not wholly, with the Quietists, as Molinos's followers were called, insomuch that he received some friendly cautions from the Jesuit college not to commit himself too far. End of section 38.
Section 39 of John Inglesant, A Romance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. John Inglesant, A Romance by Joseph Henry Shorthouse. Chapter 25, Part 2. It must not be supposed, however, that he was altogether absorbed in such thoughts or such pursuits. To him, as to all the other inhabitants of Rome, each in his own degree and station, the twofold aspect of existence in the strange papal city claimed his alternate regard, and divided his life and his intellect. The society of Rome, at one moment devout, the next philosophic, the next antiquarian, artistic, pleasure-seeking, imparted to all its members some tincture of its Protean character. The existence of all was colored by the many-sided prism through which the light of every day's experience was seen. Inglesant's acquaintance with the cardinal introduced him at once to all the different coteries, and procured him the advantage of a companion who exerted a strong and cultivated mind to exhibit each subject in its completest and most fascinating aspect. Accompanied by the cardinal, and with one or other of the literati of Rome, each in his turn a master of the peculiar study to which the day was devoted, Inglesant wandered day after day through all the wonderful city, through the palaces, ruins, museums, and galleries. He stood among the throng of statues, that strange maze of antique life, which some enchanter's wand seemed suddenly to have frozen into marble in the midst of its intricate dance, yet so frozen as to retain by some mysterious art the warm and breathing life. He saw the men of the old buried centuries, of the magic and romantic existence when the world was young, the beautiful gods with their white wands, the grave senators and stately kings, the fauns and satyrs that dwelt in the untrodden woods, the pastoral flute players, whose airs yet linger within the peasants' reeds, the slaves and craftsmen of old Rome, with all their postures, dress, and bearing, as they walked those inlaid pavements buried deep beneath the soil, whose mosaic figures every now and then are opened to the faded life of today. Nor less entrancing were those quaint fancies upon the classic tombs, which showed in what manner the old pagan looked out into the spacious ether and confronted death. A child playing with a comic mask, bacchanals and wreaths of flowers, hunting parties and battles, images of life, of feasting and desire, and finally the inverted torch, the fleeting seasons ended, and the actor's part laid down. Still existing as a background to this phantom life was the stage on which it had walked, the ruined splendor of Rome, in its setting of blue sky and green foliage, of ivy and creeping plants, of laurels and ilex, enfolded in a soft ethereal radiance that created everywhere a garden of romance. "Nothing delights and entertains me so much in this country," said Inglesant one day to a gentleman with whom he was walking, "as the contrasts which present themselves on every hand. The peasant's hut built in the ruins of a palace, the most exquisite carving supporting its tottering roof, cattle drinking out of an emperor's tomb, a theatre built in a mausoleum, and pantomime airs, and the plaudite heard amid the awful silence of the grave. Here a Christ, ghastly naked on a cross; there a charming God, a tender harmony of form and life, triumphal arches sunk in the ruins not of their own only, but of successive ages, monuments far more of decay and death than of glory or fame. Corinthian columns canopied with briars, ivy, and wild vine, the delicate acanthus wreaths stained by noisome weeds. The thoughts that arise from the sight of these contrasts are pleasing, though melancholy. Such ideas, sentiments, and feelings as arise in the mind and in the heart at the foot of antique columns, before triumphal arches, in the depths of ruined tombs, and on mossy banks of fountains. But there are other contrasts which bring no such soothing thoughts with them, nothing but what may almost be called despair. Profusion of magnificence and wealth side by side with the utmost wretchedness, Christ's altar blazing with jewels and marble, misery indescribable around. Luxury and enjoyment and fine clothes almost hustled by rags and sores and filth. Amid the lesson of past ages written on every ruined column and shattered wall, what a distance still exists between the poor and the rich! Should the poor man wish to overpass it, he is driven back at once into his original wretchedness, or condemned more mercifully to death, while every ruined column and obelisk cries aloud, "Let everything that creeps console itself, for everything that is elevated falls." "We Romans," said the gentleman, "preserve our ruins as beggars keep open their sores. They are preserved not always from taste, nor from a respect of antiquity, but sometimes from mere avarice, for they attract from every corner of the world that crowd of strangers whose curiosity has long furnished a maintenance to 3/4 of Italy. But you were speaking of the charming gods of the ancients. We are not inferior to them. Have you seen the Apollo of Bernini pursuing Daphne in the Borghese Palace? His hair waves in the wind. You hear the entreaties of the god." "Yes, I have seen it," said Inglesant. "It is another of those wonderful contrasts with which Rome abounds. We are Catholic and pagan at the same time." "It is true," said the other. "Nevertheless, in the centre of the blood-stained Colosseo stands a crucifix. The Galilean has triumphed." Inglesant stopped. They were standing before the Apollo in the Belvedere Gardens. The Inglesant took from beneath his vest a crucifix in ivory exquisitely carved, and held it beside the statue of the god. The one, the noblest product of buoyant life, the proudest perfection of harmonious form, purified from all the dross of humanity, the head worthy of the god of day and of the lyre, of healing and of help, who bore in his day the selfsame name that the other bore, the great physician. The other, worn and emaciated, helpless, dying, apparently without power, forgotten by the world. "Has the Galilean triumphed? Do you prefer the Christ?" he said. The gentleman smiled. "The benign God," he said, "has doubtless many votaries even now." It is probable that the life of Rome was working its effect upon Inglesant himself. Under its influence and that of the Cardinal, his tone of thought became considerably modified. In a strange and unexpected way, in the midst of so much religion, his attention was diverted from the religious side of life, and his views of what was philosophically important underwent considerable change. He read Lucretius less and Terence and Aristophanes more. Human life, as he saw it existing around him, became more interesting to him than theories and opinions. Life in all its forms, the Cardinal assured him, was the only study worthy of man. And though Inglesant saw that such a general assertion only encouraged the study of human thought, yet it seemed to him that it directed him to a truth which he had hitherto perhaps overlooked, and taught him to despise and condemn nothing in the common path of men in which he walked. If this were true, the more carefully he studied this common life, and the more narrowly he watched it, the more worthy it would appear of regard. The dull and narrow streets, the crowded dwellings, the base and vulgar life, the poverty and distress of the poorer classes would assume an interest unknown to him before. This life and interest, the Cardinal would say, finds its best exponent in the old pantomime and burlesque music of Italy, the real, everyday, commonplace human life, which originates absolutely among the people themselves, speaks in their own music and street airs, but when these are touched by a master's hand, it becomes revealed to us in its essence, refined and idealized, with all its human features, which from the very familiarity escape our recognition as we walk the streets. In the peculiarity of this music, its graceful delicacy and lively frolic and grotesqueness, I think I find the most perfect presentment to the ear and heart of human life, especially as the slightest variation of time or setting reveals in the most lively of these airs depths of pathos and melodious sorrow, completing thus the analogy of life beneath the gayest phases of which lie unnoticed the saddest realities. "I've often felt," said Inglesant, "that old dance music has an inexpressible pathos. As I listen to it, I seem to be present at long past festivities, whose very haunts are swept away and forgotten, at evenings in the distant past looked forward to as all-important, upon whose short and fleeting hours the hopes and enjoyments of a lifetime were staked, now lost in an undistinguished oblivion and dust of death. The young and the beautiful who danced to these quaint measures in a year or two had passed away, and other forms equally graceful took their place. Fancies and figures that live in sound and pass before the eyes only when evoked by such melodies float down the shadowy way and pass into the future, where the gay and brilliant hours await the young, to be followed as heretofore by pale and disappointed hopes and sad realities and the grave." "What do you mean?" said the Cardinal, "by figures that live in sound?" "It seems to me," said Inglesant, "that the explanation of the power of music upon the mind is, that many things are elements which are not reckoned so, and that sound is one of them. As the air and fire are said to be peopled by fairy inhabitants, as the spiritual man lives in the element of faith, so I believe that there are creatures which live in sound. Every lovely fancy, every moment of delight, every thought and thrill of pleasure which music calls forth, or which already existing is beautified and hallowed by music, does not die. Such as these become fairy existences, spiritual creatures, shadowy but real, and of an inexpressibly delicate grace and beauty, which live in melody and float in throng before the sense whenever the harmony that gave and maintains their life exists again in sound. They are children of the earth, and yet above it. They recall the human needs and hopes from which they sprang. They have shadowy sex and rank, and diversity of bearing, as of the different actors' parts that fill the stage of life. Poverty and wants are there, but as in an allegory or morality, purified and released from suffering. The pleasures and delights of past ages thus live again in sound. The sorrows and disappointments of other days and of other men mingle with our own, and soften and subdue our hearts. Apollo and Orpheus tamed the savage beasts. Music will soften our rugged nature and kindle in us a love of our kind, and a tolerance of the petty failings and the shortcomings of men. It was not only music that fostered and encouraged in Rome an easy, tolerant philosophy. No society could be more adapted than that of the Papal City to such an end. A people whose physical wants were few and easily supplied, a single meal in such a climate, and that easily procured, sufficing for the day. A city full of strangers, festivals and shows, a conscience absolutely at rest, a community entirely set apart from politics, absolutely at one with its government by habit, by interest, and by religion, constituted a unique state and mental atmosphere in which such philosophy naturally flourished. The early hours of the day were spent in such business as was necessary for all classes to engage in, and were followed by the dinner of fruit, vegetables, fish, and a little meat. From dinner all went to sleep, which lasted till 6 o'clock in the evening. Then came an hour's trifling over the toilette. All business was at an end, and all the shops were shut. Till 3 o'clock in the morning the hours were devoted to enjoyment. Men, women, and children repaired to the public walks, to the Corso and squares, to conversation and coteries, to assemblies in arcaded and lighted gardens, to collations in taverns. Even the gravest and most serious gave themselves up to relaxation and amusement till the next day. Every evening was a festival. Every variety of character and conversation enlivened these delicious hours, these soft and starry nights. Nothing pleased Inglesant's fancy so much, or soothed his senses so completely, as this second dawn of the day, and rising to pleasure in the cool evening. Soothed and calmed by sleep, the irritated nerves were lulled into the delicious sense for which we have no name, but which we compare to flowing water and to the moistening of a parched and dusty drought. All thoughts of trouble and of business were banished by the intervening hours of forgetfulness, from which the mind, half aroused and fresh from dreamland, awoke to find itself in a world as strange and fantastic as the land of sleep which it had left. A land bathed in sunset light, overarched by rainbows, saluted by cool zephyrs, soothed by soft strains of music, delighted and amused by gay festivals, peopled by varied crowds of happy folk, many-coloured and dressed in green, walks sparkling with fairy lamps, and seated at al fresco suppers before cosy taverns famous for delicious wines, where the gossip of Europe, upon which Rome looked out as from a belvedere intrigue, and the promotions of the morning were discussed. Inglesant had taken lodgings in an antique villa on the Aventine, surrounded by an uncultivated garden and by vineyards. The house was partly deserted and partly occupied by a family of priests, and he slept here when he was not at the Cardinal's palace or with other of his friends. The place was quiet and remote from the throng and noise of Rome. In the gardens were fountains in the cool shade. Frescoes and paintings had been left on the walls and in the rooms by the owner of the villa. The tinkling of convent bells sounded from the slopes of the hills, through the laurels and ilex, and across the vines. Every now and then the chanting of the priests might be heard from a small chapel at the back of the house. Inglesant awoke from his midday sleep one evening to the splash of the fountain and the scent of the fresh turned earth in the vineyard, and found his servant arranging his room for his toilette. He was to sup that evening at the Cardinal's with some of the fathers of the oratory, and he dressed, as was usual with him, even in his most distracted moods, with scrupulous care. A sedan was waiting for him, and he set out for the Cardinal's palace. It was a brilliant evening. Upon the hillsides the dark trees stood out against the golden sky. The domes and pinnacles of the churches shone in the evening light. In the quiet lanes in the neighbourhood of the Aventine the perfume of odoriferous trees was wafted over lofty garden walls. Quiet figures flitted to and fro. A distant hum of noisy streets scarcely reached the ear, mingled with the never-ceasing bells. That morning, before he went to sleep, Inglesant had been reading the Birds of Aristophanes with a voluminous commentary by some old scholar who had brought together a mass of various learning upon the subject of grotesque apologue, fable, and the fanciful representation of the facts and follies of human life under the characters of animals and of inanimate objects. A vast number of examples of curious pantomime and other stage characters were given, and the idea preserved throughout that by such impersonations the voices of man's existence were able to speak with clearness and pathos, and were more sure of being listened to than when they assumed the guise of a teacher or divine. Beneath a grotesque and unexpected form they conceal a gravity more sober than seriousness itself, as irony is more sincere than the solemnity which it parodies. Truth drops through a stilted gait and becomes natural and real in the midst of ludicrous and familiar events. The broad types of life's players into which the race is divided, especially the meanest, thieves, beggars, outcasts, with whom life is a reality stripped of outward show, will carry a moral and a teaching more aptly than the privileged and affected classes. Mixed with these are animals and familiar objects of household life, to which everyday use has given a character of their own. These, not in the literal repulsiveness or dullness of their monotonous existence, but abstracted as the types or emblems of the ideas associated with each one. Not a literal beggar in his dirt and loathsomeness, but poverty, freedom, helplessness, and amusing knavery personified in the part of a beggar. Not a mere article of household use in its inanimate stupidity, but every idea and association connected with the use of such articles by generations of men and women. These and such as these, enlivened by the sparkle of genius, set forth in gay and exquisite music, and by brilliant repartee and witty dialogue, certainly cannot be far behind the very foremost delineation of human life. End of Section 39. Section 40 of John Inglesant, A Romance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. John Inglesant, A Romance, by Joseph Henry Shorthouse. Chapter 25, Part 3. Educated in the court of King Charles to admire Shakespeare and the Elizabethan stage, Inglesant was better able to understand these things than the Italians were, suggestive as the Italian life itself was of such reflections. The taste for music and scenery had driven dialogue and character from the stage. Magnificent operas, performed by exquisite singers and accompanied by mechanical effects of stupendous extent, were almost the only scenic performances fashionable in Italy, but this was of less consequence where every street was a stage, and every festival an elaborate play. The Italians were pantomimic and dramatic in the highest degree without perceiving it themselves. The man who delights in regarding this life as a stage cannot attach an overwhelming importance to any incident. He observes life as a spectator and does not engage in it as an actor. But the Italian was too impetuous to do this. He took too violent an interest in the events themselves. The narrow streets through which Inglesant's chair passed terminated at the last in a wide square. It was full of confused figures presenting to the eye a dazzling movement of form and colour, of which last, owing to the evening light, the prevailing tint was blue. A brilliant belt of sunset radiance like molten gold along the distant horizon threw up the white houses into strong relief. Dark cypress trees rose against the glare of the yellow sky, tinged with blue from the fathomless azure above. The white spray of fountains flashed high over the heads of the people in the four corners of the square, and long lance-like gleams of light shot from behind the cypresses and the white houses, refracting 1,000 colours in the flashing water. A murmur of gay talk filled the air, and a constant change of varied form perplexed the eye. Inglesant alighted from his chair, and directing his servants to proceed at once to the cardinals, crossed the square on foot. Following so closely on his previous dreamy thoughts, he was intensely interested and touched by this living pantomime. Human life had never before seemed to him so worthy of regard, whether looked at as a whole, inspiring noble and serious reflections, or viewed in detail when each separate atom appears pitiful and often ludicrous. The infinite distance between these two poles, between the aspirations and the exhortations of conscience, which have to do with humanity as a whole, and the actual circumstances and capacities of the individual, with which satirists and humorists have ever made free to jest. This contrast, running through every individual life as well as through the mass of existence, seemed to him to be the true field of humour and the real science of those humanities which the schools pedantically profess to teach. Nothing moved in the motley crowd before him but what illustrated this science. The monk, the lover, the soldier, the improvisatore, the matron, the young girl, here the childish hand brandishing its toy, there the artisan and the shop girl, and the maid-servant seeking such enjoyment as their confined life afforded, the young boyish companions with interlaced arms, the benignant priest every now and then, the stately carriage slowly passing by to its place on the Corso, or to the palace or garden to which its inmates were bound. Wandering amid this brilliant fantasia of life, Inglesant's heart smote him from the luxurious sense of pleasure which he found himself taking in the present movement and aspect of things. Doubtless this human philosophy, if we may so call it, into which he was drifting, has a tendency, at least very different from much of the teaching which is the same in every school of religious thought. Love of mankind is inculcated as a sense of duty by every such school, but by this is certainly not intended love of and acquiescence in mankind as it is. This study of human life, however, this love of human existence, is unconnected with any desire for the improvement either of the individual or of the race. It is man as he is, not man as he might be, or as he should be, which is a delightful subject of contemplation to this tolerant philosophy which human frailty finds so attractive. Man's failings, his self-inflicted miseries, his humours, the effect of his very crimes and vices, if not even those vices themselves, form a chief part in the changing drama upon which the student's eyes are so eagerly set, and without these it would lose its interest and attraction. A world of perfect beings would be to such a man of all things the most stale and unprofitable. Humour and pathos, the grotesque contrast between a man's aspirations and his actual condition, his dreams and his mean realities, would be altogether wanting in such a world. Indignation, sorrow, satire, doubt, and restlessness, allegory, the very soul and vital salt of life, would be wanting in such a world. But if a man does not desire a perfect world, what part can he have in the Christian warfare? It is true that an intimate study of a world of sin and of misfortune throws up the sinless character of the Savior into strong relief, but the student accepts the Savior's character and mission as part of the phenomena of existence, not as an irreconcilable crusade and battle cry against the powers of the world on every hand. The study of life is indeed equally possible to both schools, but the pleased acquiescence in life as it is, with all its follies and fantastic pleasures, is surely incompatible with following the footsteps of the divine ascetic who trod the winepress of the wrath of God. With all their errors, they who rejected the world and all its allurements and taught the narrow life of painful self-denial must be more nearly right than this. Nevertheless, even before this last thought was completely formed in his mind, the sight of the moving people and of the streets of the wonderful city opening out on every side, full of palaces and glittering shops and stalls, and crowded with life and gaiety, turned his halting choice back again in the opposite direction, and he thought something like this. How useless and even pitiful is the continued complaint of moralists and divines to whom none lend an ear, whilst they endeavour age after age to check youth and pleasure and turn the current of life and nature backward on its course. For how many ages in this old Rome, as in every other city since Terence gossiped of the city life, has this frail, faulty humanity for a few hours sunned itself on warm afternoons in sheltered walks and streets, and comforted itself into life and pleasure amid all its cares and toils and sins. Out of this shifting phantasmagoria comes the sound of music, always pathetic and sometimes gay. Amid the roofs and belfries peers the foliage of the public walks, the stage upon which in every city life may be studied and taken to heart. Not far from these walks is, in every city, the mimic stage, the glass in which, in every age and climate, human life has seen itself reflected, and has delighted beyond all other pleasures in pitying its own sorrows, in learning its own story, in watching its own fantastic developments, in foreshadowing its own fate, and smiling sadly for an hour over the still more fleeting representation of its own fleeting joys. Forever, without any change, the stream flows on, spite of moralist and divine, the same as when Phaedria and Thais loved each other in old Rome. We look back on these countless ages of city life, cooped in narrow streets and alleys and paved walks, breathing itself in fountain courts and shaded arcades, where youth and manhood and old age have sought their daily sustenance not only of bread but of happiness, and have with difficulty and toil enough found the one and caught fleeting glimpses of the other, between the dark thunder clouds and under the weird wintry sky of many a life. Within such a little space how much life is crowded, what high hopes, how much pain. From those high windows behind the flower pots young girls have looked out upon life, which their instincts told them was made for pleasure, but which year after year convinced them was somehow or other given over to pain. How can we read this endless story of humanity with any thought of blame? How can we watch this restless quivering human life, this ceaseless effort of a finite creature to attain to those things which are agreeable to its created nature, alike in all countries, under all climates and skies, and whatever change of garb or semblance the long course of years may bring, with any other thought than that of tolerance and pity, tolerance of every sort of city existence, pity for every kind of toil and evil, year after year repeated in every one of the earth's cities, full of human life and handicraft, and thought and love and pleasure, as in the streets of that old Jerusalem over which the Saviour wept. The conversation that evening at the Cardinal's villa turned upon the antiquities of Rome. The chief delight of the fathers of the oratory was in music, but the Cardinal preferred conversation especially upon pagan literature and art. He was an enthusiast upon every subject connected with the Greeks. Art, poetry, philosophy, religion. Upon all these he founded theories and deductions which showed not only an intimate acquaintance with Greek literature, but also a deep familiarity with the human heart. A lively imagination, an eloquent and polished utterance enabled him to extract from the baldest and most obscure myths and fragments of antiquity much that was fascinating, and being founded on a true insight into human nature, convincing also. Inglesant especially sympathized with and understood the tone of thought and the line of reasoning with which the cardinal regarded pagan antiquity, and this appreciation pleased the cardinal and caused him to address much of his conversation directly to him. The villa was full of objects by which thought and conversation were attracted to such channels. The garden was entered by a portico or door case adorned with ancient statues, the volto or roof of which was painted with classic subjects, and the lofty doors themselves were covered with similar ones in relief. The walls of the house towards the garden were cased with bas-reliefs, antique incrustations of history, the cardinal called them, representing the rape of Europa, of Leda, and other similar scenes. These antique stones and carvings were fitted into the walls between the rich pilasters and cornicing which adorned the front of the villa, and the whole was crossed with tendrils of citron and other flowering shrubs, trained with the utmost art and nicety, so as to soften and ornament without concealing the sculpture. The gardens were traversed by high hedges of myrtle, lemon, orange, and juniper, interspersed with mulberry trees and oleanders, and were planted with wide beds of brilliant flowers according to the season, now full of anemones, ranunculuses, and crocuses. The whole was formed upon terraces fringed with balustrades of marble, over which creeping plants were trained with the utmost skill, only leaving sufficient stonework visible to relieve the foliage. The walks were full of statues and pieces of carving in relief. The rooms were ornamented in the same taste, and the chimney of the one in which the supper was laid was enriched with sculpture of wonderful grace and delicacy. One of the fathers of the oratory asked Inglesant whether he had seen the Venus of the Medicean palace, and what he thought of it compared with the Venus of the Farnese. And when he had replied, the other turned to the cardinal and inquired whether, in his opinion, the Greeks had any higher meaning or thought in these beautiful delineations of human form than mere admiration and pleasure. The higher minds among them, assuredly, said the cardinal, but in another and more important sense, every one of them, even the most unlettered peasant who gazed upon the work, and the most worldly artist, buried in the mere outward conceptions of his art, were consciously or unconsciously following and even worshipping a divinity and a truth that which nothing can be higher or more universal. For the truth was too powerful for them, and so universal that they could not escape. Human life, in all the phases of its beauty and its deformity, is so instinct with the divine nature that in merely following its variety you are learning the highest lessons and teaching them to others. What may you understand by being instinct with the divine nature? Said the priest, not unnaturally. I mean that general consensus and aggregate of truth in which human nature and all that is related to it is contained, that divine idea, indeed, in which all the facts of human life and experience are drawn together and exalted to their utmost perfection and refinement, and are seen and felt to form a whole of surpassing beauty and nobleness, in which the divine image and plastic power in man is clearly discerned and intellectually received and appropriated. The priest did not seem altogether to understand this, and remained silent, but said Inglesant, much of this pursuit of the beautiful must have been associated in the ideas of the majority of the people with thoughts and actions the most unlovely and undesirable according to the intellectual reason, however delightful to the senses. Even in these orgies, replied the cardinal, in the most profligate and wild excesses of license, I see traces of this all-pervading truth, for the renouncing of all bound and limit is in itself a truth, when any particular good, though only sensual, is freed and perfected. This is no doubt what the higher natures saw, and it was this that reconciled them to the license of the people and of the unilluminated. In all these aberrations they saw ever fresh varieties and forms of that truth which, when it was intellectually conceived, it was their greatest enjoyment to contemplate, and which no doubt formed the material of the instructions which the initiated into the mysteries received. It is impossible that this could be otherwise, for there can be no philosophy if there be no human life from which to derive it. The intellectual existence and discourses of Socrates cannot be understood except when viewed in connection with the sensual and common existence and carnal wisdom of Aristophanes, any more than the death of the one can be understood without we also understand the popular thought and feeling delineated to us by the other. And why should we be so ungrateful as to turn round on this beast within the man, if you so choose to call it, the human body and human delight, to which we owe not only our own existence and all that makes life desirable, but also that very loftiness and refinement of soul, that elevated and sublime philosophy, which could not exist but for the contrast and antithesis which popular life presents? Surely it is more philosophical to take in the whole of life in every possible form than to shut yourself up in one doctrine which will you fondly dream you have created it, and that it is capable of self-existence as dependent for its very being on that human life form which you have fled and which you despise. This is the whole secret of the pagan doctrine and the key to those profound views of life which were evolved in their religion. This is the worship of Priapus, of human life in which nothing comes amiss or is to be staggered at, however voluptuous or sensual, for all things are but varied manifestations of life ruddy, delicious, full of fruits, basking in sunshine and plenty, dyed with the juice of grapes, of life in valleys cooled by snowy peaks, amid vineyards and shady fountains, among which, however, sape, varnarum, vocus, acredite, Cbteddy for me de rorum. This, Signore Inglesant, said the priest, passing the wine across the table with a smile, is somewhat even beyond the teaching of your friends of the Society of the Gay Sioux, and would make their doctrine, even excellently as it already suits that purpose, still more propitious towards the frailty of men. Inglesant filled his glass and drank it off before he replied. The wine was of the finest growth of the delicious Alban vineyards, and as the nectar coursed through his veins, a luxurious sense of acquiescence stole over him. The warm air, laden with perfume from the shaded windows, lulled his sense. A stray sunbeam lighted the piles of fruit and the deeply embossed gold of the service on the table before him, and the mellow paintings and decorated ceiling of the room. As he slowly drank his wine, the memory of Serenus de Crécy and of his doctrine of human life rose before his mind, and his eyes were fixed upon the deep-coloured wine before him, as though he saw there, as in a magic goblet, the opposing powers that divide the world. It seemed to him that he had renounced his right to join in the conflict, and that he must remain as ever a mere spectator of the result. Nevertheless, he said, "Your doctrine is delightful to the philosopher and to the man of culture, who has his nature under the curb and his glance firmly fixed upon the goal. But to the vulgar it is death, and indeed it was death until the voice of another God was heard and the form of another God was seen, not in vineyards and rosy bowers, but in deserts and stony places, in dens and caves of the earth, and in prisons and on crosses of wood." "It is treason to the idea of cultured life," said the Cardinal, "to evoke such gloomy images. My theory is at least free from such faults of taste." "Do not fear me," said Inglesant. "I have no right to preach such a lofty religion. An asceticism I never practised it would ill become me to advocate." "You spoke of the death of Socrates," said the priest. "Does this event fall within the all-embracing tolerance of your theory?" "The death of Socrates," said the Cardinal, "appears to have been necessary to preserve the framework of ordinary everyday society from falling to pieces. At any rate, men of good judgment in that day thought so, and they must have known best. You must remember that it was Socrates that was put to death, not Plato, and we must not judge by what the latter has left us of what the former taught." The doctrine of Socrates was purely negative and undermined the principle of belief not only in the gods but in everything else. His dialectic was excellent and noble, his purpose pure and exalted, the clearing of men's minds of false impressions, but to the common fabric of society his method was destruction. So he was put to death, unjustly, of course, and contrary to the highest law, but according to the lower law of expediency, justly. For society must preserve itself even at the expense of its noblest thinkers. But, added the cardinal with a smile, we have only to look a little way for a parallel. It is not, however, a perfect one, for while the Athenians condemned Socrates to a death painless and dignified, the moderns have burnt Servetus, whose doctrine contained nothing dangerous to society, but turned on a mere point of the schools at the stake. "Why do they not burn you, Cardinal?" said one of the oratorians, who had not yet spoken, a very intimate friend of the master of the house. "They do not know whom to begin with in Rome," he replied. "If they once commenced to burn, the holocaust would be enormous before the sacrifice was complete." "I would they would burn Donna Olympia," said the same priest. "Is it true that she has returned?" "Have patience," said the cardinal. "From what I hear you will not have long to wait." "I'm glad you believe in purgatory," said the priest who had spoken first. "I did not know that your eminence was so orthodox." "You mistake. I do not look so far. I am satisfied with the purgatory of this life. I merely meant that I fear we shall not long have His Holiness among us." "The moderns have burnt others besides Servetus," said one of the guests. "Vaninus, for instance." "I did not instance Vaninus," said the cardinal, "because his punishment was more justifiable and nearer to that of Socrates. Vaninus taught atheism, which is dangerous to society, and he courted his death. I suppose, Mr. Inglesant, that your bishops would burn Mr. Hobbes if they dared." "I know little of the Anglican bishops, Eminence," replied Inglesant, "but from that little I should imagine that it is not impossible." "What does Mr. Hobbes teach?" said one of the party. The cardinal looked at Inglesant, who shook his head. "What he teaches would require more skill than I possess to explain. What they would say that they burnt him for would be for teaching atheism and the universality of matter. I fancy that it is at least doubtful whether even Vaninus meant to deny the existence of God. I've been told that he was merely an enthusiastic naturalist who could see nothing but nature, which was his God. But as for Mr. Hobbes's opinions, he seems to me to have proclaimed a third authority in addition to the two which already claimed the allegiance of the world. We had first the authority of a church, then of a book. Now Mr. Hobbes asserts the authority of reason, and the supporters of the book, even more fiercely than those of the church, raise a clamor against him. His doctrines are very insidiously and cautiously expressed, and it proves the acuteness of the Anglican divines that they have detected under the plausible reasoning of Mr. Hobbes the basis of a logical argument which would, if unconfuted, destroy the authority of Holy Scripture. The cardinal looked at Inglesant curiously, as though uncertain whether he was speaking in good faith or not, but the subject did not seem to possess great interest to the company at table, and the conversation took another turn. End of section 40. Section 41 of John Inglesant, A Romance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. John Inglesant, A Romance, by Joseph Henry Shorthouse. Chapter 26, Part 1. Some few days after the conversation at the Cardinal's villa, Inglesant received his first commission as an agent of the Society of the Jesuits. He was invited to sup with the superior of the English Jesuits, Father at the college called St. Tommaso degli Inglesi. After the meal, over which nothing was spared to render it delicious, and during the course of which the superior exerted himself to please, the latter said, "I am instructed to offer you a commission which, if I mistake not, will both prove very interesting to you and will also be of advantage to your interests. You are probably acquainted with the story of the old Duke of Umbria. You have heard that, wearied with age and tired of the world, he resigned the dukedom to his son, his only child, the object of all his hopes and the fruit of careful training and instruction. This son, far from realizing the brilliant hopes of his father, indulged in every kind of riot and debauchery, and finally died young, worn out before his time. The old duke, broken-hearted by this blow, has virtually made over the succession to the Holy Father, and lives now alone and silent in his magnificent palace, caring for no worldly thing and devoting all his thoughts to religion and to his approaching end. He is unhappy in the prospect of his dissolution, and the only persons who are admitted to his presence are those who promise him any comfort in the anticipation or any clearness in the vision of the future life. Quacks and impostors of every kind, priests and monks and fanatics, are admitted freely and trouble this miserable old man and drive him into intolerable despair. To give to this old man, whose life of probity, of honor, of devotion to his people, of conscientious rectitude is thus miserably rewarded, to give some comfort to this miserable victim of a jealousy which, the superstitious miscall that of heaven, is a mission which the ethereal chivalry of the soul will eagerly embrace. It is one, I may say without flattery, for which I hold you singularly fitted. A passionate religious fervour such as yours, combined in the most singular manner with the freest speculative opinions, and commended by a courteous grace, will at once soothe and strengthen this old man's shattered intellect, distracted and tormented, and rapidly sinking into imbecility and dotage." Father paused and filled his glass. Then, passing the wine to Inglesant, he continued half carelessly, "I said that the Duke had virtually made over the succession of his state to the Papal See, but this has not been formally ratified, and there has arisen some hesitation and difficulty respecting it. Some of the unsuitable advisers, to whom the Duke in his mental weakness has unfortunately lent an ear, have endeavoured to persuade him that the interests of his people will be imperilled by their country being placed under the mild and beneficent rule of the Holy Father. We hear something of a Lutheran who, by some unexplained means, has obtained considerable influence with this unhappy old man, and we are informed that there is great danger of the Duke's hesitating so long before he completes the act of succession that his death may occur before it is complete. You will, of course, exert the influence which I hope and expect that you will soon gain at the ducal court to hasten this consummation so desirable for the interests of the people, of the papacy, and of the Duke himself." Inglesant had listened to this communication with great interest. The prospect which the earlier part of it had opened before him was in many respects an attractive one, and the flattering words of the superior were uttered in a tone of sincerity which made them very pleasant to hear. The description of the Duke's condition offered to him opportunities of mental study of absorbing interest, and the characters of those by whom he was surrounded would no doubt present combinations and varieties of singular and unusual curiosity. It must not be denied, moreover, that there entered into his estimate of the proposal made to him somewhat of the prospect of luxurious and courtly life. of that soft clothing, both of body and spirit, which they who live in kings' houses wear. It is difficult indeed for one who has been long accustomed to refined and dainty living, where every sense is trained and strengthened by the fruition it enjoys, to regard the future altogether with indifference in respect to these things. The palace of the Duke was notorious throughout all Italy for the treasures of art which it contained, though its master in his old age was become indifferent to such delights. But though these thoughts passed through his mind as the superior was speaking, Inglesant was too well versed in the ways of courts and ecclesiastics not to know that there was something more to come, and to attend carefully for its development. The latter part of the superior's speech produced something even of a pleasurable amusement, as the skilfully executed tactics of an opponent are pleasing to a good player either at cards or chess. The part which he was now expected to play, the side which he was about to espouse, taken in connection with the difficulties and impressions which had perplexed him since he had arrived in Italy, and which had not been removed by what he had seen in Rome itself, corresponded so exactly with the scheme which, to his excited imagination, was being spiritually developed for his destruction, a morbid idea possibly which the lofty beneficence of Molinos's doctrine had only partially removed, that its appearance and recognition actually provoked a smile. But the smile which the superior noticed and entirely misunderstood was succeeded by uneasiness and depression. There was, however, little hesitation and no apparent delay in Inglesant's manner of acceptance. The old habit of implicit obedience was far from obliterated or even weakened, and though Father St. Clair was not present, the supreme motive of his influence was not unfelt. He had chosen his part when in Paris he had turned his back upon De Crécy and accepted the Jesuits' offer of the mission to Rome. He had lived in Rome, had been received and countenanced and entertained as one who had accepted the service of those who had so courteously and hospitably treated him, and it was far too late now, when the first return was expected of him, to draw back or to refuse. To obey was not only a recognized duty, it was an instinct which not only long training but experience even served to strengthen. He assured the superior that he was perfectly ready to set out. He assured himself, indeed, that it was not necessary to come to a decision at that moment, and that he should be much better able to decide upon his course of conduct when he had seen the Duke himself and received more full instructions from Rome. The superior informed Inglesant that he would be expected to visit Umbria as a gentleman of station, and offered to provide the necessary means. Inglesant contented himself with declining this offer for the present. Since his arrival at Rome he had received considerable sums of money from England, the result of Lady Cardiff's bounty, and the Cardinal's purse was open to him in several indirect ways. He provided himself with the necessary number of servants, horses, and other conveniences, and sometime, as would appear after Easter, he arrived at Umbria. On his journey, as he rode along in the wonderful clear morning light, in his osteria in the middle of the day, and when he resumed his journey in the cool of the evening, his thoughts had been very busy. He remembered his conversation with the Count Vesperiani, and was unable to reconcile his present mission with the pledge he had given to the Count. He was more than once inclined to turn back and refuse to undertake the duty demanded of him. Thoughts of Loretta and of the strange fate that had separated him from her also occupied his mind, and with these conflicting emotions still unreconciled, he saw at last the white facade of the palace towering above the orange groves and the houses and pinnacles of the city. The ducal palace at Umbria is a magnificent example of the Renaissance style. It is impossible to dwell in or near this wonderful house without the life becoming affected and even diverted from its previous course. by its imperious influence. The cold and mysterious power of the classic architecture is wedded to the rich and libertine fancy of the Renaissance, treading unrestrained and unabashed the maze of nature and of fantasy, and covering the classic purity of outline with its exquisite tracery of fairy life. Over door and window and pilaster throng and cling the arabesque carvings of foliage and fruit, of graceful figures in fantastic forms and positions, all of infinite variety, all full of originality, of life, of motion, and of character, all of exquisite beauty, both of design and workmanship. The effect of the whole is lightness and joy, while the eye is charmed and the sense filled with a luxurious satisfaction at the abounding wealth of beauty and lavish imagination. But together with this delight to eye and sense there is present to the mind a feeling not altogether painless, of oppressive luxury, and of the mating of incongruous forms, arousing, as it were, an uneasy conscience, and affecting the soul somewhat as the overpowering perfume of tropical vegetation affects the senses. To dwell in this palace was to breathe an enchanted air, and as the wandering prince of story loses his valour and strength in the magic castle into which he strays, so here the indweller, whose intellect was mastered by the genius of the architecture, found his simplicity impaired, his taste becoming more sensuous and less severely chaste, and his senses lulled and charmed by the insidious and enervating spirit that pervaded the place. At his first presentation, Inglesant found the Duke seated in a small room fitted as an oratory or closet, and opening by a private door into the ducal pew in the chapel. His person was bowed and withered by age and grief, but his eye was clear and piercing, and his intellect apparently unimpaired. He regarded his visitor with an intense and scrutinizing gaze, which lasted for several minutes, and seemed to indicate some suspicion. There was, however, about Inglesant's appearance and manner something so winning and attractive that the old man's eyes gradually softened, and the expression of distrust that made his look almost that of a wild and hunted creature changed to one of comparative satisfaction and repose. It is true that he regarded with pleasure and hope every newcomer from whom he expected to derive consolation and advice. Inglesant expected that he would inquire of the news of Rome, of the Pope's health, and such like matters, but he seemed to have no curiosity concerning such things. After waiting for some time in silence, he said, "Anthony Guevara tells us that we ought to address men who are under 30 with 'You are welcome,' or 'You come in a good hour,' because at that time of life they seem to be coming into the world. From 30 to 50 we ought to greet them with 'God keep you,' or 'Stand in a good hour,' and from 50 onwards with 'God speed you,' or 'Go in a good hour,' for from thence they go taking their leave of the world. The first is easy to say, and the wish not unlikely to be fulfilled, but the last who shall ensure? You come in a good hour, graceful as an Apollo, to comfort a miserable old man. Can you assure me that when I pass out of this world I shall depart likewise at a propitious time? I'm an old man, and that unseen world which should be so familiar and near to me seems so far off, and yet so terrible. A young man steps into life as into a dance, confident of his welcome, pleased himself and pleasing others. The stage to which he comes is bright with flowers, soft music sounds on every side. So ought the old man to enter into the new life, confident of his welcome, pleasing to his Maker and his God, the heavenly minstrelsy in his ears. But it is far otherwise with me. I may lay me down in the angelica vestis, the monkish garment that ensures the prayers of holy men for the departing soul, but who will secure me the wedding garment that ensures admission to the banquet above? Do you find no comfort in the blessed sacrament, Altezza? Said Inglesant. Sometimes I may fancy so, but I cannot see the figure of the Christ for the hell that lies between. Ah, Altezza, said Inglesant, his eyes full of pity not only for the old Duke, but for himself and all mankind, it is always thus. Something stands between us and the heavenly life. My temptation is other than yours. Communion after communion, I find Christ, and he is gracious to me, gracious as the love of God himself. But month after month and year after year, I find not how to follow him. And when the road is open to me, I am deaf and refuse to answer to the heavenly call. You, Altezza, are in more hopeful case than I, for it seems to me that your Highness has but to throw off that blasphemous superstition which is found in all Christian creeds alike, which has not feared to blacken even the shining gates of heaven with the smoke of hell. All creeds are alike, said the Duke with a shudder, but mostly your northern religions, harsh and bitter as your skies. I've heard from a Lutheran a system of religion that made my blood run cold, the more as it commends itself to my calmer reason. And that is, Altezza, said Inglesant, this, that so far from the sacrament of absolution upon earth, or at the hour of death, availing anything, God himself has no power to change the state of those who die without being entirely purified from every trace of earthly and sensual passion. To such as these, though otherwise sincere Christians, nothing awaits but a long course of suffering in the desolate regions of Hades, as the Lutheran calls it, until, if so may be, the earthly idea is annihilated and totally obliterated from the heart. This seems little different from the doctrine of the Church, said Inglesant. It is different in this most important part, replied the Duke, that Holy Church purifies and pardons her penitent, though he feels the passions of earth strong within him till the last. But by this system you must eradicate these yourself. You must purify your heart. You must feel every carnal lust, every vindictive thought, every lofty and contemptuous notion utterly dead within you before you can enjoy a moment's expectation of future peace. He that goes out of this world with an uncharitable thought against his neighbor does so with the chances against him that he is lost forever, for his face is turned from the light, and he enters at once upon the devious and downward walks of the future life. And what ground has he to expect that he who could not keep his steps in this life will find any to turn him back, or will have power to turn himself back from every growing evil in the world to come? As the Duke spoke, it seemed to Inglesant that these words were addressed to him alone, and that he saw before him the snare of the devil, baited with the murderer of his brother, stretched before his heedless feet for his eternal destruction. The Duke took up a book that lay by him and read. The soul that cherishes the slightest animosity and takes this feeling into eternity cannot be happy, though in other respects pious and faithful. Bitterness is completely opposed to the nature and constitution of heaven. The blood of Christ, who on the cross, in the midst of the most excruciating torments, exercised love instead of bitterness, cleanses from this sin also when it flows in our veins. I see nothing in this, Altezza, said Inglesant eagerly, but what is in accordance with the doctrines of the Church. This is that idea of sacramental purification, that Christ's body, being assimilated to ours, purifies and sanctifies. His body being exalted at that supreme moment and effort, the moment of his suffering death, to the highest purity of temper and of sweetness by the perfect love and holiness which pervaded his spirit, has been able ever since in all ages through the mystery of the Blessed Sacrament to convert all its worthy recipients in some degree to the same pure and holy state. Many things which men consider misfortunes and painful experiences are, in fact, but the force of this divine influence assimilating their hearts to his and attempering their bodies to the lofty purity of his own. This is the masterwork of the devil, that he should lure us into states of mind, as the book says, of bitterness and of violence, by which this divine sweetness is tainted, and this peace broken by suspicion and by hatred and heat of blood. The book says somewhere, said the Duke, turning over the leaves, that as the penitent thief rose from the cross to paradise, so we, if we long after Christ, with all the powers of our souls, shall, at the hour of death, rapidly soar aloft from our mortal remains, and then all fear of returning to earth and earthly desires will be at an end. It must surely, said Inglesant after a pause, speaking more to himself than to the Duke, be among the things most surprising to an angelic nature that observes mankind, that shadows ourselves, standing upon the confines even of this shadowy land, and not knowing what, if aught awaits us elsewhere, hatred or revenge or unkindness, should be among the last passions that are overcome. When the veil is lifted and we see things as they really are, nothing will so much amaze us as the blindness and perversity that marked our life among our fellow men. Surely the lofty life is hard, as it seems hard to your grace, but the very effort itself is gain. End of section 41. Section 42 of John Inglesant, A Romance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. John Inglesant, A Romance, by Joseph Henry Shorthouse. Chapter 26, Part 2. Inglesant left the presence of the Duke after his first interview, impressed and softened, but troubled in his mind more than ever at the nature of the mission on which he was sent. Now that he had seen the Duke and had been touched by his eager questions and by the earnest searching look in the worn face, his conscience smote him at the thought of abusing his confidence and of persuading him to adopt a course which Inglesant's own heart warned him might not in the end be conducive either to his own peace or to the welfare of his people, whose happiness he sincerely sought. He found that in the antechambers and reception rooms of the palace, and even at the Duke's own table, the principal subject of conversation was the expected cession of the dukedom to the papal see, and that emissaries from Rome had preceded him and had evidently received instructions announcing his arrival and were prepared to welcome him as an important ally. On the other hand, there were not wanting those who openly or covertly opposed the cession, some of whom were said to be agents of the Grand Duke of Florence, who was heir to the Duchy of Umbria through his wife. These latter, whose opposition was more secret than open, sought every opportunity of winning Inglesant to their party, employing the usual arguments with which, since his coming into Italy, he had been so familiar. Many days passed in this manner, and Inglesant had repeated conferences with the Duke, during which he made great progress in his favour, and was himself won by his lofty, kindly, and trustful character. He had resided at Umbria a little less than a month, when he received instructions by a courier from Rome, by which he was informed that at the approaching festival of the Ascension a determined effort was to be made by the agents and friends of the Pope to bring the business to a conclusion. The Duke had promised to keep this festival, which is celebrated at Venice and in other parts of Italy with great solemnity, with unusual magnificence, and it was hoped that while his feelings were influenced and his religious instincts excited by the solemn and tender thoughts and imaginations which gather round the figure of the ascending Son of Man, he might be induced to sign the deed of cession. Hitherto the Duke had not mentioned the subject to Inglesant, having found his conversation upon questions of the spiritual life and practice sufficient to occupy the time. But it was not probable that this silence would continue much longer, and on the first day in Ascension Week Inglesant was attending vespers at one of the churches in the town in considerable anxiety and trouble of mind. The sun had hardly set, and the fete in the garden was not yet begun, when vespers being over, he came out upon the river side lined with stately houses, which fronted the palace, gardens towering in terraced walks, and trellises of green hedges on the opposite bank. The sun, setting behind the wooded slopes, flooded this green hillside with soft and dreamlike light, and bathed the carved marble façade of the palace, rising above it with a rosy glimmer, in which the statues on its roof and the fretted work of its balustrades rested against the darkening blue of the evening sky. A reflex light, ethereal and wonderful, coming from the sky behind him, and the marble buildings and towers on which the sun's rays rested more fully than they did upon the palace, brooded over the river and the bridge with its rows of angelic forms, and climbing the leafy slopes as if to contrast its softer splendor with the light above, transfigured with color the wreaths of vapor which rose from the river and hung about its wharves. The people were already crowding out of the city and forcing their way across the bridge towards the palace, where the illuminations and the curious waterworks upon which the young Duke had, during his short reign, expended much money, were to be exhibited as soon as the evening was sufficiently dark. The people were noisy and jostling, but as usual good-tempered and easily pleased. Few masks or masquerade dresses had appeared as yet, but almost every one was armed with a small trumpet, a drum, or a Samarcand cane, from which to shoot peas or comfits. At the corner of the main street that opened onto the quay, however, some disturbing cause was evidently at work. The crowd was perplexed by two contending currents, the one consisting of those who were attempting to turn into the street from the wharf in order to learn the cause of the confusion, the other of those who were apparently being driven forcibly out of the street towards the wharves and the bridge by pressure from behind. Discordant cries and exclamations of anger and contempt rose above the struggling mass. Taking advantage of the current that swept him onward, Inglesant reached the steps of the Church of St. Felix, which stood at the corner of the two streets immediately opposite the bridge and the ducal lines which flanked the approach. On reaching this commanding situation, the cause of the tumult presented itself in the form of a small group of men who were apparently dragging a prisoner with them, and had at this moment reached the corner of the wharf, not far from the steps of the church, surrounded and urged on by a leaping, shouting, and excited crowd. Seen from the top of the broad marble bases that flanked the steps, the whole of the wide space formed by the confluence of the streets, and over which these shadows were rapidly darkening, presented nothing but a sea of agitated and tossing heads, while from the windows of the bridge and even the distant marble terrace steps that led up to the palace, the crowd appeared curious and conscious that something unusual was in progress. From the cries and aspect of the crowd and of the men who dragged their prisoner along, it was evident that it was the intention of the people to throw the wretched man over the parapets of the bridge into the river below, and that to frustrate this intention not a moment was to be lost. The pressure of the crowd, greater from the opposite direction than from the one in which Inglesant had come, fortunately swept the group almost to the foot of the steps. Near to Inglesant and clinging to the carved bases of the half-columns that supported the façade of the church were 2 or 3 priests who had come out of the interior, attracted by the tumult. Availing himself of their support, Inglesant shouted to the captors of the unhappy man, in the name of the church and of the Duke, to bring their prisoner up the steps. They probably would not have obeyed him, though they hesitated for a moment, but the surrounding crowd, attracted towards the church by Inglesant's gestures, began to press upon it from all sides, as he had indeed foreseen would be the case, and finally, by their unconscious and involuntary motion, swept the prisoner and his captors up the steps to the side of the priests and of Inglesant. It was a singular scene. The rapidly advancing night had changed the golden haze of sunset to a sombre gloom, but lights began to appear in the houses all around, and paper lanterns showed themselves among the crowd. The cause of all this confusion was dragged by his persecutors up the steps and placed upon the last of the flight, confronting the priests. His hair was disordered, his clothes nearly torn from his limbs, and his face and dress streaked with blood. Past the curtain across the entrance of the church, which was partly drawn back by those inside, a flash of light shot across the marble platform and shone upon the faces of the foremost of the crowd. This light shone full upon Inglesant, who stood in striking contrast to the dishevelled figure that confronted him, dressed in a suit of black satin and silver, with a deep collar of point de Venise lace. The priest stood a little behind, apparently desirous to learn the nature of the prisoner's offence before they interfered, and the accusers therefore addressed themselves to Inglesant, who indeed was recognized by many as a friend of the Duke, and whom the priests especially had received instructions from Rome to support. The confusion in the crowd meanwhile increased rather than diminished. There seemed to be causes at work other than the slight one of the seizure by the mob of an unpopular man. The town was very full of strangers, and it struck Inglesant that the arrest of the man before him was merely an excuse, and was being used by some who had an object to gain by stirring up the people. He saw at any rate, however this might be, a means of engaging the priests to assist him should their aid be necessary in saving the man's life. That there was a passionate attachment among the people to a separate and independent government of their city and state, an affection towards the family of their hereditary dukes, and a dread and jealous dislike of the Pope's government and of the priests, he had reason to believe. It seemed to him that the people were about to break forth into some demonstration of this antipathy which, if allowed to take place, and if taken advantage of, as it would be, by the neighbouring princes, would be most displeasing to the policy of Rome, if not entirely subversive of it. With these thoughts in his mind, as he stood for a moment silent on the marble platform, and saw before him what is perhaps the most impressive of all sights, a vast assembly of people in a state of violent and excited opposition, and reflected on the causes which he imagined agitated them, causes which in his heart he, though enlisted on the opposite side, had difficulty in persuading himself were not justifiable. It came into his mind more powerfully than ever that the moment foretold to him by Serenus de Cresci was at last indeed come. Surely it behooved him to look well to his steps, lest he should be found at last absolutely and unequivocally fighting against his conscience and his God, if indeed this looking well to their steps on such occasions, and not boldly choosing their side, had not been for many years the prevailing vice of his family, and to some extent the cause of his own spiritual failure. The two men who held the apparent cause of all this uproar were two mechanics of jovial aspect who appeared to look upon the affair more in the light of a brutal practical joke, no worse in their eyes for its brutality than as a very serious matter. To Inglesant's question what the man had done, they answered that he had refused to kneel to the Blessed Sacrament as it was being carried through the streets to some poor dying soul, and upon being remonstrated with, had reviled not only the sacrament itself, but the Virgin, the Holy Father, and the Italians generally, as papistical asses, with no more sense than the Pantaleoni of their own comedies. The men gave this evidence in an insolent, half-jesting manner, as though not sorry to utter such words safely in the presence of the priests. Inglesant, who kept his eyes fixed upon the prisoner, and noticed that he was rapidly recovering from the breathless and exhausted condition the ill treatment he had met with had reduced him to, and was assuming a determined and somewhat noble aspect, abstained from questioning him, lest he should make his own case only the more desperate, but turning to the priests, he rapidly explained his fears to them, and urged that the man should be immediately secured from the people, that he might be examined by the Duke, and the result forwarded to Rome. The priests hesitated. Apart from the difficulty, they said, of taking the man out of the hands of his captors, such a course would be sure to exasperate the people still further, and bring on the very evil that he was desirous of averting. It would be better to let the mob work their will upon the man. It would at least occupy some time, and every moment was precious. In less than an hour the fireworks at the palace would begin, might indeed be hastened by a special messenger, and the fete once begun, they hoped all danger would be over. To this Inglesant answered that the man's arrest was evidently only an excuse for riot, and had probably already answered its purpose, that to confine the people's attention to it would be unfavorable to the intentions of those who were promoting a political tumult, and that the avowed cause of the man's seizure and of the excitement of the mob being disrespectful language towards the Holy Father, the tumult, if properly managed, might be made of service to the cause of Rome rather than the reverse. Without waiting for the effect of this somewhat obscure argument on the priests, Inglesant directed the men who held their prisoner to bring him into the church. They were unwilling to do so, but the crowd below was so confused and tumultuous, one shouting one thing and one another, that it seemed impossible that, if they descended into it again, they would be allowed to retain their prey, and would not rather be overwhelmed in a common destruction with him. On the other hand, by obeying Inglesant, they at least kept possession of their prisoner, and could therefore scarcely fail of receiving some reward from the authorities. They therefore consented, and by a sudden movement they entered the church, the doors of which were immediately closed, after some few of the populace had managed to squeeze themselves in. A messenger was at once dispatched to the palace to hasten the fireworks, and to request that a detachment of the Duke's guard should be sent into the church by a back way. The darkness had by this time so much increased that few of the people were aware of what had taken place, and the ignorance of the crowd as to the cause of the tumult was so general that little disturbance took place among those who were shut out of the church. They remained howling and hooting, it is true, for some time, and some went so far as to beat against the closed doors, but a rumor being spread among the crowd that the fireworks were immediately to begin, they grew tired of this unproductive occupation, and flocked almost to a man out of the square and wharves, and crowded across the bridge into the gardens. When the guard arrived, Inglesant claimed the man as the Duke's prisoner, to be examined before him in the morning. The curiosity of the Duke in all religious matters being well known, this seemed very reasonable to the officer of the guard, and the priests did not like to dispute it after the instructions they had received with regard to Inglesant's mission. The two artisans were propitiated by a considerable reward, and the prisoner was then transported by unfrequented ways to the palace, and shut up in a solitary apartment, whilst the rest of the world delighted itself at the palace fêtes. The garden festivities passed away amid general rejoicing and applause. The finest effect was produced at the conclusion, when the whole mass of water, at the command of the engines, being thrown into the air in thin fan-like jets, was illuminated by various coloured lights, producing the appearance of innumerable rainbows, through which the palace itself, the orangeries, the gardens and terraces, and the crowds of delighted people were seen illuminated and refracted in varied and ever-changing tints. Amid these sparkling colours strange birds passed to and fro, and angelic forms descended by unseen machinery and walked on the higher terraces, and as it were upon the flashing rainbows themselves. Delicious music from unseen instruments ravished the sense, and when the scene appeared complete and nothing farther was expected, an orange grove in the centre of the whole apparently burst open and displayed the stage of a theatre, upon which antique characters performed a pantomime, and one of the finest voices in Italy sang an ode in honour of the day, of the Duke, and of the Pope. End of section 42. Section 43 of John Inglesant, A Romance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. John Inglesant, A Romance, by Joseph Henry Shorthouse. Chapter 27, Part 1. The Duke had engaged the next morning to be present at a theatrical representation of a religious character, somewhat of the nature of a miracle play, to be given in the courtyard of the Hospital of Death, which adjoined to the Campo Santo of the city. Before accompanying His Highness, Inglesant had given orders to have the man who had been the cause of so much excitement the evening before brought into his apartment, that he might see whether or no his eccentricity made him sufficiently interesting to be presented to the Duke. When the stranger was brought to the palace early in the morning, and having been found to be quite harmless, was entrusted by the guard to 2 servants to be brought into Inglesant's presence, he thought himself in a new world. Hitherto his acquaintance with Italian life had been that of a stranger, and from the outside. He was now to see somewhat of the interior life of a people among whom the glories of the Renaissance still lingered, and to see it in one of the most wonderful of the Renaissance works, the Ducal Palace of Umbria. Born in the dull twilight of the north, and having spent most of his mature years amongst the green mezzotints of Germany, he was now transplanted into a land of light and colour, dazzling to a stranger so brought up. Reared in the sternest discipline, he found himself among a people to whom life was a fine art, and the cultivation of the present and its enjoyments the end of existence. From room to room, as he followed his guide, who pointed out from time to time such of the beauties of the place as he considered most worthy of notice, the stranger saw around what certainly might have intoxicated a less composed and determined brain. The highest efforts of the genius of the Renaissance had been expended upon this magnificent house. The birth of a new instinct, differing in some respects from any instincts of art which had preceded it, produced in this and other similar efforts original and wonderful results. The old Greek art entered with unsurpassable intensity into sympathy with human life, but it was of necessity original and creative, looking always forward and not back, and lacked the pathos and depth of feeling that accompanied that new birth of art which sought much of its inspiration among the tombs and ruined grottos, and most of its sympathetic power among the old well-springs of human feeling, read in the torn and faded memorials of past suffering and destruction. This new instinct of art abandoned itself without reserve to the pursuit of everything which mankind had ever beheld of the beautiful, or had felt of the pathetic or the sad, or had dreamed of the noble or the ideal. The genius of the Renaissance set itself to reproduce this enchanted world of form and colour, traversed by thoughts and spiritual existences, mysterious and beautiful, and the home of beings who had found this form and colour and these mysterious thoughts blend into a human life delicious in its very sorrows, grotesque and incongruous in its beauty, alluring and attractive amid all its griefs and hardships, so much so indeed that in the language of the old fables the gods themselves could not be restrained from throwing off their divine garments and wandering up and down among the paths and the adventures of men. By grotesque and humorous delineation, by fanciful representation of human passion under strange and unexpected form, by the dumb ass speaking and grasshoppers playing upon flutes, was this world of intelligent life reproduced in the rooms and on the walls of the house through which the stranger walked for the first time. He probably thought that he saw little of it, yet the bizarre effect was burning itself into his brain. From the overhanging chimney-pieces, antique masks and figures such as he had never seen, even in dreams, leered out upon him from arabesque carvings of foliage, or skulked behind trophies of war, of music, or of the arts of peace. The door and window frames seemed bowers of fruit and flowers, and forests of carved leaves wreathed the pilasters and walls. But this was not all. With a perfection of design and an extraordinary power of fancy, this world of sylvan imagery was peopled by figures and stories of exquisite grace and sweetness, representing the most touching incidents of human life and history. Men and women, lovers and warriors, in conflicts and dances and festivals, in sacrifices and games, children sporting among flowers, bereavement and death, husbandry and handicraft, hunters and beasts of chase, again among bryony and jasmine and roses, or perched upon ears of corn and sheaves of maize, birds of every plumage confronted, so the grotesque genius willed, fish, sea monsters, and shells and marine wonders of every kind. Upon the walls, relieved by panelling of wood, were paintings of landscapes and the ruined buildings of antiquity, overgrown with moss, or of modern active life in markets and theatres, of churches and cities in the course of erection, with the architects and scaffold poles, of the processions and marriages of princes, of the ruin of emperors and of kings. Below and beside these were credenzas and cabinets upon which luxury and art had lavished every costly device and material which the world conceived or yielded. Inlaid with precious woods and glittering with costly jewels and marbles, they reproduced in these differing materials all those infinite designs which the carved walls had already wearied themselves to express. Plaques and vases from Castel Durante or Faience, some of a strange pale color, others brilliant with a grotesque combination of blue and yellow, crowded the shelves. Passing through this long succession of rooms, the stranger reached at last a library, a noble apartment of great size, furnished with books in brilliant antique binding of gold and white vellum, and otherwise ornamented with as much richness as the rest of the palace. Upon reading, desks were open, manuscripts and printed books richly illuminated. Connected with this apartment by open arches was an anteroom or corridor, which again opened on a loggia, beyond the shady arches of which lay the palace gardens, long vistas of green walks and reaches of blue sky, flecked and crossed by the spray of fountains. The decorations of the anteroom and loggia were more profuse and extravagant than any that the stranger had yet seen. There was a tradition that this portion of the palace had been finished last, and that when the workmen arrived at it, the time for the completion of the whole was very nearly run out. The attention of all the great artists hitherto engaged upon different parts of the entire palace was concentrated upon this unfinished portion, and all their workmen and assistants were called to labor upon it alone. The work went on by night and day, not ceasing even to allow of sleep. Unlimited supplies of Greek wine were furnished to the workmen, and stimulated by excitement and the love of art, emulating each other and half intoxicated by the delicious wine, the work exceeded all previous productions. For wild boldness and luxuriance of fancy, these rooms were probably unequalled in the world. In the anteroom facing the loggia, the stranger found Inglesant conversing with an Italian who held rather a singular post in the ducal court. He was standing before a cabinet of black oak, inlaid with representations of lutes and fifes, over which were strewn roses confined by coloured ribbons, and supporting vases of blue and yellow maiolica, thrown into strong relief by the black wood. Above this cabinet was a painting representing some battle in which a former duke had won great honour, while on a grassy knoll in the foreground the huntsmen of Ganymede were standing with their eyes turned upward towards the bird of Zeus, who is carrying the youth away to the skies, emblematical of the alleged apotheosis of the ducal hero. Richly dressed in a fantastic suit of striped silk and leaning against the cabinet in an attitude of listless repose, Inglesant was contemplating an object which he held in his hand, and which both he and his companion appeared to regard with intense interest. This was an antique statuette of a fawn, holding its tail in its left hand and turning its head and body to look at it, an occupation of which, if we may trust the monuments of antiquity, this singular creature appears to have been fond. The Italian was of a striking figure, and was dressed somewhat more gaily than was customary with his countrymen, and the whole group was fully in unison with the spirit of the place, and with the wealth of beauty and luxury of human life that pervaded the whole. The man who was standing by Inglesant's side, and who had the air of a connoisseur or virtuoso, was an Italian of some 50 years of age. His appearance, as has been said, was striking at first sight, but on longer acquaintance became very much more so. He was tall, and had been dark, but his hair and beard were plentifully streaked with grey. His features were large and aquiline, and his face deeply furrowed and lined. His appearance would have been painfully worn, almost to ghastliness, but for a mocking and humorous expression which laughed from his eyes, his mouth, his nostrils, and every line and feature of his face. Whenever this expression subsided, and his countenance sank into repose, a look of wan sadness and even terror took its place, and the large black eyes became fixed and intense in their gaze, as though some appalling object attracted their regard. This man had been born of a good but poor family, and had been educated by his relations with the expectation of his becoming an ecclesiastic, and he had even passed some time as a novice of some religious order. The tendency of his mind not leading him to the further pursuit of a religious life, he left his monastery and addressed himself to live by his wits among the families and households of princes. He had made himself very useful in arranging comedies and pageantries, and he had at one time belonged to one of those dramatic companies called Zanni, who went about the country reciting and acting comedies. Combined with this talent, he discovered great aptitude in the management of serious affairs, and was more than once, while apparently engaged entirely on theatrical performances, employed in secret state negotiations which could not so well be entrusted to an acknowledged and conspicuous agent. In this manner of life he might have continued, but having become involved in one of the contests which disturbed Italy, he received a dangerous wound in the head, and on rising from his sick bed in the albergo in which he had been nursed, he was merely removed to another as a singular, if not dangerous, lunatic. The symptoms of his disease first manifested themselves in a very unpleasant familiarity with the secrets of those around him, and it was probably this feature of his complaint which led to his detention. As he improved in health, however, he ceased to indulge in any conversation which might give offence, but assuming a sedate and agreeable manner, he conversed with all who came to him, calling them, although strangers and such as he had never before seen, by their proper names, and talking to them pleasantly concerning their parents, relations, the coats of arms of their families, and such other harmless and agreeable matters. What brought him prominently into notice was the strangely prophetic spirit he manifested before or at the moment of the occurrence of more than one public event. He was taken from the hospital and examined by the Pope, and afterwards at several of the sovereign courts of Italy. Thus, not long before the time when Inglesant met him in the ducal palace at Umbria, he was at Chambéry, assisting at the preparation of some festivals which the young Duke of Savoy was engaged in celebrating. One day, as he was seated at dinner with several of the Duke's servants, he suddenly started up from his seat, exclaiming that he saw the Duke de Nemours fall dead from his horse, killed by a pistol shot. The Duke, who was uncle to the young monarch of Savoy, was then in France, where he was one of the leaders of the party of the Fronde. Before many days were past, however, the news reached Chambéry of the fatal duel between this nobleman and the Duke of Beaufort, which occurred at the moment the Italian had thus announced it. These and other similar circumstances caused the man to be much talked of and sought after among the courts of Italy, where a belief in manifestations of the supernatural was scarcely less universal than in the previous age, when, according to an eyewitness, the Pope would decide no question, would take no journey, hold no sitting of the consistory without first consulting the stars. Nay, very few cardinals would transact an affair of any kind, were it but to buy a load of wood, except after consultation duly held with some astrologer or wizard. The credit which the man gained and the benefits he derived from this reputation raised him many enemies who did not scruple to assert that he was simply a clever knave who was not even his own dupe. Setting on one side, however, the revelations of the distant and the unknown made by him, which seemed inexplicable except by supposing him possessed of some unusual spiritual faculty, there was in the man an amount of knowledge of the world and of men of all classes and ranks, combined with much learning and a humorous wit, which made his company well worth having for his conversation alone. It was not then surprising that he should be found at this juncture at the court of Umbria, where the peculiar idiosyncrasies of the aged duke and the interest attached to the intrigue for the cession of the dukedom had assembled a strange and heterogeneous company, and towards which at the moment all men's eyes in Italy were turned. Yes, doubtless it is an antique, the Italian was saying, though in the last age many artists produced masks and figures so admirable as to be mistaken for antiques. Witness that mask which Monsieur Giorgio Vasari says he put in a chimney-piece of his house at Arezzo, which every one took to be an antique. I've seen such myself. This little fellow, however, I saw found in a vineyard near the Misericordia, a place which I take to have been at some time or other the scene of some terrible event, such as a conflict or struggle or massacre, for though now it is quiet and serene enough, with the sunlight and the rustling leaves and the splash of a fountain about which there is some good carving, I think of Fra Giovanni Agnolo. For all this I never walk there, but I feel the presence of fatal events, and a sense of dim figures engaged in conflict, and of faint and distant cries and groans. As he spoke these last words, his eye rested upon the strange figure of the man so hardly rescued from death the night before, and he stopped. His manner changed, and his eyes assumed that expression of intense expectation of which we have spoken before. The appearance of the stranger and the contrast it presented to the objects around was indeed such as to make him almost seem an inhabitant of another world, and one of those phantasms of past conflict of which the Italian had just spoken. His clothes, which had originally been of the plainest texture and most uncourtly make, were worn and ragged and stained with damp and dirt. His form and features were gaunt and uncouth, and his gestures stiff and awkward, but with all this there was a certain steadiness and dignity about his manner, which threw an appearance of nobility over this rugged and unpleasing form. Contrasted with the dress and manner of the other men, he looked like some enthusiastic prophet standing in the house of mirth and luxury, and predicting ruin and woe. End of section 43.
Section 44 of John Inglesant, A Romance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. John Inglesant, A Romance, by Joseph Henry Shorthouse. Chapter 27, Part 2. At this moment a servant entered the room, bringing a sottocopper of silver, upon which were 2 or 3 stiff-necked glasses called carafes, containing different sorts of wine and also water, and 1 or 2 more empty drinking glasses, so that the visitor could please himself as to the strength and nature of his beverage. Inglesant offered this refreshment to the Italian, who filled himself a glass and drank, pledging Inglesant as he did so. The latter did not drink, but offered wine and cakes to the stranger, who refused, or rather took no heed of these offers of politeness. He remained silent, keeping his eyes fixed upon the face of the man who, but a few hours before, had saved him from a violent death. "I have had some feelings of this kind myself in certain places," said Inglesant in answer to the Italian speech, "and very frequently in all places the sense of something vanishing, which in another moment I should have seen. It has seemed to me that, could I once see this thing, matters would be very different with me. Whether I ever shall or not, I do not know." "Who can say?" replied the other. "We live and move amid a crowd of flitting objects unknown or dimly seen. The beings and powers of the unseen world throng around us. We call ourselves lords of our own actions and fate. But we are in reality the slaves of every atom of matter of which the world is made and we ourselves created. Among this phantasm of struggling forms and influences, like a man forcing his way through a crowd of masks who mock at him and retard his steps, we fight our way towards the light. Many of us are born with the seeds within us of that which makes such a fight hopeless from the first, the seeds of disease, of ignorance, of adverse circumstance, of stupidity, for even a dullard has had once or twice in his life glimpses of the light. So we go on. I was at Chambéry once when a man came before the Duke in the palace garden to ask an alms. He was a worker in gold, a good artist, not unworthy of Cellini himself. His sight had failed him, and he could no longer work for bread to give to his children. He stood before the prince and those who stood with him, among whom were a cardinal and 2 or 3 nobles, with their pages and grooms, trying with his dim eyes to make out one from the other, which was noble and which was groom, and to see whether his suit was rejected or allowed. Behind him, beyond the garden shade, the dazzling glitter stretched up to the white Alps. We are all the creatures of a day, and the puny afflictions of any man's life are not worth a serious thought. Yet this man seemed to me so true an image of his kind, helpless and half-blind, yet struggling to work out some good for himself, that I felt a strange emotion of pity. They gave him alms, some more, some less. I was a fool, yet even now I think the man was no bad emblem of the life of each of us. We do not understand this enough. Will the time ever come when these things will be better known? As the Italian spoke, the stranger took his eyes off Inglesant and fixed them on the speaker with a startled expression, as though the tone of his discourse was unexpected to him. He scarcely waited for the other to finish before he broke in upon the conversation, speaking slowly and with intense earnestness, as though above all things desirous of being understood. He spoke a strange and uncouth Italian, full of rough northern idioms, yet the earnestness and dignity of his manner ensured him an audience, especially with 2 such men as those who stood before him. "Standing in a new world," he said, "and speaking as I speak, to men of another language, and of thoughts and habits distinct from mine, I see beneath the tinsel of earthly rank and splendor, and a luxury of life and of beauty, the very meaning of which is unknown to me, something of a common feeling, which assures me that the voice I utter will not be entirely strange, coming as it does from the common Father. I see around me a land given over to idolatry and sensual crime, as if the old pagans were returned again to earth, and here around me I see the symbols of the pagan worship and of the pagan sin, and I hear no other talk than that which would have befitted the pagan revels and the pagan darkness which overhung the world to come. Standing on the brink of a violent death, and able to utter few words that can be understood, I call, in these short moments which are given me, and in these few words which I have at command, I call upon all who will listen to me, that they leave those things which are behind, with all the filthy recollections of ages steeped in sin, and that they press forward towards the light of God in Jesus Christ." He stopped, probably for want of words to clothe his thoughts, and Inglesant replied, "You may be assured from the events of last night, Signore, that you are in no danger of violent death in this house, and that every means will be taken to protect you until you have been found guilty of some crime. You must, however, know that no country can allow its customs and its religion to be outraged by strangers and aliens, and you cannot be surprised if such conduct is resented both by the governors of the country and by the ignorant populace, though these act from different motives. As to what you have said respecting the ornaments and symbols of this house, and of the converse in which you have found us engaged, it would seem that to a wise man these things might serve as an allegory, or at least as an image and representation of human life, and be therefore not without their uses. "I desire no representation nor image of a past world of iniquity," said the stranger. "I would I could say of a dead life, but the whole world lieth in wickedness until this day. This is why I travel through all lands, crying to all men that they repent and escape the most righteous judgment of God, if haply there be yet time. These are those latter days in which our Saviour and Redeemer, Jesus Christ, the Son of God, predicted that iniquity should be increased, wherein, instead of serving God, all serve their own humours and affections, being rocked to sleep with the false and deceitful lullaby of effeminate pleasures and delights of the flesh, and know not that an horrible mischief and overthrow is awaiting them, that the pit of hell yawns beneath them, and that for them is reserved the inevitable rigour of the eternal fire. Is it a time for chambering and wantonness, for soft raiment and dainty living, for reading of old playbooks such as the one I see on the table, for building houses of cedar, painted with vermilion, and decked with all the loose and fantastic devices which a disordered and debauched intellect could itself conceive, or could borrow from pagan tombs the haunts of devils, full of uncleanness and dead sins?" "You speak too harshly of these things," said Inglesant. "I see nothing in them but the instinct of humanity, differing in its outward aspect in different ages, but alike in its meaning and audible voice. This house is in itself a representation of the world of fancy and reality combined, of the material life of the animal mingled with those half-seen and fitful glimpses of the unknown life upon the verge of which we stand. This little fellow, which I hold in my hand, speaks to me, in an indistinct and yet forcible voice, of that common sympathy, magical and hidden though it may be, by which the whole creation is linked together, and in which, as is taught in many an allegory and quaint device upon these walls, the Creator of us has a kindly feeling for the basest and most inanimate. My imagination follows humanity through all the paths by which it has reached the present moment, and the more memorials I can gather of its devious footsteps, the more enlarged my view becomes of what its trials, its struggles, and its virtues were. All things that ever delighted it were in themselves the good blessings of God, the painter's and the player's art, action, apparel, agility, music. Without these, life would be a desert. And as it seems to me, these things softened manners so as to allow religion to be heard, who otherwise would not have been listened to in a savage world, and among a brutal people destitute of civility. As I trace these things backward for centuries, I live far beyond my natural term, and my mind is delighted with the pleasures of nations who were dust ages before I was born. I am not concerned to dispute the vain pleasures of the children of this world," exclaimed the stranger with more warmth than he had hitherto shown. "Do you suppose that I myself am without the lusts and desires of life? Have I no eyes like other men, that I cannot take a carnal pleasure in that which is cunningly formed by the enemy to please the eye? Am I not warmed like other men? And is not soft clothing and dainty fare pleasing to me as to them? But I call on all men to rise above these things, which are transitory and visionary as a dream, and which you yourself have spoken of as magical and hidden, of which only fitful glimpses are obtained. You are pleasing yourself with fond and idle imaginations, the product of delicate living and unrestrained fancies. But in this the net of the devil is about your feet, and before you are aware, you will find yourself ensnared forever. These things are slowly but surely poisoning your spiritual life. I call upon you to leave these delusions and come out into the clear atmosphere of God's truth, to tread the life of painful self-denial, leaving that of the powerful and great of this world, and following a despised Saviour who knew none of these things and spent his time not in kings' houses gorgeously tricked out, but knew not where to lay his head. You speak to me of pleasures of the mind, of music, of the painter's art. Do you think that last night, when beaten, crushed and almost breathless, in the midst of a bloodthirsty and howling crowd, I was dimly conscious of help? And looking up, I saw you, in the glare of the lanterns, in your courtier's dress of lace and silver. Calm, beneficent, powerful for good, you did not seem to my weak human nature and my low needs and instincts beautiful as an angel of light. Truly you did. Yet I tell you, speaking by a nature, and in a voice that is more unerring than mine, that to the divine vision of us two at that moment, you were the one to be pitied. You were the outcast, the tortured of demons, the bound hand and foot, whose portion is in this life, who, if this fleeting hour is left unheeded, will be tormented in the life to come. The Italian turned away his head to conceal a smile, and even to Inglesant, who was much better able to understand the man's meaning, this result of his interference to save his life appeared somewhat ludicrous. The Italian, however, probably thinking that Inglesant would be glad to be relieved from his strange visitor, seemed desirous of terminating the interview. His Grace expects me, he said to Inglesant, at the Casa de Morte this morning, and it is near the time for him to be there. I will therefore take my leave. Ah, the Casa de Morte. Yes, he will expect me there also, said Inglesant, with some slight appearance of reluctance. I will follow you anon. He moved from the indolent attitude he had kept till this moment before the sideboard, and exchanged with the Italian those formal gestures of leave-taking and politeness in which his nation were precise. When the Italian was gone, Inglesant summoned a servant and directed him to provide the stranger with an apartment and to see that he wanted for nothing. He then turned to the fanatic and requested him as a favour not to attempt to leave the palace until he had returned from the Duke. The stranger hesitated, but finally consented. I owe you my life, he said, a life I value not at a straw's weight, but for which my master may perchance have some use even yet. I am therefore in your debt, and I will give my word to remain quiet until you return. But this promise only extends to nightfall. Should you be prevented by any chance from returning this day, I am free from my parole. Inglesant bowed. I would, continued the man, looking upon his companion with a softened and even compassionate regard. I would I could say more. I hear a secret voice, which tells me that you are even now walking in slippery places, and that your heart is not at ease. He stopped and seemed to seek earnestly for some phrases or arguments which he might suppose likely to influence a courtier placed as he imagined Inglesant to be. But before he resumed, the latter excused himself on the ground of his attendance on the Duke, and promising to see him again on his return, left the room. Inglesant found a carriage waiting to convey him to the Hospital of Death, as the monastic house adjoining the public Campo Santo was called. The religious performance had already begun. Passing through several sombre corridors and across a courtyard, he was ushered into the Duke's presence, who sat, surrounded by his court and by the principal ecclesiastics of the city, in an open balcony, or loggia. As Inglesant entered by a small door in the back of the gallery, a most extraordinary sight met his eyes. Beyond the loggia was a small yard or burial ground, and beyond this the Campo Santo stretching out into the far country. The whole of the yard immediately before the spectators was thronged by a multitude of persons of all ages and ranks, apparently just risen from the tomb. Many were utterly without clothing, others were attired as kings, bishops, and even popes. Their attitudes and conduct corresponded with the characters in which they appeared, the ecclesiastics collecting in calm and sedate attitudes, while many of the rest, among whom kings and great men were not wanting, appeared in an extremity of anguish and fear. Beyond the sheltering walls which enclosed the court, the dazzling heat brooded over the Campo Santo to the distant hills, and the funereal trees stood, black and sombre, against the glare of the yellow sky. At the moment of Inglesant's entrance, it appeared that something had taken place of the nature of an excommunication, and the ecclesiastics in the gallery were, according to custom, casting candles and flaming torches, which the crowd of nude figures below were struggling and fighting to obtain. A wild yet solemn strain of music that came apparently from the open graves ascended through the fitful and half-stifled cries. The first sight that struck upon Inglesant's sense as he entered the gallery from the dark corridors was the lurid yellow light beyond. The second was the wild, confused crowd of leaping and struggling figures in a strange and ghastly disarray, naked or decked as in mockery with the torn and disordered symbols of rank and wealth, rising as from the tomb, distracted and terror-stricken, as at the last great assize. The third was the figure of the Duke turning to him, and the eyes of the priests and clergy fixed upon his face. The words that the fanatic had uttered had fallen upon a mind prepared to receive them, and upon a conscience already awakened to acknowledge their truth. A mysterious conviction laid hold upon his imagination that the moment had arrived in which he was bound to declare himself, and by every tie which the past had knotted round him to influence the Duke to pursue a line of conduct from which his conscience and his better judgment revolted. On the one hand, a half-aroused and uncertain conscience; on the other, circumstance, habit, interest, inclination, perplexed his thoughts. The conflict was uneven, the result hardly doubtful. The eyes of friends and enemies, of agents of the Holy See, of courtiers and priests were upon him. The inquiring glance of the aged Duke seemed to penetrate into his soul. He advanced to the ducal chair. The solemn music that streamed up as from the grave wavered and faltered as if consciousness and idea were nearly lost. Something of the old confusion overpowered his senses. The figures that surrounded him became shadowy and unreal, and the power of decision seemed no longer his own. Out of the haze of confused imagery and distracting thought which surrounded him, he heard with unspeakable amazement the Duke's words. "I have waited your coming, Mr. Inglesant, impatiently, for I have a commission to entrust you with, or rather my daughter, the great Duchess, has written urgently to me from Florence to request me to send you to her without a moment's delay. Family matters relating to some in whom she takes the greatest interest, and who are well known, she says to yourself, are the causes which lead to this request." Inglesant was too bewildered to speak. He had believed himself quite unknown to the Grand Duchess, whom he had never seen, but as he had passed before her in the ducal receptions at Florence. Who could these be in whom she took so great an interest, and who were known to him? But the Duke went on, speaking with a certain melancholy in his tone. "I have wished, Mr. Inglesant," he said, "to mark in some way the regard I have conceived for you, and the obligation under which I conceive myself to remain. It may be that, in the course that events are taking, it will no longer, in a few weeks, be in my power to bestow favours upon any man. I desire, therefore, to do what I have purposed before you leave the presence. I have caused the necessary deeds to be prepared which bestow upon you a small fief in the Apennines, consisting of some farms and of the villa castle of San Giorgio, where I myself in former days have passed many happy hours." He stopped, and in a moment or two resumed abruptly, without finishing the sentence. "The revenue of the fief is not large. but its possession gives the title of cavalier to its owner, and its situation and the character of its neighborhood make it a desirable and delightful abode. The letters of naturalization, which are necessary to enable you to hold this property, have been made out, and nothing is wanting but your acceptance of the gift. I offer it to you with no conditions and no request, save that, as far as in you lies, you will be a faithful servant to the Grand Duchess when I am gone." The Duke paused for a moment, and then, turning slightly to his chaplain, he said, "The Reverend Fathers will tell you that this affair has not been decided upon without their knowledge, and that it has their full approval." These last words convinced Inglesant of the fact that had occurred. Although the Duke had said nothing on the subject, he felt certain that the deed of cession had been signed, and that for some reason or other he himself was considered by the clerical party to have been instrumental in obtaining this result, and to be deserving of reward accordingly. He had never, as we have seen, spoken to the Duke concerning the succession, and his position at the moment was certainly a peculiar one. Nothing was expected of him but that he should express his grateful thanks for the Duke's favour and leave the presence. Surely, at that moment, no law of heaven or earth could require him to break through the observances of civility and usage, to enter upon a subject upon which he was not addressed, and to refuse acts of favour offered to him with every grace and delicacy of manner. Whatever might be the case with other men, he certainly was not one to whom such a course was possible. He expressed his gratitude with all the grace of manner of which he was capable. He assured the Duke of his readiness to start immediately for Florence, and he left the ducal presence before many minutes had passed away. He found before long that all his conjectures were correct. The Duke had signed the deed of cession, and the report which was sent to Rome by the papal agents stated that, in the opinion of the most competent judges, this result was due to Inglesant's influence. Before his arrival, the Duke had leaned strongly towards the secular and anti-papal interest, and had even encouraged heretical and Protestant emissaries. Avoiding with great skill all positive allusion to the subject, the report went on to state, Il Cavalier Inglesant had thrown all his influence into the Catholic and religious scale, and had, by the loftiness of his sentiment and the attraction of his manner, entirely won over the vacillating nature of the Duke. Too much satisfaction the Cardinal of Umbria and the heads of the Church in that city assured the papal court could not be expressed at the manner in which the agent of the society had fulfilled his mission. Inglesant's departure from Umbria was so sudden that he had no opportunity of again seeing the stranger whom he had left in the palace, and he was afterwards at some trouble in obtaining any information respecting him. As far as could be ascertained, he waited in the palace, according to his promise, until the evening, when, finding that Inglesant did not return, he walked quietly forth, no man hindering him. What his subsequent fate was is involved in some obscurity, but it would appear that, having publicly insulted the host in some cathedral in the south of Italy, he was arrested by the Holy Office and thrown into prison, from which there is reason to believe he never emerged. End of section 44, read by Belinda McReynolds, Melbourne, 3rd September 2024.
Section 45 of John Inglesant, A Romance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. John Inglesant, A Romance, by Joseph Henry Shorthouse. Chapter 28. Not very long after Inglesant had left for Umbria, his friend Don Agostino di Chigi suddenly came to Rome. The Pope's health was rapidly failing, and the excitement concerning his successor was becoming intense. The choice was generally considered to lie between the Cardinals Barberini and de Chigi, though Cardinal Sacchetti was spoken of by some, probably, however, merely as a substitute, should both the other parties fail in electing their candidate. It was the policy of the Chigi family to conduct their matters with great caution. None of the family, with the exception of the cardinal, were openly in Rome, and when Don Agostino arrived, he resided in one of the deserted villas hidden among vineyards and the gardens of solitary convents, which covered the Palatine and the Aventine in the southern portion of Rome, within the walls. He remained within or with the cardinal during the day, but at night he ventured out into the streets and visited the adherents of his family and those who were working to secure his uncle's elevation. One night the fathers of the oratory gave a concert at which one of the best voices in Rome was to sing. It happened that Don Agostino passed the gate as the company were assembling, and as he did so the street was blocked by the train of some great personage who arrived in a sedan of blue velvet embroidered with silver, accompanied by several gentlemen and servants. Among the former, Agostino recognized the Cavaliere di Guardino, the brother of Loretta, of whose acquaintance with Inglesant at Florence, it may be remembered, he was aware, and with him another man whose appearance seemed to recall some distant reminiscence to his mind. He could, however, see him but imperfectly in the flickering torchlight. Apart from his desire to remain unrecognized in Rome, Agostino had no desire to associate with the Cavaliere, of whose character he had a very bad opinion. To his annoyance, therefore, as the sedan entered the courtyard, the two persons he had noticed, instead of following their patron, turned round, and in leaving the doorway met Agostino face to face. The Cavaliere recognized him immediately, and appeared to grasp eagerly the opportunity to accost him. He began by complimenting him on the near prospect of his uncle's elevation to the papacy, professing to consider the chances of his election very good indeed, and added that he presumed business connected with these matters had brought him to Rome. To this Agostino replied that, so far as he knew, his uncle had no expectation of such an honor being at all likely to be offered him, and that private affairs of his own, of a very delicate nature, of a kind indeed which a gentleman of the Cavaliere's known gallantry could well understand, had brought him to Rome, as indeed he might see from the secrecy he maintained, and by his not being present at any of the entertainments which were going forward. He then inquired in his turn why the Cavaliere had not entered the college. The other made some evasive answer, but it appeared to Agostino that both the Cavaliere and his companion were not on the most familiar terms with the nobleman they had accompanied, although it might suit their purpose to appear in his train. Guardino, indeed, changed the subject hastily, and spoke of Inglesant, praising him highly. He inquired whether the Cardinal di Chigi was acquainted with him, and whether it was likely that either as an attendant upon him or upon Cardinal Rinuccini, Inglesant would be admitted into the conclave. Don Agostino replied vaguely that Inglesant was then at Umbria, and that he could offer no opinion as to the probability of the latter part of his inquiry. He thought that he could see from the expression on the other's face that the Cavaliere thought that he was deceiving him, and that he jumped at once to the conclusion that, as the attendant of one or other of the cardinals, Inglesant would be present at the conclave. Guardino went on to speak of Inglesant's character, regretting the craze of mind, as he called it, which his ill health had produced, and which rendered him, as he said, unfit for business or for taking his part in the affairs of life. He went on to speak with unconcealed contempt of Inglesant's religious ideas and scruples, and of his association with Molinos, intimating, however, his opinion that it would not be impossible to overcome these scruples could a suitable temptation be found. These fancies once removed, he continued, Inglesant's value as a trusted and secret agent would be greatly increased. He seemed to be talking abstractedly and as a perfectly disinterested person who was discussing an interesting topic of morals or mental peculiarity. Agostino could not understand his drift. He answered him that the Jesuits did not need unscrupulous bravos. If they did, they could be found at every street corner by the score. He added that he imagined that the services which Inglesant had already performed and might perform again were of a special and delicate character, for which his temperament and habit of mind, which were chiefly the result of the society's training, especially fitted him. They had by this time reached the Corso, and Agostino took the opportunity of parting with his companions, excusing himself on the ground of his pretended assignation. He was no sooner gone than the cavaliere, according to the narrative which was afterwards related by Malvolti, began to explain more clearly than he had hitherto done what his expectations and intentions were. He was forced to confide in Malvolti more than he otherwise would have done, to prevent his ridding himself of Inglesant's presence by violent means. When the Italian first saw Inglesant, whom he had never met in England, in the theatre in Florence, he was startled and terrified by his close resemblance to his murdered brother, and his first thought was that his victim had returned to earth, and, invisible to others, was permitted to avenge himself upon his murderer by haunting and terrifying his paths. When he discovered, however, that the cavaliere not only saw the appearance which had so alarmed him, but could tell him who Inglesant was, and to a certain extent what the motives were which had brought him to Italy, his superstitious fears gave place to more material apprehensions and expedients. He at once resolved to assassinate Inglesant on leaving the theatre in the first street through which he might pass, a purpose which he might easily have accomplished during Inglesant's careless and unguarded wanderings round the house of Loretta's father that night. From this intention he was with difficulty diverted by the reasoning of the cavaliere, who represented to him the rashness of such an action, protected as Inglesant was by the most powerful of societies, which would not fail to punish any act which deprived it of a useful agent. The unnecessary character of the attempt, Inglesant being at present in complete ignorance that his enemy was near him, and above all the folly of destroying a person who might otherwise be made the medium of great personal profit and advantage. He explained to Malvolti Inglesant's connection with the Chigi family and the position of influence he would occupy should the cardinal be elected to the popedom. Finally, he went so far as to hint at the possibility of an alliance between Malvolti and his sister should Inglesant remain uninjured. Malvolti had only arrived in Florence on the previous day, and the cavaliere met him accidentally in the theatre. Gardino's plans with relation to Inglesant and his sister were already so far matured that he had arranged for the abrupt departure of his father and Loretta from Florence. His object was to keep in his own hands a powerful magnet of attraction, which would bind, as he supposed, Inglesant to his interests, but he was by no means desirous that he should marry his sister immediately, if at all. The election for the papacy was a very uncertain issue, and if the Chigi faction failed, Inglesant's alliance would be of little value. He had two strings to his bow, Malvolti, between whom and the cavaliere association in vice and even crime had riveted many a bond of interest and dependence, was closely connected with the Barberini faction as an unscrupulous and useful tool. Should the Cardinal Barberini be elected pope, or should Cardinal Cbteddy, who was in his interest, be chosen, his own connection with Malvolti might be of great value to the cavaliere, and the greater service the latter could render to the Barberini faction in the approaching crisis the better. The weak point of his position on this side was the character of Malvolti and the subordinate position he occupied among the adherents of the Barberini. On the other hand, if Cardinal Chigi were the future pontiff, the prospects of any one connected with Inglesant would be most brilliant, as the latter, from his connection with the Jesuits and as the favorite of the Pope's nephew, would at once become one of the most powerful men in Italy. The weak point on this side was that his hold on Inglesant was very slight, and that even supposing it to be strengthened by marriage with Loretta, Inglesant's character and temper were such as would probably make him useless and impracticable in the attempt to secure the glittering and often illicit advantages which would be within his reach. Between his perplexing choice, the only wise course appeared to be to temporize with both parties, and to attempt in the meantime to secure an influence with either. The fortunes both of the Cavalieri and of Malvolti were at this moment pretty nearly desperate, and their means of influencing any one very small. Indeed, having wasted what had once been considerable wealth and talent, there remained nothing to the Cavalieri but his sister, and of that last possession he was prepared to make unscrupulous use. It would be of small advantage to him to give his sister's hand to Inglesant, unless he could first by her means corrupt and debase his conscience, and that lofty standard of conduct which he appeared, to the Cavalieri at least, unswervingly to follow, and the Italian devil at his side suggested a means to this end, as wild in conception as the result proved it impotent and badly planned. This Italian devil was not Malvolti, though that person was one of his most successful followers and imitators. When the inspired writer has described the princes and angels which rule the different nations of the earth, he does not go on to enumerate the distinct powers of evil which in different countries pursue their divers malefic courses, yet it would seem that those existences are no less real than the others, that the character of the inhabitants of any country has much to do in forming a distinct devil for that country no man can doubt, or that in consequence the temptations which beset mankind in certain countries are of a distinct and peculiar kind. This fact is sometimes of considerable advantage to the object of the tempter's art, for if, acting upon his knowledge of the character of any people, this merely local devil lays snares in the path of a stranger, it is not impossible that the bait may fail. This was very much what happened to John Inglesant. Of the sins which were really his temptations, the Cavalieri knew nothing, but he could conceive of certain acts which he concluded Inglesant would consider to be sins. These acts were of a gross and sensual nature, for the Italian devil, born of the fleshly lusts of the people, was unable to form temptations for the higher natures, and of course his pupils were equally impotent. The result was singular, acting upon the design of ruining Inglesant's moral sense, of debasing the ideal of conduct at which he aimed, and of shattering and defiling what the Cavalieri considered the fantastic purity of his conscience. He formed a scheme which had the effect of removing Inglesant from a place where he was under the strongest temptation, and in the greatest danger of violating his conscience, and of placing him in circumstances of trial which, though dangerous, he was still, from the peculiarity of his character, much better able to resist. A marriage connection with Inglesant would at this juncture be of little avail, but a wild and illicit passion, which would involve him in a course of licentious and confused action, in which the barriers of morality and the scruples of conscience would be alike annihilated, and the whole previous nature of the victim of lawless desire altered, would, if any agent could produce so great a change, transform Inglesant into the worldly-minded and unscrupulous accomplice that the Cavalieri wished him to become. How great the fall would be he could, of course, in no way estimate, but he had sufficient insight to perceive that the shock of it would probably be sufficient, acting upon a consciousness so refined and delicate as that of Inglesant, to render recovery, if ever attained, very difficult and remote. Upon this wild scheme he acted. He had removed his sister when he had thought that Inglesant had been sufficiently ensnared to make his after-course certain and precipitate. Inglesant's character, which was so very imperfectly known to the cavalier, and circumstances such as his confinement in the pest-house, had delayed the consummation of the plot. But the cavalier conceived that the time had now arrived for its completion. He brought his sister back to Florence, and placed her with the Grand Duchess in some subordinate situation which his family and his sister's character enabled him to obtain. Having had some previous knowledge of her, the Duchess soon became attached to Loretta and obtained her confidence. From her she learnt Inglesant's story and character, and wished to see him at the court. While the two ladies were planning schemes for future pleasure, the cavalier suddenly appeared at Florence and informed his sister that he had concluded, with the approbation of his father, a marriage contract between herself and Malvolti. Terrified by this threatened connection with a man whose person she loathed and whose character she detested, Loretta flew to the Duchess and entreated her to send at once for Inglesant, who, they were both aware, was at that moment with the Duke of Umbria, the Grand Duchess's aged father. With the result we are acquainted. End of chapter 28. Section 46 of John Inglesant, A Romance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. John Inglesant, A Romance, by Joseph Henry Shorthouse. Chapter 29. On his arrival at Florence, Inglesant found himself at once feted and caressed, though the nature of his mission to Umbria, antagonistic as his supposed influence had been to the interests of the ducal party, might naturally have procured for him a far different reception. Trained as he had been in courts, the caprices of princes' favour did not seem strange to him, and were taken at their true worth. Unsuspicious, therefore, of any special danger, relieved from the intolerable strain which the position at Umbria had exerted upon his conscience, delighted with the society of his recovered mistress, and flattered by the attentions of the Duchess and of the whole court, he gave himself up freely to the enjoyments of the hour. Plentifully supplied with money from his own resources, from the kindness of the aged Duke, and from the subsidies of his patrons at Rome, he engaged freely in the parties formed for the performance of masques and interludes, in which the court delighted, and became conspicuous for the excellence of his acting and invention. But it was not the purpose of the demon that followed on his footsteps to give him longer repose than might lull his senses and weaken his powers of resisting evil. Day after day devoted to pleasure paved the way for the final catastrophe, until the night arrived when the plot was fully ripe. Supper was over, and the court sat down again to play. Inglesant remembered afterwards, though at the time it did not attract his attention, that several gentlemen, all of them friends of Gardino, paid him particular attention, and insisted on drinking with him, calling for different kinds of wine, and recommending them to his notice. The saloons were crowded and very hot, and when Inglesant left the supper-room and came into the brilliant marble hall, lighted with great lustres, where the court was at play, he was more excited than was his wont. The court was gathered at different tables, a very large one in the centre of the hall, and other smaller ones around. The brilliant dresses, the jewels, the beautiful women, the reflections in the numberless mirrors made a dazzling and mystifying impression on his brain. The play was very high, and at the table to which Inglesant sat down especially so. He lost heavily, and this did not tend to calm his nerves. He doubled his stake with all the money he had with him, and lost again. As he rose from the table, a page touched his elbow and handed him a small note carefully sealed and delicately perfumed. It was addressed to him by his new title, Il Cavaliere di San Giorgio, and scarcely knowing what he did, he opened it. It was from Loretta. Cavaliere, will you come to me in the Duchess's lodgings before the court rises from play? I need your help. L. Inglesant turned to look for the boy, who, he expected, was waiting for him. He was not far off, and Inglesant followed him without a word. They passed through many corridors and rooms richly furnished until they reached the lodgings of the Grand Duchess. The night was sultry, and through the open windows above the gardens the strange odours that are born of darkness and of night entered the palace. In the dark arcades the nightingales were singing, preferring gloom and mystery to the light in which all other creatures rejoice. And in the stillness the murmur of brooks and the splash of the fountains oppressed the air with an unearthly and unaccustomed sound. Around the casements festoons of harmless and familiar flowers and leaves assumed wild and repulsive shapes as if transformed into malicious demons who made men their sport. Inglesant thought involuntarily of those plants that are at enmity with man, which are used for enchantments and for poisoning, and whose very scent is death. Such saturnine and fatal flowers seem more at home in the lovely Italian night than the innocent plants which witness to lovers' vows, and upon which divines moralize and preach. The rooms of the Duchess were full of perfume of the kind that enervates and lulls the sense. It seemed to Inglesant as though he were treading the intricate pathways of a dream, careless as to what befell him, yet with a passionate longing which urged him forward, heedless of a restraining voice which he was even then half conscious that at other times he should have heard. The part of the palace where he was seemed deserted, and the page led him through more than one anteroom without meeting any one, until they reached a curtained door, which the boy opened and directed Inglesant to enter. He did so, and found himself at once in the presence of Loretta, who was lying upon a low seat at the open window. The room was lighted by several small lamps in different positions, giving an ample yet at the same time a soft and dreamy light. Loretta was carelessly dressed, yet in the soft light and in her negligent attitude there was something that made her beauty the more attractive, and her manner to Inglesant was unrestrained and clinging. Her growing affection, the urgency of her need, and the circumstances of the hour caused her innocently to speak and act in a way the most fitted to promote her brother's atrocious purposes. "Cavaliere," she said, "I've sent for you because I have no friend but you. I've sent for you to help me against my own family, my own brother, my father even, whom I love, whom I loved more than all the world beside. They are determined to marry me to a man whom I hate, to the man whom you hate, to that Signore Malvolti, who, though they deny it, is, I am fully persuaded, the murderer of your brother, to that wretch whom Italy even refuses to receive, who but for his useful crimes would be condemned to a death of torment. My brother tells me that he will be here tomorrow to see me and demand my consent. He brings an authorization from my father and insists upon the contract being made without delay. I would die rather than submit to such a fate, but it is not necessary to die. I must, however, leave the court and escape from my brother's wardship. If I can reach some place of safety where I can gain time to see my father, I'm certain that I shall be able to move him. It cannot be that he will condemn me to such a fate, me, the pride and pleasure of his life. He must be deceived and misled by some of these wicked intrigues and manoeuvres which ruin the happiness and peace of men." "I am only yours," said Inglesant. "Whatever you desire shall be done. Have you spoken to the Duchess? The Duchess advises me to fly, replied Loretta. She says the Duke will not interfere between a father and his child, especially now when all Italy hangs in suspense concerning the papacy, and when men are careful whom they offend. She advises me to go to the convent of St. Catherine of Pistoia, where I lodged not many years ago while my father was in France. The abbess is a cousin of my father's. She is a kind woman, and I can persuade her to keep me for a short time at least. I wish to go tonight. Will you take me? She had never looked so lovely in Inglesant's eyes as she did while she spoke. The pleading look of her dark eyes and the excitement of her manner, usually so reserved and calm, added charms to her person of which he had previously been unconscious. In that country of formal restraint and suspicion of hurried, furtive interviews, a zest was given to accidental freedom of intercourse such as the more unrestricted life of France and England knew little of. In spite of a suspicion of treachery which in that country was never absent, Inglesant felt his frame aglow with devotion to this lovely creature who thrust threw herself unreservedly into his keeping. He threw himself upon a cushion at Loretta's feet and encircled her with his arms. She spoke of youth and life and pleasure, of youth that was passing away so rapidly, of life that had been to her dreary and dull enough, of her jealousy guarded Italian home, of her convent cell, of her weak and helpless father, of her tyrannous brother, of pleasure of which she had dreamed as a girl, but which seemed to fly before her as she advanced, finally of himself, whom from the first day she had seen him in her father's room she had loved, whom absence had only endeared her first and only friend. He spoke of love, of protection, of help and succor for the rest of life, of happy days to come at San Gorgio, when all these troubles should have passed away, when at last he should escape from intrigue and state policy, and they could make their home as joyous and free from care as that house of a cardinal on a little hilly bank near Velletri, whence you can see the sea, and which is called Monte Gioioso. He spoke of an idyllic dream which could not long have satisfied either of them, himself especially, but which pleased them at that moment, with an innocent and delicate fancy which calmed and purified their excited thoughts. Then, as the hour passed by, he rose from her embrace, promising to provide horses, and when the palace was quiet, to meet her at the end of one of the long avenues that crossed the park, for the court was not at the Pitti Palace, but at the Poggio Imperiale, without the walls of Florence. The soft night air played upon Inglesant's forehead as he led his horses to the end of a long avenue and waited for the lady to join him. He did not wait long. She came gliding past the fountains, by the long rows of orange and cypress hedges, and across the streaks of moonlight among the trees that closed the gardens and the park. As he lifted her into the saddle, her glance was partly scared and partly trustful. He felt as though he were moving in a delicious dream. As they rode out of the park, she told him that she had received a message from the Duchess recommending her to stop at a pavilion on the borders of the great chase beyond the Acciaiano Palace, halfway to Pistoia, which the Duchess used sometimes when the Duke was diverting himself in the chase. She had sent a messenger to prepare the people who kept the pavilion for their coming. There was something strange in this message, Loretta said, which was brought not by one of the Duchess's usual pages, but by a boy who had not been long at the palace, and who scarcely waited to give them his message, so great was his hurry. It seemed of little moment to Inglesant who brought the message, or whether any treachery were at work or no. He was only conscious of a delicious sense of coming pleasure, which made him reckless of all beside. Along the first few miles of their road they passed nothing but the long lines of elms, planted between ridges of corn, upon which the vines were climbing in already luxuriant wreaths. Presently, however, after they had passed the Acciaiano Palace, the country changed, and they came within the confines of the Duke's chase, 30 miles in compass, planted with cork trees and ilex, with underwood of myrtle thickets. Through these shades, lovely indeed by day, but weird and unhealthy by night, they rode silently, startled every now and then by strange sounds that issued from the forest depths. The ground was fenny and uneven, and moist exhalations rose out of the soil and floated across the path. "The Duchess never sleeps at the pavilion," said Loretta at last suddenly. "It is dangerous to sleep in the forest." "It will be as well to stop an hour or so, however," said Inglesant, "else we shall be at Pistoia before they open the gates." Presently, in the brilliant moonlight, they saw the pointed roofs of the pavilion on a little rising ground, with the forest trees coming up closely to the walls. The moon was now high in the heavens, and it was as light as day. The upper windows of the pavilion were open, and within it lights were burning. The door was opened to them before they knocked, and the keeper of the pavilion came to meet them, accompanied by a boy who took the horses. The man showed no surprise at their coming, only saying some servants of the Duchess had been there a few hours previously, and had prepared a repast in the dining-room, forewarning him that he should expect visitors. He accompanied them upstairs, for they saw nothing of the other inmates of the place. The rooms were arranged with a sort of rustic luxury, and were evidently intended for repose during the heat of the day. A plentiful and delicate collation was spread on one of the tables, with abundance of fruit and wine. The place looked like the magic creation of an enchanter's wand, raised for purposes of evil from the unhealthy marsh, and ready to sink again when that malefic purpose was fulfilled into the weird depths from which it rose. The old man showed them the other rooms of the apartment and left them. At the door he turned back and said, "I should not advise the lady to sleep here. The miasma from the forest is very fatal to such as are not used to it." Inglesant looked at him, but could not perceive that he intended his words to have any deeper meaning than the obvious one. He said, "We shall stay only an hour or two. Let the horses be ready to go on." The man left them, and they sat down at the table. The repast was served in viands ware of a strange, delicate blue, and consisted of most of the delicacies of the season, with a profusion of wine. "This was not ordered by the Duchess," said Loretta. "We are safe from poison, mignonne," said Inglesant. "To destroy you as well as me would defeat all purposes. Not that I believe the cavalier would wish me dead. He rather hopes that I may be of use to him. Let us drink to him." And he filled a glass for Loretta of the Montepulciano, the king of wines, and drank himself. Loretta was evidently frightened, yet she followed his example and drank. The night air was heavy and close. Not a breath of wind stirred the lights, though every window was thrown open, and the shutters that closed the loggia outside were drawn back. In the brilliant moonlight every leaf of the great forest shone with an unnatural distinctness, which, set in a perfect silence, became terrible to see. The silvern arcades seemed like a painted scene piece upon a satanic stage, supernaturally alight to further deeds of sin, and silent and unpeopled, lest the wrong should be interrupted or checked. To Inglesant's excited fancy, evil beings thronged its shadowy paths, present to the spiritual sense, though concealed of set purpose from the feeble human sight. The two found their eyes drawn with a kind of fascination to this strange sight, and Inglesant arose and closed the shutters before the nearest casement. They felt more at ease when the mysterious forest was shut out, but Loretta was silent and troubled, and Inglesant's efforts to cheer and enliven her were not successful. The delicious wines to which he resorted to remove his own uneasiness and to cure his companion's melancholy failed of their effect. At last she refused to drink, and rising up suddenly, she exclaimed, "Oh, it is terribly hot! I cannot bear it. I wish we had not come." She wandered from the room in which they sat through the curtained doorway into the next, which was furnished with couches, and sank down on one of them. The Inglesant followed her, and, as if the heat felt stifling also to him, went out upon the open veranda and looked upon the forest once more. excited by the revels of the past few days, heated with wine, with the night ride, and with the overpowering closeness of the air, the temptation came upon him with a force which he had neither power nor desire to resist. He listened, but no sound met his ear, no breath stirred, no living being moved, no disturbance need be dreaded from any side. From the people in the pavilion he looked for no interference. From the object of his desires he had probably no need to anticipate any disinclination, but what might easily be soothed away. The universal custom of the country in which he was now almost naturalized sanctioned such acts. The hour was admirably chosen, the place perfectly adapted in every way, as if the result not of happy chance but deeply concerted plan. Why then did he hesitate? Did he still partly hope that some miracle would happen, or some equally miraculous change take place in his mind and will to save him from himself? It is true the place and the temptation were not of his own seeking. So far he was free from blame, but he had not come wholly unharmed out of the fiery trial at Umbria, and by a careless walk since he came to Florence he had prepared the way for the tempter, and this night even he had disregarded the warning voice and drifted recklessly onward. We walk of our own free will, heated and inflamed by wine, down the flowery path which we have ourselves decorated with garlands, and we murmur because we reach the fatal goal. He gazed another moment over the illumined forest, which seemed transfigured in the moonlight and the stillness into an unreal landscape of the dead. The poisonous mists crept over the tops of the cork trees and flitted across the long vistas in spectral forms, cowled and shrouded for the grave. Beneath the gloom indistinct figures seemed to glide, the personation of the miasma that made the place so fatal to human life. He turned to enter the room, but even as he turned, a sudden change came over the scene. The deadly glamour of the moonlight faded suddenly. A calm, pale, solemn light settled over the forest. The distant line of hills shone out distinct and clear. The evil mystery of the place departed whence it came. A fresh and cooling breeze sprang up and passed through the rustling wood, breathing pureness and life. The day spring was at hand in the eastern sky. The rustling breeze was like a whisper from heaven that reminded him of his better self. It would seem that hell overdid it. The very stillness for miles around, the almost concerted plan, sent flashing through his brain the remembrance of another house, equally guarded for a like purpose, a house at Newnham, near Oxford, into which years ago he had himself forced his way to render help in such a case as this. Here was the same thing happening over again, with the actors changed. Was it possible that such a change had been wrought in him? The long past life of those days rushed into his mind, the sacramental Sundays, the repeated vows, the light of heaven in the soul, the kneeling forms in Little Gidding Chapel, the face of Mary Colette, the loveliness that blessed the earth where she walked, her deathbed and her dying words. What so rarely happened here. The revulsion of feeling, the rush of recollection and association was too powerful for the flesh. The reason and the affections rallied together, and trained into efficiency by past discipline, regained the mastery by a supreme effort, even at the very moment of unsatisfied desire. But the struggle was fierce. He was torn like the demon-haunted child in the gospel story, but as in that story, the demon was expelled. He came back into the room. Loretta lay upon a couch with rich drapery and cushions, her face buried in her hands. The cloak and hood in which she had ridden were removed, and the graceful outline of her figure was rendered more alluring by the attitude in which she lay. As he entered, she raised her head from her hands and looked at him with a strange, apprehensive, expectant gaze. He remained for a moment silent, his face very pale. Then he said slowly and uncertainly, like a man speaking in a dream, "The fatal miasma is rising from the plain. Loretta, this place is safe for neither of us. We had better go on." The morning was cloudy and chill. They had not ridden far before a splash of thunder rain fell, and the trees dripped dismally. A sense of discomfort and disappointment took possession of Inglesant, and so far from deriving consolation from his conquest, he seemed torn by the demon of discontent. He was half conscious that his companion was regretting the evil and luxurious house they had left. The ride to Pistoia was silent and depressed. As they passed through the streets, early as it was, they were watched by two figures half concealed by projecting walls. One of them was the cavalier, the other was tall and dark. Whether it was the devil in the person of Malvolti or Malvolti himself is not of much consequence, nor would the difference be great. In either case the issue was the same. The devil's plot had failed. It is not so easy to ruin him with whom the pressure of Christ's hand yet lingers in the palm. When Inglesant presented himself again at the convent grate after a few hours' sleepless unrest at an inn, he was refused admittance, nor did repeated applications during that day and the next meet with a more favourable response. He became the prey of mortification and disgust that, having had the prize in his hand, he had of his own free will passed it into the keeping of another. On the evening of the third day, however, he received a note from Loretta informing him that her brother had consented to postpone her betrothal to Malvolti indefinitely, and that she, on her part, had promised not to see Inglesant again until the papal election had been decided. She entreated her lover not to attempt to disturb this compromise, as by so doing he would only injure her whom he had promised to help. She promised to be true and did not doubt, but that, having obtained the delay she sought, she should be able to gain her father's consent to their marriage, especially if the papal election took the course they hoped it would. There was something cold and formal about the wording of this note, which, however, might be explained by its contents having been dictated to the writer, but unsatisfactory as it was, Inglesant was compelled to acquiesce in the request it contained. He was angry and disappointed, and it must be admitted that he had some cause. His mistress and his pleasant life at the ducal court had vanished in the morning mist and rain, like the delusive pleasures of a dream, and the regret which a temptation yielded to would leave behind is not always counterbalanced by a corresponding elation when the trial is overcome. He departed for Rome, having sent orders to Florence for his servants and baggage to meet him on the road, and the same night on which he entered the city, Pope Innocent X expired. End of section 46.